8 hours by plane to Vladivostok and another 150 kilometers west to the village of Barabash. The dense Ussuri taiga is the only place in Russia inhabited by this endangered predator, the far eastern leopard. It's so beautiful here. My name is Eleonora. I'm excited to cross the entire country to see this charismatic cat. We are in the land of the leopard. It stretches from north to south. To the west lies China, and to the east is the Sea of Japan. The railroad marks the boundary of the national park. The national park occupies the Kazan, Nadezhda, and Ussuri districts of the Primorye region. These fertile lands are the only refuge of the rare animal. The last record of far eastern leopards only found 50 specimens in the wild, the majority of which live in the national park.
We want to turn this territory into a wildlife sanctuary so that it belongs to animals and plants, but not to people. Tomorrow, Andrei Borodin goes on vacation for the first time in 5 years. Our primary target is to protect the area, to control and study the population, to test new methods of stabilizing and increasing the animal's population. In this episode, we will spend an entire day with the Department of Science. We will learn what measures are being taken to protect the endangered species of the Amur leopards. We will pay a visit to the lair of this wild animal.
The scientists start their working day by collecting data. We're going into the field. It turns out that not only the military need powerful vehicles, an ordinary car simply won't get through here.
Stop. Stop, look, it looks like a cat.
Oh, it is a cat. I hope it's not decaying. Cars hit animals very often, and we collect them for further studies.
This is a wild male, an endangered species.
It looks like it has a blow to the head, and it's dead.
Nadezhda Sulikhan is a wild nature veterinary. Having nerves of steel is indispensable to her occupation.
These discoveries are very valuable. We can gain information without touching living animals. This animal is dead, but it's very valuable for science. There is not a minute to waste. The coordinates of the wild cat must be recorded, and it must be taken out of the scorching sun as soon as possible. So Nadia, what now? Where are we taking our casualty? We're taking it to the refrigerator so it can be preserved. Nadia, how long should the cat stay here? The cat can stay here quite a long time, but we try to take it out after a month. And where does it go? Then it goes to a laboratory in Vladivostok where there's an autopsy, material is selected, and the material is sent to laboratories. And there we study it for infectious diseases and for parasites. And what materials do we need? Hair? Hair, tissues, organs, feces, it's all useful. And what information can you gain from all of this? We find out what the animal suffered from and what diseases it had. How is that connected with the leopard? All these animals share a habitat, and the diseases can move from the wild to a domestic environment and back again. This is why we study them all. Finding a wild cat on the road was really a stroke of good luck, but that's not enough for the scientists, so we're going into the forest to storm the cat's favorite paths. To be honest, this is a very exhausting activity in the heat. The weather in the Primorye region is unpredictable. It was raining this morning and when I put on warm clothes, but now it's like the tropics. Alonia, what should I do? This is the Primorye region. To feel comfortable, you need to have a backpack of clothes and be ready for temperatures from +12 to +30 for heavy rain and bright sun.
Yelena Salmanova, like any young woman, can talk for hours, but only about leopards.
The climate here is really changeable. You won't encounter this phenomenon anywhere else in Eurasia. Primorye is on the same latitude as Sochi, hence the heat and forests resembling jungles, but because of the icy winds of the Pacific Ocean, the classic northern taiga is also present. We continue to climb the hill, but the path seems endless. I can't feel my legs anymore. Just a bit more, and then a bit more. This is a fresh leopard scratching. Look, the earth's still wet, and in this weather it would have dried out. Wait, was a leopard here? Yes. Did it just do this? It was just here. Let's look around attentively. It's very obviously so close. Perhaps it's sitting and watching us. You see? Can it attack us? No, there's never been a case in history when a Far Eastern leopard attacked a human being. But, so the most it can do is watch us? Yes, they're very curious. I suggest we put a photo trap here on video mode because it will clearly come back later and smell this place and what we did here. Can I help? What should I do? Okay, look, you back away a little here onto this rock and crouch on all fours, please. Imagine you're a leopard because do you need a level? Yes, I need a level. I need to set the camera up. So I put the trap on video mode. Is it filming now? Yes, it's filming. See? It flashed 3 times. I hope the leopard didn't go far and that we didn't scare it. Let's take our things and go up. Okay, I'll follow you, but look around attentively. Perhaps it's nearby. There's been cases where we saw a leopard. Then my dream will come true. If the leopard comes here, our photo trap will record it. This field camera is very easy to use. The photo trap reacts to movement and films silently. The infrared lighting is for filming at night. The information is saved on an ordinary SD card. Depending on the settings, you can select photo or video mode. There are different types of photo traps. Experience helps to select the right one.
This is the simplest model. Viktor Starozhuk takes videos and photos of the leopards around the clock. 4 gigs of memory holds around 12,111 photos.
12,000 photos?
Yeah.
This photo trap not only spies on the animal, but also sends a clip or photo to your email and telephone, and is operated by remote control. This is the most modern one.
It's considered the most reliable. It works without needing to be charged for a year.
There are around 300 cameras around the national park. Victor believes that to take the right pictures of the hidden animal, you not only need to know where it lives, but how to literally think like a leopard.
Okay, we crouch on all fours. Okay, in the animal position. Can you see my arms?
Yes.
It's very important that the tree is in the focus because a leopard will be marking this tree.
Right, the tree's in the frame, and the tiger and the leopard. Observing rare predators for a long time, Victor has thoroughly learned the features of their behavior and habits.
This tree is marked by the tiger. That's why I installed the trail camera here. We can just photograph the animal when it passes by without stopping. But here at this tree, the animal will definitely stop in order to mark it.
Do you sense
The
it?
aroma is not unpleasant. It turns, raises its tail, and marks the tree. The jet goes right here.
How is that then? Does it turn like this?
Yeah, exactly that way.
And it makes a mark.
And the spray hits the tree.
And the leopard?
Yeah, they do it the same way, but only slightly lower, 60 centimeters from the ground.
Yelena and I returned to the photo trap, which we set up a few hours ago. They say that there hasn't been a leopard there for 2.5 months. I wonder if it wanted to make an appearance on our camera. Right. Okay then, drum roll. We've got 77 videos. Oh, it's a leopard, look! Ah, listen, wait. It's a mark, isn't it? Yes, you asked me about his curiosity. Look, it's his neck. Is that it? Yes, now he's sniffing. Those are his whiskers, see? Yes, yes, yes. He came close. That was his nose. Oh, it's a male. Do you see? No, I didn't see that he was a male. Oh, it's a male. Oh, look, he's scratching. What is he doing now? It looks like he's digging something. Yes, look, with his hind paws. Aha. Digging movements, that's scratching. He's marking the territory. Look, you can see that here is a heap of leaves. No, I can only see leaves. No, here are the leaves. Here's the fresh ground, you see. Aha. The leopard often leaves the urine mark. See, it's wet here. You can see this spot. We'll sniff it. So he peed here. We'll check. Oh, yes, this is fresh leopard urine. You can smell it. It has a distinctive smell, yes? This is the smell of a leopard. Aha, it smells very strong. Yes, it's a specific leopard smell. Sometimes if we find a scraping and they are of medium size, we don't know whether it is a tiger or a leopard, right? We can tell the smell immediately when we set the trap. I was sure when we take a video, but on the same day, well, it's beginner's luck.
Still to come, we will find out what the name of the leopard is. We will meet the locals and hear their stories on leopard encounters. It was my first encounter with a leopard.
The far eastern leopard is also called the Amur panther. It is only one of the 9 subspecies of leopard which is adapted to the cold. It differs from its tropical cousins by its particularly lush fur and long legs. It can easily leap to a height of 5 meters. Its enormous tail, which is almost as long as its body, helps maintain its balance. Over the last 100 years, the historical habitat of the leopard has decreased by 40 times. In the late 19th to early 20th centuries, the leopard was found all over the Korean peninsula, on a large area of China, in 2 provinces, and in the majority of the Primorye region. People believed that the leopard and the tiger were the enemies of human beings, and that they should be killed. The government even gave money for each leopard that was killed. Over the years, people came to realize that both the tiger and the leopard, these great cats, are part of our heritage, and hunting the leopard was outlawed. This did not happen until 1956. Nevertheless, the mass deforestation and the construction of roads continued, and now the leopard simply did not have enough room to live in.
Land reclamation was in full swing. 2 military training grounds were located here, as well as the tank unit of the 5th Army. And that's why all this anthropogenic interference and illegal hunting threatened and brought this endangered species to the brinks of extinction.
In the last century, the Cedar Valley and leopard sanctuaries existed here, but the population of the unique predator reached a critical level. Less than 30 individuals, and the rarest cat on the planet was on the verge of extinction.
The 2 small territories did not fulfill the need for a natural habitat. That is why a decision was taken to increase the size of the territory and to join them together. That is how the Leopard's Land National Park was created on the 5th of April, 2012. Sergei Ivanov, the head of the presidential administration, actively participated in this undertaking.
The heart of the national park is a sanctuary zone, and the entrance to it is prohibited. But there are people who not only work here, but even live here.
On one hand, it's work. On the other hand, it's a very pleasant activity. Yuri Vaseyev loves his family to bits.
The Vaseyevs are from the Trans-Baikal area, and 3 years ago, their whole family moved to Primorye. They built a hut and began to protect the leopards together. They have a lot of work, and they have to build things and patrol the territory. The entire family feels respect for the leopards, and in a few years, the Vaseyevs have established a special relationship with the predator.
There are people who have lived here their entire lives and have never seen a leopard, and we have already, yes?
All of you?
Yeah.
And you, Galina?
Yes.
Well, tell me, how did your first meeting go?
I was walking up the river and just came across him. He was there, behind the parapet. I looked over there. He was just lying there, stretched, hiding, and not running away. And I walked straight into him. That was my first encounter with a leopard.
Well, a lot of people say that they press down their ears, they lie calmly and don't attack. They're not aggressive like tigers, for example.
I have also met tigers. The first time I saw one was at the river. It was crossing the river about 600 meters away from where I was. It looked at me and continued on its way. So did I. I went back home.
Weren't you scared?
I don't know. I think it would be foolish not to be afraid.
Everyone who's seen a tiger says it's impossible to prepare for meeting with one. But to say your heart stops and your hair stands on end is an understatement. It tries to paralyze you with its roar.
Dina Machukhina. Tigers are her passion.
The tiger is the dominant predator in the ecosystems of the Primorye region. Are the tiger and leopards rivals? Undoubtedly, because their ecological niches overlap to a large extent. They hunt in the same areas, only they prefer to choose different places for their movements. They walk on different paths, don't they? Yes, but the leopard chooses different paths. Not because it's in his interest to meet a tiger. He avoids them. So he chooses more inaccessible areas, rocky outcrops, ravines, narrow ridges, places where the tiger prefers not to walk. But sometimes the leopard chooses more comfortable places to rest. The deer farms on nearby territories are a real gastronomic paradise for the stately predator. Farmers joke that they feed both their deer and the leopard along with them.
They are also tempted by easy prey, just like poachers. Vasily Semenichin is always ready to meet uninvited guests. It kills the animal so that nobody can take it away, drags it up a tree and devours it up in a tree.
Vasily has devoted half of his life to deer breeding. 34 years on a farm, he's encountered leopards on numerous occasions.
It's a very beautiful animal. We were driving and he wasn't frightened by the car, just kept on walking. We approached and stopped to watch it, and he just walked on as cool as a cucumber.
A leopard hasn't walked away from me yet, although our meeting was virtual, that's true. Here's a video with the leopard that we made. Now we have to find out his name, or perhaps a new inhabitant that has appeared in the sanctuary. Anna, can you find out? The pattern of spots on a leopard's skin are absolutely unique, like a person's fingerprints. With a special program, we find out whether the scientists know this leopard or not. We can choose the best frame where his side is clearly visible. We load the photo and enter all the data about this catch. A catch is when the leopard is captured by a photo or video trap. This is the option that the program suggested. We carefully compare the spots, and indeed, they coincide completely. So this leopard has already been captured by our cameras. In our database, it has the number Leo11M. In the Atlas of Far Eastern Leopards, there is a dossier on every inhabitant of the national park, sex, age, and name. Amur, who gave him this name? Ilya Lagutenko chose the name for this leopard. It combines something from the Far East, Amur, and something cat-like, and he suggested this name. Great, that's so romantic. This sanctuary also has its celebrities. There's the brother of our Amur, the white-pawed lord, and the acknowledged mistress of the sanctuary, the mother of 3 cubs, the leopardess Kadrovka. Scientists have been very concerned in the recent months that Kadrovka has been appearing on cameras without her children. Our Myanmar turns out to be the one to blame, as now he is courting the leopardess. Kadrovka leaves her cubs for a while and spends time with her lover. Perhaps there will soon be a new addition to the family of leopards. I'm curious to see where leopard cubs are born and how to find their so-called maternity homes.
We're going to a cave where ancient people used to live. And now it is where the leopard often goes.
Scientists observe this place with considerable wonder.
The leopardesses often take their cubs to the caves, using them as lairs.
At the start of the mating season, the female makes frequent scratchings. This is a signal for the male that she is ready to mate. Ordinarily, this behavior is unnatural for her. Is it always cold in here?
Yes, that's characteristic of the caves. They are cool in summer and warm in winter.
Does a female come here with her cubs?
Yes, there is a very narrow passage there. Large predators will not be able to get in there.
Ah, so she can give birth here.
Yes, it is a very convenient place.
There aren't photo traps in the lair. It's better not to bother the female leopards during pregnancy. Unfortunately, they give birth extremely rare. Additionally, in the small population, cubs often perish in infancy.
The population becomes genetically extinct due to inbreeding, which generally result in population degradation. With that in mind, the authorities have resolved to create a center for the reintroduction of leopards into the Primoria territory.
In recent years, the number of rare cats have grown from 30 to 50. The task for the next decade is to achieve a stable population of 100 to 120 individuals. Each time a new leopard is born at the national park, this is a major victory. So the main rule when studying animals is not to harm them. In the land of the leopard, mainly contact-free methods are used in studying the rare animals. So after collecting biological samples, further analysis takes place at the local laboratory. The most important biomaterial for a scientist is the excrement of the wildcats. This is a real treasure trove of information. The leopard eats its prey whole, so the animal's fur enters its stomach. We discover preferences in eating. This is very important for understanding ecology and its feeding requirements. What other information can we obtain? We collect the hair of the cats, the fur balls that they also leave, that contain genetic material. This can also be used. And from the excrement, we can study the hormonal status of the animals. For example, stress hormones or hormones from a pregnant female. It has been dark outside for a long time, but Dina is going to keep looking at the microscope, persistently studying each specimen. She is so keen for the rarest predators on the planet to stay alive. Observing this picture, I can't help asking, who said saving the world wasn't a woman's task? Your department mainly employs young women, and what's more is they're fragile and beautiful and there are very few men. Why is this so? You know, I think that men have stopped being romantic in that sense. Is this a romantic profession? The thing is, working as a biologist, as a field researcher, you never get rich, but you'll lead a very interesting life. And probably for many men, the main factor today is earning money, while for women, this is probably a secondary consideration. But how can you preserve this balance between romanticism and the fact that you're scientists, that you know everything already and nothing surprises you, which is not exactly very romantic? Being romantic is not about being constantly surprised and delighted. It is about loving your work, your profession. Do you plan to keep being with cats all your life to study them? Yes, I think that you need to choose something that you can study better than others. You need to remain a professional in your chosen sphere. And it's about working for the good of the country, to put it frankly. I've had a lot of offers to work abroad on other projects, but I want to work here in my land, in the Far East. To devote your life to studying an animal, which seems so hard to see in the flesh, before meeting our heroes, this seemed incredible. But together with them, you become infected with this passion for this special animal with a profound human gaze. It's surprising that this sanctuary area, with its special aura and purity, is just 2 hours' drive from a noisy metropolis. And some inhabitants of concrete jungles don't even suspect its existence. From the embankment of Vladivostok, the land of the leopard seems tiny, although it is quite close, just 18 kilometers by sea. But in this fog, you can only see the outlines. I can't make it out. Perhaps I will tomorrow. There is a cool wind blowing from the sea, but I feel incredible warmth in my soul. This is because nearby, on that shore, there are people who truly dream of making this world slightly better, and they seem to succeed in doing so.
Every story has its beginning.
The sanctuary was founded around 100 years ago when active development of the Primorye region began.
This story is fascinating and full of life.
We are in the land of the leopard. It is so beautiful here.
They must survive.
Over the last 40 years, the population of the far eastern leopard has reached critical level. People believe that the leopard and the tiger were the enemies of human beings and that they should be killed.
There is good and bad in every story. For the past 2 years, surveys have shown that the number of leopards has increased. Stories inspire ideas.
To save the leopard, the territory of the sanctuary was expanded.
Maybe we don't succeed, but we must try. Sometimes ideas change the course of history, and then we start anew. This is Leopard Stories. Today we are working in 2 groups. Group 1 is going up the Narva River, the second group to the upper reaches of the Barabash River. Yevgeny Stoma, you can feel his calmness. We are meeting back here at 6 p.m., so take your radios and gather your gear in the cars.
Under the law on conservation areas, any activity is prohibited in the national park which could damage ecosystems and also members of the animal and vegetable world. And after areas were united, the park territory increased by several times, and accordingly the conservation tasks became more complicated.
In this episode, a whole day with park guards, traps, spotlights, and ambush, as criminals lure their victims out of the forest. Leopard land on fire. Fighting fire does not stop even at night. The hunt for poachers has begun.
The land of leopard attracts poachers like a magnet. To catch valuable deer, they use special lures. However, experienced inspectors can anticipate the criminals' actions. We've gone out on a raid with them. The group is fully armed, and I feel like I'm in an action film.
There are several ways of poaching. Well, now we'll check out one of these ways, which is laying salt. People call it a salt lick. That is, the animals are attracted to the salt, which the poachers lay out in advance in special places. Here we found one of those salt licks in the national park, and tonight we are planning an ambush. That is an ambush on this trap. Let us go there now, and I'll show you how we do it.
Jenya, I'm very afraid, to be honest.
Don't worry. We'll protect you. Let's go. Forward. Forward march. Keep up. The point is marked on the navigator that allows us to visit the place at night.
Can I have a look?
Because at night, we won't drive far by car. It exposes us. So we're going to go far on foot, there, around those hills. Communication is mandatory. Well, you never know what can happen. In the forest, wild animals. There's a photo.
Yes, you need to walk carefully here.
What happened with you? Happens quite often, especially at night. That is, in the forest, you move
You can get injured here, can't you?
without glasses. Well, of course.
What about ammunition with you? I see you have weapons.
Weapons are mandatory. GPS navigator, radio. Well, we have almost come to the place. Here. It's called the Salt Lick.
I expected that there would be a pile of salt.
No, there won't be a mound of salt. They can be of different sizes, and it all depends on how much salt they bring, how much they dig here, this mud, this liquid. In this case, it is illegal. It was not declared to the national park. We can see that this salt lick is not actively visited by animals. Here, pay attention. When the salt lick works, there will be tracks. Deer, roe deer. So this one doesn't work. Poachers are unlikely to come back here.
The deer and roe are the main diet of the far eastern leopard. By killing them, poachers doom the rare animal to starvation. So the population of the unique cats depends directly on the number of deer in the national park.
Look over there. There it is, a hunter's hide. We don't use hides like this. That is, it's for hunters, a so-called hide, in order to let them hunt at night. Stags come. They see them clearly. Shoot, pick up, drop off. It's one way of spring, summer hunting. This is a tree which is used as a storage shed. You see it? Here are the tools by which they climb the tree. Well, a little bit. there are parts of a car.
Huh, that's interesting. Really creative.
Here is the place where we ambush. It should be somewhere close to be in order to allow the poacher to approach. In order to most likely detain him, we enable him to climb the tree. Then he is not going to get away anywhere or take anything with him. Even if he throws weapons, which he has, we'll see where he threw them away. So in any case, he was, as you say, ours.
Local farmers also fight against the illegal shooting of deer. Essentially, in summer, the deer park is one big salt lick for poachers. Several dozen targets graze on a fenced-off plot of land, and they have nowhere to run.
Everywhere, poaching is thriving throughout the territory. It's the bane of us. Vasily Semenichin, always ready for uninvited guests. This year there was a case of 3 deer killed in one night.
Oh man.
Pulled over in the territory, ripped off and taken away. We have found only the head and skin. The damage amounted to 80,000 rubles. For us, this is a lot of damage.
Can't you stop them?
Of course not. We are trying, but we don't have enough people or money. Poachers usually come at night, but no one in principle. They think at night no one comes.
You don't go out yourself?
We come, constantly.
So you're quite brave.
Oh, I work here, you know. I have worked here for 34 years. It also means something, and to watch it happen is unacceptable for me.
Poachers have their own tricks, and the conservation inspectors have their own as well. The secret of successfully catching poachers is concealment. A tall fern by a salt lick is a big plus for inspectors.
If thick vegetation grows here, we can sit somewhere nearby and ambush. You can use a suit, for example, which we took. I mean, this is the usual camouflage suit. Here.
It looks like a theatrical costume.
Here we can try it on you. 1, 2, fastens at the front.
Great. Isn't it hot in this costume in the summer?
In the evening, it's not hot. That's everything. So you can sit anywhere nearby and not be seen.
I can't see anything from here either. Yeah, the conditions aren't too comfortable.
It is possible to sit for 2, 3, 5, 6 hours.
Do you take anything to eat or drink with you?
Water.
Just to drink, that's all?
That is, in principle, sufficient.
To be honest, it only seems like fun for the first few minutes. Sitting in the grass for hours with a hot hood over your head isn't very pleasant at all. We go back to the cars, and the only way back, I start to notice how different the forest is. On the background of bright green leaves, I see coal-black trunks.
This is a consequence of a fire. These trees, you see, look here, below where it burned, it just dies. This is why the forest is becoming rarer.
There's birch too.
The black birch, yes.
It's so unusual to see black and white birch. The full extent of the tragedy is best viewed from above, so we go to the hill. The most destructive fires struck the land of the leopard in April 2014. In just a few days, over 4,000 hectares of forest was burned.
We had a massive fire. We struggled to fight the fire for 3 days. We managed to put it out, but the loss of territory was large. Sufficient forest is rare. It is all a consequence of the frequent fires. Pay attention to their side. The picture is completely different.
Yes, everything's green and thick. What are the main reasons?
The main causes are either careless handling of fire or arson. Not once did we have solid facts when we detained poachers. Yet, during detention, they made such claims that we will burn in spring or autumn.
The far eastern leopard has also suffered from annual merciless fires. It had to leave the scorched plains of the steppe, and going against its instincts, has had to learn to live on inaccessible cliffs and mountain ridges. And its protectors, the state inspector of the land of the leopard, have had to spend every spring putting out fires. Many admit that this situation is terribly frustrating.
So fire, yes. When dry, it's grass, it's reeds. When it's high, it burns terribly from the 8th of March to...
On the 8th of March, we spent all day fighting a fire.
Yuri Vaseyev. He is devoted to his family.
Yuri took a liking to the sanctuary region as soon as he came here, and now he protects it proudly. During the time he has worked at the land of the leopard, he has forgotten many old pastimes, including hunting.
I have had certain discussions on occasion when I arrived. People told me, yes, here you cannot do things like that. Yes, and I still argue with them and ask, but how come? That is, I'm a hunter, miner, and the like. Now after 13 years, now I have everything. What a pity.
It's too bad.
Yes.
Everybody dreams of taking photos of our leopard. At the same time, automatic cameras in the national park record more and more leopards who temporarily become famous. This curious beast will certainly charm you with his deep eyes. Just like the cat from Shrek, he also resembles the talisman from the Olympic Games, for which he received the name Sochi.
Coming up next, let's find out which locations produce the most expensive trophy poaching. Learn about the most vile methods of killing animals. Let's go out on the night raid.
There's 5,000 hectares of land for every inspector in the land of the leopard. It is impossible to walk around this territory on foot. Cars are not permitted everywhere. In these cases, special transport is used. On these quad bikes, officers of the Conservation Service make an inspection raid. You need a special tractor license to drive them. And before they start working, inspectors have to take a week-long training course.
We are making a wide-ranging raid down the river. We are going in 2 pairs. Estimated time 2 hours, then we meet here.
But only during a patrol on foot can inspectors thoroughly study the area and its features. They have to walk a lot, regardless of the season and weather conditions.
Sometimes we travel 20, 30 kilometers per day, then night, then day. Once we met a tiger on the raid. We fired up in the air, and he was so frightened he ran away. 2 bounds and he was gone.
There are raids and ambushes every day, catching criminals. Months of work in the perimeter. Officers of the Conservation Department of the National Park have enormous workloads. Their stamina and their fearlessness would be the envy of any Special Forces soldier. It is not surprising. Many inspectors have had serious physical and moral training. Andre, how long have you been working at the Conservation Department?
On the 8th of June, it'll be exactly 3 years.
And where did you work before that?
Prior to this, I worked for the police for 20 years. First for the traffic police in the provinces, then the city of Vladivostok, and before retirement here in Barabashsky police station in the criminal investigation unit.
Well now, so your job used to be much more risky than it is now.
That the work has always been with some risk, and this...
But here, what is the risk mainly?
In the taiga, with you, can run into malicious poachers or sometimes a wild animal.
But what are you more afraid of, people or animals?
Well, if I was afraid of something, I would not work, I guess. Well, the beast, I think, is less dangerous than a man.
The hidden threats of the taiga hold no fear for inspectors. They often remove poachers' traps during walking raids.
It's part of tools which can also catch deer, and this may be a trap to get a tiger or a leopard caught in the neck in a noose. It tightens and there is no way back. 10 years ago, we found the remains of a tiger caught in a loop. That is the fragments of a tiger, the spine in the neck area of the loop.
How does this trap work? Where does the animal's paw go?
It's cocked, and here are the 2 clamps. They open in different directions. It's hidden, so when they step here on this platform, it snaps. We cannot veer away, so this part is attached to something, a tree or to some kind of peg.
Is it possible to get out of this trap?
Well, almost none. Here's another big trap. I found a trap even bigger. It's here taking up half of the table. But in the place where I found it, I didn't accidentally hit himself in it. It was winter and was closed with a white sugar bag underneath. It mixed in with the snow.
What if the trap had worked? It's terrifying to even imagine it. What's more terrifying is that these merciless devices for killing animals are freely available in any hunting shop. We're going to make another walking raid to the hills. The group walks along, and after all these horrible sights of traps, I only have one thought in my head. Always look where you're going.
Let's go through a settler's territorial land.
Are we looking for poachers?
Let's see what's going on. We will check what game he plays, listen, and check the following: income, output, see what's going out.
How can you tell he's a poacher if he's not carrying a weapon or an animal?
Well, and it's probably not a poacher if he did not have time to hide them, and he did not have them originally. This is the person who can collect mushrooms and berries, a local.
Do you have any intuition? Do you understand if it is a poacher by certain signs?
Of course. Firstly, we know a lot of people. We process, we notice if it is someone we may see often or someone who rarely lingers, and we already have an idea who is capable of poaching.
And what is the punishment for killing a deer? Tell me.
It takes a court decision. As a rule, it is a fine. That's what I said. This is the track off-road motorcycle. As the rubber is evident, large edges, mud tires. Here it is hard enough to drive a car, but it's quite easy for off-road motorcycles.
Is it track fresh? In summertime, inspectors have more chances of catching lone hunters, but autumn and winter is the season of a mass deer hunt. Drovers start working.
That's the principle of the pen. We are located at the top right now, yes? Here. Down to the side of the village, a large raspadok. Here are a few people here, and people, beaters, they go, and all the raspadok driven up. And the beast, that is, it always runs up, and they are here already immediately shoot at the top, so he runs to them.
After a raid like this, it's simply pointless for a leopard to look for food in this area. However, one unique case is known. When there are hunting grounds in the future national park, one female leopard led deer to shooters herself and then picked off the wounded. This way, she kept herself well fed. Unfortunately, the rare cats also come under fire if they end up in the roundup by accident. There's also a time where leopards and tigers were killed on purpose. The greed for quick profits in wild time tempted many.
In the 1990s and 2000s, the big cats were in great demand, especially from China, with a large market for the derivatives of tigers and leopards. And considering the period of the collapse, lack of work and wages, the local population tried to fill that demand.
When were the last cases with the leopard?
We have found a fragment of a leopard on December 31st. 2011, by the way, not far from where we are now. The head fragments of the legs and spine. So we cannot specify the reason why it was killed because of insufficient small parts of the leopard which was left.
In Russia, the punishment for killing a Far Eastern leopard is up to 5 years in prison and a fine of 500,000 rubles. In China, it is punished by the death penalty.
The last 2 years, surveys have shown that the leopard populations have not decreased. On the contrary, it has increased. Now, we strictly regulate everything related to poaching. The situation 10 years ago, for example, and now are two different things.
The group goes on ahead while I continue to listen in wonder to the stories of arrests of poachers and successful operations. Yevgeny discusses the most interesting cases only when the camera is turned off. The conservation department does not reveal its professional secrets. Suddenly, our talk is interrupted. 5 minutes ago, we heard a shot in the forest. There's a suspicion that it's a poacher. We have to send a group there.
Yes, it was. Now we send people. Guys, it is actually a shot. Now the task at hand. Here, the distance to the fork. Sit down and crouch. Quiet. Prior to operation. Quietly. He will be returned. Therefore, we move, radio, and at the place, all so they do escape.
The team is getting ready. They have to comb the forest, but they're not taking us with them. We can't go on this raid. In the first 6 months of 2014, state inspectors of the land of the leopard arrested almost 50 people. This is the footage from the Conservation Department and the last serious arrest. June 25th, a resident of the village of Berznekhova killed 3 spotted deer. Gutted carcasses and weapons were found on him. The police filed criminal charges.
The first years of the national park found a huge number of violations, and they have just grown exponentially. Andrei Borodin is going on vacation tomorrow for the first time in 5 years. We had to increase the material resources of the protection department. That is, we purchased new equipment, automobiles, ATVs, and snowmobiles. We established a service radio network and other actions were carried out, which led to the fact that we are now a sufficiently effective protection force, and the number of violations have decreased because really people realize that this area is well protected.
It never ceases to amaze me how many brutal ways of killing animals there are. Roundups, salt licks, traps. But nowadays, the sea is more attractive for poachers.
Those who are engaged in poaching in the national park in a wooded area in the summer and the spring switch to the production of sea cucumber. It looks like this. It has no bones, no spine. It's small. In fact, they are there about 20 centimeters.
Oh, it smells so good.
The cost is high enough. Well, a kilogram at present of $500, perhaps to $1,000. At the time, we had the authority, and we have worked both in the forest and the sea.
And how did you feel?
Extreme, perhaps, isn't it? The adrenaline. Different situations, different terrain, situations, different people. Everything is always in different ways.
So every day you take risks, but different kinds of risks.
I guess so.
Today, there's also another raid planned. A new risk, but Yevgeny is calm and collected. Perhaps this is because he's experienced. 16 years in conversation, numerous awards, and the title of Best Inspector several times. Or simply, he does not show his anxiety. Poacher attacks, although they are dropping in number, are just still as treacherous as ever. The most despicable method is hunting with headlights.
The principle is as follows. At night, advancing by car or on foot through the territory of a national park, they highlight the forest, and if they see the glowing eyes, they shoot at them. This is a poacher's method of hunting. Well, today, we are planning a night raid on the territory of the national park. Repeatedly, we received information that people are participating in that sort of night hunt, using the weapons and the lamp lights. In the evening, we move forward here. We expose people with optics, and will be watching.
We're all here. Let's go. Only the roar of the motors breaks the ideal silence of the taiga at night. I can also hear my heart pounding. I felt uneasy, and now I understand why. It looks like we've arrived. The inspectors of the land of the leopard make up to 30 raids a month, but they're absolutely different, and it's impossible to predict how the situation will unfold. Today we've gone on a night raid, but the car got stuck. And although it's an off-roading vehicle, there was a mudslide on the road. But we were able to cope with the situation. The operation was a really tricky one. The starry sky above our heads is inspiring, of course, but the prospect of spending all night under it was not a comforting one. It is not more than 10 degrees out here.
Well, we are at the point of observation. Time, 1 in the morning. We stay here, observe. You two, go to the border. If somewhere, someone sees something, we have already decided on detention. Everyone understand? We understand. Let's get ready.
2 hours of silently waiting in ambush seems like an eternity. But fortunately, this time isn't wasted. The group makes contact.
First, second, 301st. Yes, I hear you. From the dry river, someone is shining a piece of iron ore along the glades. Sasha, Valera, advance on him. According to the radio, all the information is reported. Here we make sure. Mark, come on. Meet people heading to you. Understood? Here, sit down. Yes. We are waiting. Here with weapons. Second, we go to the seizure. Halt, halt, wait a minute. Inspection, stand. All stand. State Inspector of the Protected Territory. Lie still, do not twitch. 2 cartridges in the barrel. Equipment, bullet, buckshot. 1? Yes. What are they doing? The cows escaped. The cows escaped. With a gun? You know that you're in a specially protected area. Oh no, I've never heard of it. First, second, 301st. In connection. All detained, documents in possession there. Trunk, equipment, cartridges with a still. I understand, look carefully for knives, then accompany them to the car and will be delivered to the police. Uh-huh. Are you a local resident? Yes. Do you have documents on the weapons? No. Did you have time to get anything? No. No. Sit in the car and with the police department. Check that the were unloaded.
Who did you arrest and where are you taking him now?
Detainees were taken to the police station. It is important to establish his identity. Well, and then we investigate, write a statement on the matter. That is, the man was on the protected area with weapons. Most likely, he was attempting a night hunt with glow lamp headlights and probably open a criminal case. Send it to the court, and the court will make a decision. Most likely, it'll be a fine.
It's 4 a.m. My eyes are closing, and my strength is leaving me. For me, this is an ordeal, a test of stamina. For the inspectors, it's just been another sleepless night. No one's counted how many there have been. Fortunately, they were able to prevent a disaster today. So it isn't all in vain.
Every story has its beginning.
The sanctuary was founded around 100 years ago when active development of the Primorye region began.
This story is fascinating and full of life.
We are in the land of the leopard. It is so beautiful here.
They must survive.
Over the last 40 years, the population of the far eastern leopard has reached critical level. People believe that the leopard and the tiger were the enemies of human beings and that they should be killed.
There is good and bad in every story. For the past 2 years, surveys have shown that the number of leopards has increased. Stories inspire ideas.
To save the leopard, the territory of the sanctuary was expanded.
Maybe we don't succeed, but we must try. Sometimes ideas change the course of history, and then we start anew. This is Leopard Stories.
The far eastern leopard welcomes everyone who comes to his land. Flexible, gracious, and proud, this is how photographers and camera operators have filmed him. But the sad gaze from the very depths of the leopard's soul, it's like he's posing specifically, showing only his best sides. It seems easy to capture him on film, but I'm afraid this is quite deceptive.
In this episode, the leopard is a hermit in the lens of the best animal photographers. See how he outsmarts another distrustful predator and learn why this bear uses stairs. The photo hunt has begun. Will the predator be tempted by fresh meat?
It took 5 years to take this photo. It was taken by one of the most devoted fans to this mysterious beast.
Vasily Solikin knows every leopard's face.
A photo artist, journalist, and devoted researcher. To get the perfect shot, he and his colleagues hide in a blind, a special kind of treehouse, take a lure and hope they'll be lucky. I've also decided to give it a go. I've agreed to meet Vasily by the treehouse, and he promised to tell me all about the nuisances of taking photos of the far eastern leopard, about what you should do in a blind if you want to film the most secretive animal. This path isn't quite far, only 15 minutes, but it passes through dense forest, and so you can encounter several obstacles, which I was clearly not prepared for. It would have been a lot more pleasant in boots. But there's no choice. I'll have to get wet. Oh, judging by the stones, the water will be even colder here. It's very cold. They say you need to walk on the small stones because the big ones are very slippery. But the small ones are very sharp as well. It's better not to walk on the stones at all. Hello.
Hello, hello?
I'm a little late. The path wasn't easy.
I forgot you'd have to wade. Welcome to Elite Club of Photographers, Animalists.
Oh, thanks. Wow, it's really spacious here.
Just a modest home.
I wouldn't call it modest.
The first thing I would recommend for you to do is raise and lower the top bunk because you will be jumping around all the time and you will bump your head. And about the second bunk, it has a sleeping bag. At night, the temperature drops a lot, so it'll come in handy. Right now, it is also useful because the floorboards can squeak when you're moving about, so in general, noise should be avoided. The leopard, through these holes, we shoot the leopard. To watch the leopard through them is very hard. So here, there is an upper porthole. It's constructed in such a way that you won't be able to use a tripod in any way, so you have to shoot with your hands. Something cool about our genre is that you forget about the autofocus button.
Why is that?
When I break out the camera, I do things manually because according to Murphy's Law, when the leopard comes, in front of him and between you, there is sure to be a tiny little twig, and the autofocus almost always, I swear, decides that this little twig is the object of your journey. And so, you came home to happily begin viewing the footage, and all you have is this twig and nothing else.
Well then, let's go and see how it all looks from outside. And the lens can constantly be seen through the hole, I understand. But do the animals notice its movement?
Of course they notice. Therefore, especially in the first seconds of the appearance of the beast, your movement and the camera's moving too, slowly, almost like you're half asleep.
You must have real self-control. So much happiness at once, so many emotions.
Well, as my old teacher once said, he who wants to shoot wild animals in the wild must have a strong ass. There's nothing you can do about it, really.
We'll have to learn. Who else could pay us a visit apart from the leopards?
Anyone can.
I see.
The sounds you will hear in the night, usually the otter moves about, and when she steps on the stones, it feels like there are 4 hippos. One of the most heart-stopping screamers you sometimes hear. These are really just the owls.
And I think that the spotted deer, they make some kind of noise like a dog.
Yes, exactly. Hysterical barking, like bow, bow. Sika deer, which are sure to come here, whistle like Nightingale, the robber, and then remains for the leopard. I hope that the leopard's aggressive growl you hear doesn't make you think he attacks people. Actually, the sound that it makes to express its presence is this sound.
So it breathes in and out.
And on the inhale and exhale, and with resonance from the earth, if you manage to hear that sound, you have a chance to shoot the beast.
Could a bear come along?
I believe that the smell of the bait, which in the summer is very perishable and begins to emit the same smell, which for the bear, well, it's just, I don't know, like the candy Bon Jelly. He can sense it for 3 to 4 miles. I think you'll certainly see him at some point.
So it's better not to open the door.
In any case.
And where do you put your lure?
Oh, let's see where we place the bait.
Right.
If you look closely, there are 2 pressed areas. These spaces were embossed by the leopard's soft, fluffy paws. The question is where to tie up the bait, because the most important thing with the bait is that it is not dragged away. Because the first thing the leopard will want to do is take it over to an adjacent rock and eat his meal outside the view of your camera.
So let's start. I have a lure. Don't ask how I put it on this quad bike. Now the main thing is that my treat pleases the whimsical predator. What if he isn't hungry? There is a story about how a female leopard and her cubs came to the tree houses. They gracefully marched past the lure, and they didn't even touch it. They were only preoccupied with themselves, and they didn't even get on film. But a mother with her cubs is the most desirable photo for all animal photographers. As we know, leopards are loners by nature, so it's a big stroke of luck to film them together. There's only one photo in the world of 4 leopards out of the 50 living in the wild. In other words, 10% of the entire population of the rare cat. This unique photo was taken quite nearby, but the photographer, Valery Malayev, had to spend almost a month living in a tent over a 5-meter ravine. Passionate devotees of the leopard are not frightened by aesthetic conditions. Vasily is the opposite. He even feels nostalgia for the time when he was working in not-so-comfortable places.
It all started with a basic tent where the photographer had to live. Since the principal photography happens in the winter, it is minus 27 with this piercing wind, and inside the tent one can't move. And the tent is connected to a tree, which is swinging in this rapid wind. This was our la base, or workspace. It isn't chosen for the best time of year because in the summer almost no one is about to shoot a leopard. not even take a single shot. If in the summer we could manage to shoot a leopard, we wouldn't have to be freezing at minus 27 degrees.
But do you think I have any chance?
I know there have been 5 or 6 shots in the last 20 years made in the summer.
We'll take the 7th.
Try. It always rests on luck. You never know when God is asleep. Now there's a great automatic camera which can take video and do a photo shoot at the same time.
But scientists, they are also quite dogmatic to start with. They put photo traps in certain places, but now they also want to get an artistic shot.
Oh, well, here's an interesting thing. Why reinvent the photo monitoring? To identify each individual. And what does the younger generation of the scientists at the National Parks Department do? They go out and say, so we're photo monitoring the photo monitoring. Some of the traps were set as the elders did, and the other traps the new generation has started to put where it's beautiful. Now, they've separated themselves so much from their fathers, and this new footage, based on its artistic value, is even better than a live camera, a living person, a living artist. The guys made a revolution, and well, I remove before them my hat and say, well done.
One of these people is Anton Gezevich. He's young, ambitious, and bold enough to trust his instincts. Sometimes he puts photo traps in places where you wouldn't even think that leopards would go according to the rules. But his intuition doesn't let him down, and he gets very interesting shots. I asked Anton to show me what these unusual shooting sets look like.
As a rule, these are not typical locations for scientific purposes. This is a place where leopards overcome all natural barriers, or places where a man's hands have been. Here's one such place. We installed a camera trap so it takes only exposures of the stairs. Here we found traces of tigers and leopards, so we decided to shoot based on how the infrastructure of the national park affects the leopard. Almost immediately we got interesting footage. Unfortunately, no leopards, but nevertheless, on the stairs came down an Asiatic black bear.
This staircase is quite shaky. How did the bear not break it?
It is a deceptive impression, in fact. The ladder is very durable. The bear, despite the fact that he weighed over 150 kilograms, easily climbed it.
Wow, that's crazy. That's more than both of us put together, isn't it?
Yeah. For every good picture, there are many bad ones never seen. Luck plays a big role here in such frames.
But Vasily was lucky enough long ago, and he holds on to this luck tightly. But to be honest, even he had to work to earn the trust of this cautious predator.
Our generation of geologists firmly believe that we have outsmarted the beast. We are so cool that he doesn't know about us and his time is with us and then take off. Today, I'm absolutely aware that, no, we were not smart. The leopard knew that there sits an operator. He knew all of us, our face and our smell and our footsteps, how we differ from each other. A labaz is the same. There sits another photographer and the leopard photo doesn't happen. It turns out that we must win, trust with a specific animal to a specific photographer. But I only know now, after 20 years, realized this.
And this is the most touching moment. The leopard became so fond of Vasily that he wasn't even afraid to sleep for an hour or two in front of the lighting device. At first, he was called Actor, and he was also known as Tolstoy. He lived in the taiga for 20 years and died of old age last year. Tolstoy was the hardest-working film star on a world scale. He appeared in Russian and foreign documentaries about the Far Eastern leopard.
There comes a time when it seems that suddenly, right now, in familiar terms, it's "what's up, friends?" And then you know the leopard instantly shows at you, you are the guy. Then, are you misled? I mean, it instantly puts you on the spot. I don't like how the light is. The operator goes outside the tent trying to improve the light and suddenly begins to experience a strange feeling on his back. And when you turn around and he breathes on your, well, not your back as it were, because it is from below, then lower back. And you all know. He just looks and says, well, here I am stretching my paw right now. And what? You say, everything is understood. Everything. Then you close the tent and behave for a year and a half politely, courteously, and without violating any distance.
How long have you been doing this?
This is my 35th year.
And has your understanding of the leopard changed any?
No changes have occurred. I'm like 35 years old. Didn't believe that in the snow you could see the leopard. Yes, a leopard walking in the snow it's a miracle. It's fantastic. It does not happen in life. Same with numbers. Here at first there were 25 of them. And by all laws of logic, biology and so on, this population was supposed to have disappeared. He has, in fact, saved something no one wanted because nobody took responsibility for, but was absolutely helpless. And he took it and disappeared. He, like the Soviet tale of Malchish Kabalchish, knows some military secrets that science has not solved so far, and I haven't figured out. God be with him. The important thing is that the leopard knows some mystery on how to survive.
I asked Vasily to guide me because people like him who are fearless and daring can conquer wild animals in dense forests. He's not afraid to get his feet wet. Thanks, Vasily. You're my hero.
This is our work.
I probably wouldn't have coped with this river a second time. I brought the lure to its destination. My goal is to photograph the leopard. I properly prepared in the blind. I have everything I need: a sleeping bag, cup, plate, and food, and of course a lure. A nice deer's leg. I think the leopard won't even refuse this treat.
Coming up, the first camera trap. How did it all begin? Is the world's first frame of the Far Eastern leopard lucky enough to take off? In this, the first picture, it is in still black and white film.
I must admit, this is my favorite photo. It has a special history and author. It's not just your first photo. It's the first photo of a leopard in the world.
Actually, this is of our leopard.
Yes?
In the world, yes. Yes. Yuri Shibnev, half a century devoted to leopards. I ran after these leopards with a camera gun, and one day at the end of March, I was lucky. Look, 2 kittens under a tree. Meters, perhaps 100, maybe. I run to them. I think, well, at least I would like to get a few pictures of them. They stayed for a time, and then into the trees they both climbed. And then I have this tree full of them with photos, clicked from all angles.
Yuri worked at the sanctuary when he was 18 years old, and he's still very faithful to his job. But his love for photography began in childhood. First, insects and birds served as his models. Yuri is a biologist by education. He began to film leopards later, and only because he accidentally saw a leopard cub under a tree, but he didn't have a camera with him.
It was the most gorgeous shot. I never looked for it and will never see more like it.
Now, scientists, they use photo traps. They're very simple to use. They take photos.
Modern, well, it is just not the images. You know how I got the footage? I saw that this machine had been invented. I thought about it and developed the photo cabin. I bought around 30 of them, put them all on tracks, and all the keys, on all the rivers, all the caves. I put them everywhere and ran every day for 15, 20 miles, checking them out. That is, it was the excitement of a nightmare for me. I wanted to get footage of a leopard that had never been done. The camera I can show you at the house.
Incredible. This person invented the first photo traps. He founded a whole era of the study of the Far Eastern leopard. It's interesting if he realized this then because he's only driven by wild, youthful enthusiasm. And this is how this device was invented.
One night, I came to a pickup truck, which can be amateurish way to make a photo cabin.
Yuri attached an ordinary paper clip to the camera and put a piece of fishing line on it. Then he put the device on a path. The leopard touched the line, the paper clip sprang off, and the camera clicked. As a result, the most common Soviet camera became a high-tech device for photographing leopards.
Well, with my amateur work removed, I have most of the pictures. From my labaz, I removed most of the monotonous images, and with the amateur one, I have the forehead and tail. Most of all, I love this image. Snowfall's coming down, and it is a tropical animal. He only lives in the tropics, and we live at temperatures down to 30 degrees below. And he's most beautiful of all the subspecies. The hair is long because in the winter it's cold, while tropical wool is normally short. Here, he seems like a skinny, mangy.
Every photo is a whole story about the most mysterious predator. Yuri knew beforehand what shot he wanted and prepared thoroughly. There are no accidents in his work. He really does see the leopard in his own way, not like everyone else. Thousands of publications in various magazines only prove this. Is this also your photograph on the cover?
Yes, this is one of my first shots of the leopard. I managed to publish an article in the English magazine edition of the BBC. But this is my first photo with bait. I brought the dog with me to the railroad. It was run over by a train, a healthy black dog. I dragged her for 2 kilometers to a rock to see whether or not the leopard would eat it, and he accepted.
With pleasure?
As a male, yes, accepted. And since then I realized that you can shoot a leopard with bait.
In other words, with a lure. It turns out that Yuri Shibnev also invented this trick. I'm also going to lure a leopard now, but there's something I really haven't worked out. I need to take it up this hill. I only have 1 glove. Whoops. That's probably lighter. I hope my efforts are justified. I feel like a leopard. The leopardess, dragging prey to her cubs. That's it. Oh man, this is a whole cemetery. But it's hard to say who it is, deer or animals that fed on them. How can I do this trick? I did it. I'd like to say a bit more about the inventor of photo traps and lures. There is a special atmosphere in Yuri's room. It seems to be filled with love for nature and everything living. Yuri has completely surrounded himself with leopards and memories of important discoveries and victories that are completely dear to his heart.
And there's a snapshot of another leopard. I was at the contest Golden Turtle and received this.
The computer?
Yes, a computer.
Great. Is that you?
And this is me when I was younger. You see what was still niche?
And again, I see that charm doesn't go away with the years. Yuri is just as charming as he was in his youth. His eyes are lively, as they are constantly laughing, and that they're simply begging to tell you about his adventures. And although you can't count all his stories, I'm sure he has a lot of new ones ahead of him. Yuri, are you going to try to take more photographs, or have you stopped doing so?
Taking off a little slowly, walking, flowers, butterflies move. But what? This is my life. My life.
You have a lot of material, a lot of photos, a lot of stories. Do you still write, though?
What's one to do? No one needs anything right now. No sponsors. No matter how much I search, the book, the layout is ready. I understand there are slides selected, text selected. Everything is ready. All that's left is printing. But unfortunately, no, there's nothing.
I wish you the best. I hope that these people come along. I'm completely sure that they will.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Many people are surprised that some people are able to become friends with the leopard, while others can't even spot one. Vasily and Yuri only have proved simple truths by their example. Live with an open heart, kind thoughts, love for your land and its inhabitants. This is probably what unites all of our heroes.
Such a beauty. How not to smile. Here's the soul, all already open. Yuri Vaseyev, devoted to his family. The immensity of our homeland, the horror. This is all to show the world how richly we live and how we don't appreciate it.
Yuri has taught his daughters from childhood to respect nature and their common cause, to protect rare animals. Lena is only 11 years old, but she's very brave. She goes to tree houses with Yuri, so she is already used to the encounters with the curious leopard. We went to the tree house, and when we got off the quad bikes, I knew that the leopards were there. It was very interesting to see if there was a leopard there now or not. We brought him food. I started looking around and I thought I saw someone coming. I told Dad that something was moving. Dad looked, but he didn't see anything. I started explaining where it was, and then it moved again. Everyone saw it. Weren't you frightened? No, I was interested. Did you realize what you should do? Well, I knew I shouldn't run away, otherwise it will chase after you and jump on you. I also learned something from Vasily, and I feel like a real specialist in hunting leopard on camera. From what I've learned, you need to attach it to a tree so it doesn't drag something behind the hill. where we couldn't film it. I think it's impossible not to be tempted. Another fact in my favor is that the leopard is incredibly curious. I've often heard stories when it came to a place where there were people just to see who was there, who went on the territory. Yesterday, Vasily and we spent a lot of time here. I hope that the leopard smelled us already, and he'll come to take the bait. Right, I'm going inside. I'm going into the blind. This is my luxurious room. Excellent. It's better than a tent completely. I have everything that I need. Water, a plate, a cup, a thermos, and this is so I don't get bored, and the most important thing, a video camera. It's very cozy. There's even something romantic about being alone with nature. I can only be patient and wait. How do I win your trust, you beast?
To be honest, it is necessary to live with it. Thoughts good have to have.
That's right. Think about good things and everything will work out. A few hours have gone by and the leopard isn't here. What else can I do? It's getting dark and I won't be able to see anything.
Anything can come and visit. The steps of a mouse can be heard as the sound of a wolf.
Putting the camera on record and going to sleep is the right decision for me. Can a bear come along?
Of course, a bear could.
A leopard didn't come to visit me. The camera has run out of batteries. What did I expect? Everyone dreams of getting unique pictures of a rare cat, but not everyone knows the price of this dream. You need to live it, to sacrifice your time, comfort, and health, just like Yuri Shibanev, Vasily Sokin, Yuri Vaseyev, and dozens of other brave people who are just the protectors of wildlife.
Every story has its beginning.
The sanctuary was founded around 100 years ago when active development of the Primorye region began.
This story is fascinating and full of life.
We are in the land of the leopard. It is so beautiful here.
They must survive.
Over the last 40 years, the population of the far eastern leopard has reached critical level. People believed that the leopard and the tiger were the enemies of human beings and that they should be killed.
There is good and bad in every story. For the past 2 years, surveys have shown that the number of leopards has increased. Stories inspire ideas.
To save the leopard, the territory of the sanctuary was expanded.
Maybe we don't succeed, but we must try. Sometimes ideas change the course of history, and then we start anew. This is Leopard Stories.
Every day, the national park receives a huge number of guests. Some just come here for scientific purposes, and others, tourists for example, just dream of seeing a leopard. Now, we will find out who has come here today, and most importantly, why.
Hello?
Hi, guys.
Oh, hello, I'm Nikita.
I am the engineer for work safety at the Land of the Leopard. My name is Tatiana. Welcome. Hi. Hi.
Hello?
You guys don't look like scientists or tourists. Who are you? Where are you from?
We are intellectuals from Vladivostok. We are undergoing internship.
Now it's all clear. This is how modern ecologists look. Third-year students. This is an innovation of the national park. Student practice is taking place in the land of the leopard for the first time. The guys are going to learn about the local flora and fauna. And as in one sanctuary alone, over 900 species of plants grow. They're gonna have to work pretty hard.
In this episode, the invasion of noisy ecologists, the end of the protected silence. We will learn how students survive away from the benefits of civilization and how volunteers help leopards to survive.
When they arrived, they were in shock.
Evgenia Soboleva dreams to turn the reserve into a paradise for tourists.
They didn't expect these conditions. These bare walls, that they would have to live on their own, to cook for themselves and do all the work. And did you find it easy with them? Because I see there are 15 people here. It's quite a crowd. I'm a familiar person to them. I mean, I'm a curator and they've known me for a long time. And on one hand, I know them, I like them, I'm fond of them, but at the other, I hate it. They're still students, and we have to lock the shed where food is kept because... Seriously? Yes, because at night they might go there and steal condensed milk, canned meat, because they're growing hungry boys. Some came to rest, but some came to work. Andrei grew up in the countryside, so he's used to Spartan conditions from childhood, and he's learned necessary skills. Now it's my turn to swing the axe. Teach me.
Teach you what? You take an axe and hit.
So you just whack it?
Hit, just hit.
I was told that you need to stand pretty wide.
Spread the legs wide.
Why aren't you telling me that?
Well, people learn from their mistakes.
Ah, so you want me to make a mistake?
Yes, twice in the leg and then...
Your leg?
Well, probably mine. I'll be okay.
Okay, off we go.
You should raise higher, harder. You've done it. Good job.
Oh, excellent. Can you take me with you? Andrei works tirelessly, but I immediately noticed that he must have some motivation. When men are motivated to do something, of course it's for us women. One of the girls in the camp is actually his girlfriend, but I'll keep it a secret for the moment. Sasha, he surprised everyone. His classmates don't particularly think of him as an active guy, but here he is always cooking, and despite the modest selection of ingredients, he makes truly delicious dishes.
Since childhood, with my father in the woods, everywhere, fishing, hunting. Alexander Leonov, the guys just call him Dad.
So this life doesn't scare you?
No, absolutely not.
No shower, what else don't you have? Tell me.
Us? Well, no TV, no internet, no connection here, no signs of civilization. Though there is light, so we're happy.
In the future, Sasha plans to work at the Department of Forest Management. He's truly concerned about illegal logging in the Primorye region. But I don't really understand how all these kids with such different natures can live together. Genia has been with them for 3 years. Her attitude towards her students has remained unchanged. To be honest, they are rather foolish. But you still like them despite the fact that they let off steam and even sometimes they oversleep. They make a mess, they get lost on excursions, and you go running after them, looking for them. But, you know, they're still kindred spirits. And I think that this internship will also be a life lesson for them. I've been living here for several days now, and I'm learning more and more about the taiga. People who talk about a certain power of sanctuary places are absolutely right. I love this feeling of rejuvenation when you bathe in crystal clear water. But even clear water is not always suitable to drink. But as a genuine ecologist, Susha can determine the level of pollution in the river. The water's clean, you can drink it. You can drink it? It's clean. It'd just be good to bathe in. You can just determine the purity by small animals. I don't see any animals here at all. If you lift a rock on the other side, you can see these stone houses. Ah, I see animals. What are they? Mayflies and stoneflies. They are indicators of clean water. So if they're here, you can drink the water. Yes? Oh, excellent. This river is very clean.
Xenia Badarova always believes there is good in people.
Delicious. Thank you. You know, that's an interesting t-shirt you got. Yes, with a paw. I'm a volunteer. A volunteer at the Land of the Leopard? What does it really mean? What should a volunteer do? Well, any work that really needs to be done. It can be help in the sanctuary itself or in the office in the city. But this assistance is without payment, so you just work for free, yeah? Of course. The volunteer movement hasn't existed for long, maybe less than a year. But does everyone know that the leopard lives here, that it's endangered, that it needs to be saved? Or do some people have no idea? You know, there are some people who don't even know that we have leopards here in Primorye. You can say that this is the only area where it came in northern latitudes. The leopard is really a southern animal, but this is the only place it has remained so far north, in Primorye. This is part of our heritage. It turns out that anyone who wishes can come and offer their services in the Land of the Leopard. The doors of the national park are always open, and in exchange you can not only stay at this incredible place, but you will experience so many emotions. Susha discussed a recent ecological campaign held in Vladivostok. Hundreds of guests from this festival with the slogan "Preserving the Leopard Together" formed a living, gigantic paw. This flash mob was remembered by everyone for a long time. I decided to learn more about the volunteer movement. The concept of volunteers arose in the 1920s. After the First World War, the most destructive of all of Europe's history, volunteers from England, Sweden, Germany, and Austria, former soldiers of hostile armies, gathered together for the first time to restore destroyed villages. And our volunteers help the national park. Today we're going with them on field work. Our task is to improve the forest path in the village of Barabash. The weather has finally improved, so I think today will be pretty productive. Incidentally, not only volunteers will work, but also the students we've met. Okay, now we're going to clean the feeding platform. The guys will rake trash off the paths, and the girls will put on gloves and also get to work. And we will deal with the food. These feeding platforms for animals are located all over the national park and play an incredibly important role in forest ecosystems. We carry out measures to restore the population of wild-hoofed animals.
Julia Borkova. Guests of the reserve always meet a big smile.
So, by supporting the food of the Far Eastern leopard, we help to preserve its life. I see. So we feed the deer so the leopard can eat it. Yes. For example, the deer will eat these twigs in the winter. Volunteers help to prepare all these treats. We had a bag of corn, but now there are only husks left. Was it torn open? Yes. Wild boars came along. It's their favorite food. First they ate this, and then they moved on to the rest of the food. Only husks are left. Actually, the boars didn't eat half of this one. Oh, really? I didn't notice that. Generally, deer like this place. They have all the things that they want here. Grass, soybean pods, and grain. The cleaning up is in full swing, and I'm not slacking off either. So, the girls are cleaning up the trash, and I've gone to see the boys. I want to do some raking. The boys aren't being very active.
And we lick salt.
What are you doing?
Licking salt. Ever seen salt like this? Seen the salt?
No.
So this is what local animals eat.
This is salt?
It's salt.
Do they eat it in one piece like this?
Yes. Sodium chlorine.
Wait, how is that? Does the ear eat the whole
They
piece?
bite the stump, lick. Well, as we were told, they bite the stump.
Right, but what is our task?
Our task, I don't know. To clear the track, fill the hay.
So who will give me the rake?
Oh, I can give.
Okay, give it to me. I can see by his eyes he doesn't really want to work. To be honest, I haven't seen rakes like this. They're very inconvenient to work with. They look more like brooms, only made of iron. But never mind. A bit of creativity and we get the perfect tool for cleaning up. Nikita is just standing there. He gave me his rake and he's smiling.
I'm in the process.
Here. Well, Nikita found a more interesting way to use it. You can see who's slacking off here and who's giving everything they've got. Who are we cleaning this for? Mainly for ourselves and for the tourists. We walk here, volunteers walk on this path. So what motivates these volunteers? Why do they do this? Pleasure, personal pleasure. It often gives them an uplifting feeling. Even when we take a route and we go up hills, you think, why? It's hard. But then you get to the top and you realize it was so worth it. It's amazing, it's so beautiful. And you know, not everyone can see it. But us volunteers, we have the opportunity to visit this sanctuary zone. I'm very glad that I've also been able to help out the land of the leopard, even a little bit. So the finishing touches. That's it, well done. Now this is a real resort for a deer. It's clean, there's food here. Now the people who worked well can have a good meal. It's lunchtime, folks. Hey guys, it's time for lunch. Yay. We did a really good job. Your whole body feels pleasantly tired. But surprisingly enough, I'm not really hungry at all. So while our students are having lunch, let's visit some school children. I should say right away that we're going to meet some very unusual fifth graders. Ecological education work is carried out regularly in local schools, but we were told that the children of all ages here already know everything about the leopard. Should we check? Girls, come here. Well then. Tell me, what do you know about the leopard? The leopard is a very rare species. There are very few of them left because people started killing them to make fur coats and hats. I think 30 leopards are left here. 30 and a bit? 30, not more? They say that there are more. Yeah, to start with there were 30, but then they started to multiply. Who wants to see a leopard? Me. All of you. Aren't you scared? No. There's one here nearby in the forest. My friend and I saw one. We were sledding on the ice at night, and we saw one. Who did you see? A leopard. Did you see it yourself? It jumped down from a tree. You're not kidding. No, I cried from fear. Wow. We were also told that it's very hard for a leopard to catch a spotted deer because if it causes a single branch to move when it goes after one, it will go without food for the whole evening. I suggest that we go into the school and we learn more. Today, the National Park holds so-called ecological games for the students, so they can gain even more information about this rare cat. This is a kind of pop quiz about the Amur leopard. But my new friends have no trouble answering these questions. They're certain future ecologists. How many cubs can an Amur leopard have? Tell me. 4. Okay, yeah, that's the correct answer. 8, 3, 7. Who else thinks that? 8 cubs. At least that's how many the leopardess Kedrovka has had. Now she's a little bit old, in the twilight of her years at the age 13, but she's still the most caring leopard mother in the world. Even despite a broken tooth, she continues to hunt and bring her children deer every single week. Speaking of food, I missed lunch, but I went to have dinner with the students. Sasha, as always, took care of everyone and cooked a whole pot of delicious pilaf. Oh man, it's worth its weight in gold. So good. Nikita gave me some stewed fruit. I really like it here. The food is delicious. And it's also so noisy with a positive atmosphere. The kids are creative. They always find ways to entertain themselves. When it's midnight and they have nothing to do, what do, of course? Play Mafia. So night falls and then a killer wakes up. It's fun here with them. But do they ever get tired? It's definitely time for me to go to sleep. My eyes are closing. What's more, tomorrow we will have a very difficult day.
Coming up next. Poisonous snakes. That's it for you. And wild animal tracks. What surprises are concealed in the reserves? Ahead, an exhausting hike to get out of the forest is not easy.
It seems I got lost. The time has come for a first serious test. The kids are getting ready to take a hike in the Ussuri Taiga. The distance is considerable, 14 kilometers. It's uncertain whether everyone will manage it, but they have a task, to study local species of plants and then make a report. We're making a journey to the very heart of the sanctuary, so we prepare thoroughly.
Now we have a lot of mosquitoes and there is a chance of a tick bite, so it is better to protect yourself with repellents.
I don't want to get bitten by a tick. This hike was planned a few days ago, but there was a report that the tigress and cub had come to the sanctuary. So no one would have let the students into the taiga without being accompanied by inspectors from the conservation department. The noise we make would probably make all the tigers and other animals flee. Aren't you scared?
Crazy, that's scary.
This is not an excursion path. This is what inspectors call a working path. They use it to make walking raids. Of course, you really need to think about the equipment before going into the dense forest. You need headgear and dark clothing for protection from ticks. I am an example how not to dress in the forest.
Here, look here, is the leopard trail. Oh, it's not a big leopard, but nevertheless it is here. How to distinguish a track of a leopard from a dog? Who knows?
Dogs have claws, they probably leave traces,
Correct?
but leopards don't.
Absolutely.
This track is a small one. It must have been made by one of Kidrovka's young. But the Ussuri Taiga is not only full of surprises.
Here, you see a snake. Look.
Oh. Is it poisonous?
Poisonous, yes. Here it is for you. Below you.
Listen, can it attack us?
Maybe. Of course. She was frightened, so you can expect anything.
This is a copperhead snake. We were lucky to stumble across the only poisonous snake that lives in this forest. Its bite is very painful, and contrary to popular belief, Andrei advised us not to suck out the venom, but just to drink plenty of water before getting to a hospital. After this unpleasant meeting, we walk a bit slower and look cautiously at every step. The taiga no longer seems so friendly. We begin to feel so tired. We're only halfway there. I feel like I had enough, and I could stay right where I am. I'm lagging a long way behind the group. There are no even paths here, only rugged terrain. So by the effort it's taken us, you could easily double our distance to 14 kilometers. I've been alone for a long time now. Well, it looks like I'm lost. Right, left, or straight ahead. We have 3 paths here. This really isn't funny anymore. Mayday, mayday, can you hear me?
We here.
Are you far away?
Far from what?
That's a good question. You can't find any orientation points in this forest. Only the river. I'll look for it. The main thing is not to panic. Oh, people! Oh, I'm coming to you. Oh, they're starting to get wet. You're waiting for me, I hope. Did you get lost? The guys told me the way to camp. I can walk for another 2 kilometers towards the smell of fire and laughter of the students. Oh my God. This is the last obstacle I have to overcome. In wet boots. And with faith in myself. That's it. That's it. Food? I seriously held up the group, so there's only 5 minutes to have something to eat and dry off. Like this for another 2 kilometers. Who invented boots with a zipper? Let me help. Marina. Like this. No, it's obvious it was clear immediately. Marina really helped me out. I noticed that she's used to taking care of people. We had a heart-to-heart talk, and it turns out that Marina has been working for a year as a volunteer in the land of leopard. This is my life. I like to help. I just like to help people.
Marina Proshina knows what she wants from life.
Many city residents say, "What's this? Why do it?" They don't believe in you, yeah? They simply don't believe that this is real work being done, and it really helps, and I don't take offense. I just love my job. Marina seems to be incredibly mature for her age. She's very similar to Andrei, it's true, and it's time to reveal the secret. She is his girlfriend. They met in the first year of the institute, and now they're inseparable, both in the city and in the forest. I can tell that he feels very strongly about you, because when he goes past, it seems like he would do anything for you. Naturally, yeah, I motivate him to do something. That's clear, all for the sake of women. And for the leopards, yeah, for the leopards. We finally warmed up by the fire. While I was lost by myself in the forest, it looks like I missed a lot of interesting things. We saw deer on the way. Did you? Yes, spotted deer. Yes, spotted deer. There were 2 herds. Maybe about 10 of them. Probably about 50 meters from us. They heard us because we were walking behind them. Oh, that's so great. Yeah, but they ran away. The path was covered in their tracks. On the fresh, wet ground, there were clear tracks of these deer. That's a real blockbuster, yeah? So many things happened to us today that I completely forgot why we made this journey. In the heart of the sanctuary, there is a special area that's 1 hectare in size, which is especially interesting for ecologists. Scientists make these test areas. They put marks on every tree, they mark it, they record its state and what species it is. And several years later, the scientists can return to this area and see how the tree has changed. The tree stump also changes. There are new trees, they grow and replace old trees. And of course, if there's fires, then there's succession, an alternation of trees. So, it's important to monitor these dynamics. Only at first glance, this seems like an ordinary plot of land with marked trees. But in fact, this test area is a high-tech platform for detailed ecological study. This device is used for monitoring in general. There's a flash drive inside where the data of the state of the environment is recorded, the temperature, the humidity, and any kind of change. I must say that the profession of ecology seems very attractive to me. To be honest, I kind of am jealous of these people because they'll learn the mysteries of the environment and understand and explain mysterious natural processes. We're on our way back, another 14 kilometers, and for me, it all came down to one unexpected word: meditation. No excessive thoughts or movements, only the path and the final goal are important. We move together, and if you slow down or stop for a second, you risk falling down, exhausted. We return home, tired and hungry, but incredibly happy. We continue to talk around the fire. The fire relaxes us and charges us with new energy. In the past few days, I became very close with these people. They shared their secrets and concerns. Some are genuinely worried about the fate of their native land. They dream of preserving its heritage, the Amur leopard. Others are confused, still looking for their own way in life. To be quite honest, I am a little concerned for them. I want all of them to succeed in life.
Every story has its beginning.
The sanctuary was founded around 100 years ago when active development of the Primorye region began.
This story is fascinating and full of life.
We are in the land of the leopard. It is so beautiful here.
They must survive.
Over the last 40 years, the population of the far eastern leopard has reached critical level. People believed that the leopard and the tiger were the enemies of human beings and that they should be killed.
There is good and bad in every story. For the past 2 years, surveys have shown that the number of leopards has increased. Stories inspire ideas.
To save the leopard, the territory of the sanctuary was expanded.
Maybe we don't succeed, but we must try. Sometimes ideas change the course of history, and then we start anew. This is Leopard Stories.
Silently treading on soft paws, intentionally avoiding a dry leaf, the Amur leopard prepares to attack. Its hunting is a well-thought-out action. The weekly ration of this predator includes around 50 kilos of meat. For example, 1 young deer, or half a wild boar, or 25 hares. The leopard is not picky about its food, but chasing dozens of rabbits takes too much energy. It's much more profitable to catch a deer. The main question is where to catch it. The territory of the national park also includes agricultural lands. So if the leopard chooses this spot, it considers all of the hoofed animals on it, deer, roe, wild boar, to be its prey.
In this episode, hunting the Far East leopard, skill of the unsurpassed strategist. We will learn why deer antlers are cut off and why a national park arranges a feast for them in the forest.
Deer parks are a place where prey runs into the paws of a predator. Leopards are frequent guests of local farms.
It kills the beast. To him, no one wins. He pulls it up a tree and eats it in the tree. Vasily Semenichin is always ready for uninvited guests.
Does the Amur leopard do this?
Yes, a Far Eastern one.
I thought only in Africa.
Yeah, Far Eastern.
Have you ever seen a carcass hanging from a tree?
I saw on a nearby farm. The tigers came. The tigers created a lot of damage here.
Did they kill the deer?
Yes, they killed the horses.
How about that?
Well, it happened one season. The tiger came and was able to get precisely 5 heads of horses.
Man.
This happened over 2 months.
It so happens that the nearest deer park has almost become a popular place for leopards to feed. Several of them live nearby, and now they regularly visit local farmers for another portion of their choice deer.
The population is decreasing, to be honest. It's a pity. Fyodor Manayenko cannot catch a leopard red-handed. This winter, it created a lot of damage here. Well, more than 70 animals over the winter.
In one winter?
Yeah. Well, it was not alone. It was a mother with a baby, and they came, and a father of theirs came. Well, the fact that the footprints were large. The second track was slightly less, and the third, even less. It's a meat eater. Eats meat, and somehow runs to hunt something. It came to the park where they stand here freely. In extreme cases, it takes a walk around the park. It knows that the deer will not go away, and that's all. It can choose the victim, crush it, snap its neck, and it's over. It pulls it backwards, it then grabs the body, and so with a backward motion, it leaves and carries the body. It turns out that it closes its footsteps and it appears the trail doesn't exist, and that's it. And there's not much you can do once the tiger gets a hold of you. It's a very cultured animal. It takes you, it kills you, and then it just leaves and eats.
But such a rich place for hunting needs to be defended. There is a real battle between the wild cats for a spot near the deer park. And even if a leopard managed to capture a nice piece of territory, it needs to watch its victim. It's helped by its sharp gaze, steel nerves, and swift movements. The leopard is an excellent deer hunter. It surpasses all predators on the planet by its perfection of its technique. It goes up to its prey quite closely, at a distance of 5 to 10 meters, makes a sudden leap, which is followed by a series of jumps. How it does it, I can't even imagine. Now, the deer, they're about 150 meters from me, and if you run in their direction, they get scared, of course. Drastic movements with them are prohibited. In panic, deer may be seriously injured or even break their necks, running into the fence. To drive the herd without losses, Fedor has to be just as tricky as the leopards.
Well, it is impossible to go unnoticed. For example, here are a bunch of deer standing, and one observes the situation while the other one eats. And when one puts his head down to eat, another one puts his head up to watch. That's how they do it here. That's their system.
Do they constantly watch?
Always someone on the lookout.
They're always alert.
Yes.
Why are they so timid?
Well, the young deer are growing antlers right now. Here he is. Yet they are now soft. They do not yet butt heads. They are saving them. They are mainly for show.
Velvet antlered deer are male deer with growing antlers. They are cut off every year in the spring or summer period. The antlers grow incredibly quickly, so they're cut every 3 days. With this regular procedure, deer began to be bred in captivity from the late 18th century. What are the antlers needed for?
Drugs.
Useful medicine.
Of course useful.
What is it for? What does it cure?
Everything.
Yeah?
Yes. From wounds of the stomach.
How much does it cost?
In the Soviet time, around $700 per kilogram.
Really? Wow. And now?
Around in Khabarovsk, about $120.
It's dropped in price considerably.
Yes.
And, well, that means, is it even profitable with all the effort that goes into it?
How to say? If we were processing all of this, which we're producing in the country, of course it would be beneficial.
So you just do it out of habit?
Yeah, it's left from the farm, from the Soviet era.
That's a tradition, yeah?
Yes.
The deer are probably used to it, you know? They feel it.
Of course I know.
Not counting the lucky ones who prowl the deer parks, leopards usually catch their prey in forests. Providing the predator with regular food is one of the first tasks the employees of the national park. This is why they feed the deer. In this area, we place all types of food, such as grain and silage. It's grassy. We also put these interesting twigs in, which weren't meant for the sauna, and salt.
Yelena Samanova. Like any girl, she can talk for hours, but only about leopards.
So it's a mixed area, and on the territory of the national park, there are a total of 50 feeding areas, but only 10 of them are mixed. In these areas, the deer can feed all year, but in the summer, there is enough natural food in the forests. These cafeterias for deer are open in winter to help them survive the cold, so the food starts to be brought here closer to autumn. For example, last winter in this area, the deer ate around 100 kilograms of corn and seaweed, 20 kilograms of salt, and hundreds of twigs. But this package of wheat, say, it doesn't last a deer more than 24 hours. The construction of the feeding areas was planned down right to the last detail. Nothing should distract the animals, not light, smell, or forms. For example, to create an imitation of being in the wild, there shouldn't be a barrier in the trough for hay. The deer should see the space in front of them. But do the deer themselves, do they get used to this smorgasbord right away, or do they have to be taught? Of course, they had to be taught, because animals react so drastically to any new objects that appear in their homes. And despite the fact that the hay was put in these troughs, which, you know, they could eat, the animals, they didn't really understand this at the first stage. Really? They were used to bending down, and the hay grows from below somewhere. And that food could be at the level of their heads. This was very hard for them to understand. So, in the autumn period, hay is scattered all over the territory. So the animal goes up, starts eating from the ground, understand that this is food. When here below it runs out, and then the animal sees that the same thing lies in this trough. So it's a logical chain formed from this. They go up and they eat from here. Yuri Vaseyev set up this area. But before placing the feeding trough or a treehouse for professional filming, you must understand how often animals visit this selected place. We decided to do this together. Yuri has a path in mind.
We now install our camera and keep track of it. We look at what, when, and how much time he spends at this place. Yuri Vaseyev devoted to his family.
This is a good place here, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I believe it's the kind of place where animals pass. That is, we will be able to see the beast and which way it goes.
So do we start from this tree?
Yes, we will. Let's place it here.
Okay, let's go. This is a familiar procedure for me, to place an automatic camera to keep track of animals. I can do it myself. Have you turned it on?
Yes, it's on.
But we can't see what's there, but it's working, yeah?
It's working, yes. This task is one of the most important priorities we want to accomplish here. What lives here, in what quantity, and how they behave. That is how we see a deer, for example, may cross here, a roe deer, a bear, or if you're lucky, maybe a tiger or a leopard. If all goes well, we'll have something to share with you.
Wonderful. Have you had any difficulties with cameras? Did you always get the shots you expected, or perhaps did you have to wait a long time to get the right shot?
There's a moment after you place camera traps that you hope for something, right?
Sensational, right?
Yes, I come here to exchange the flash drive, change the battery, everything, and when I began to examine it, there was just a black spot. Then you begin to understand, look here, you see, we have a peephole, right?
Yeah.
That's how it works. That's the shooting mechanism.
Ah, I see.
And some mulberries got in there. I also found a little house snail. Indeed,
It blocked the entire view.
after the first shots, it was in a little corner. It can be seen creeping like so, and then it comes and climbed all over the camera.
I supposed it dreamed of being an actress. It finally had its 15 minutes of fame.
Yes, her chance. Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna wait?
Yes, hopefully by any means. A lucky hand is all we get, so...
A skillful hand in this job is simply essential, and intuition doesn't hurt either. You can't do it alone. Yuri was very lucky. Galina is not only his loving wife, but a reliable partner. When we came home, a hot supper was waiting for us. I don't understand where she finds the time to do everything. When we are at work, our children stay at home and then they meet us. The children can do everything around the house. And do you work with him in the field? Yeah, of course, wherever he goes, I go. We work together everywhere. You're equals. You place traps and do what needs to be done. Whatever he does, I do too. We're always together. What else do you do? We build bird houses and feeding areas. Do you hammer nails and saw wood? Of course, I could do everything. You're like his sister in arms. Yeah, of course. What can you do if this is our job and way of life? Always and everywhere. He does his work and I'm always by his side. Have you been together long? Yes, we've been together for 23 years. How did you meet? To be honest, since we were young. Since you were children? Of course. So what is it like to be with the same person all your life? How is it? How else should it be? I don't know. We can't live any other way but to be with the same person all of our lives. But what if he had to go to the North Pole? Would you still go with him? Of course, why not? Our children will go, we'll go.
Up next, we learn why the leopard hiding in the hay. Find out who was held hostage by a predator for nearly a month. I let him up with a flashlight and thought to myself, go. Let's see the results of our camera traps.
As we know, a well-fed leopard is a satisfied leopard. With a full stomach, it can think about its young. And as the population of deer in the national park rapidly increase, the population of the Amur leopard also increases. Over the last 7 years, it has grown by 1.5 times. This is a simple logical chain. The main thing is to keep the deer happy. This is the deer's favorite treat, calcified salt. Not only roe and deer like it. Judging from the huge number of butterflies here, they also lack minerals. Only carnivorous animals, like leopards, don't particularly like salt. They receive it along with the meat of their victims. This is a wonderful place for leopards. A feeding area not just for deer, but for a leopard too. Does it come hunting here, I wonder? Of course it does, but if we're discussing the way leopards hunt their prey and the feeding area, we should mention its strategy. You know, the leopard, this leopard, he realizes, if we could say this about a cat, if it catches the deer right here, in this area, in this region, it will scare off other deer. And the next time, it will be really hard for it to catch something here, right? It will lose its grocery store or its cafeteria. So, it waits for the animal here, for the moment when they start to leave, and only when the animals leave. Outside of the feeding area, it catches the animal and carries it to a safe distance and hides it there. It doesn't act directly, but has there been cases where they made an attack here? Well, yeah, there were. There was one snowy winter wherein the deer, they were just so exhausted. They didn't have any other choice but to come here. The leopard, he understood this very well. So he hid in the hay, and as soon as the deer approached, he jumped out, caught one, dragged it away, and ate it, waiting for his next victim. The deer, they had to feed here, because they didn't have any choice. But as soon as the snow melted, and when the animals recovered, they started moving around the territory. The leopard once more changed its strategy and started hunting animals outside this feeding area. That's interesting. So it observes, analyzes, and draws conclusions. Yes. There's an entire chain of thought. One thing is clear. Leopards are animals with real character. Even one-year-old cubs show their nature. For example, the unnamed but bravest leopard cub of Kedrovka is the first to eat the deer, while his brother, called Crimea, waits for his mother's permission. Only the cautious Barry waits patiently to one side. Scientists can only observe these family meals thanks to photo traps, which were recently installed in the national park. Because of its secret nature and small population, this northern predator has not been studied sufficiently. For good reason, the Amur leopard has been called invisible.
Because, well, nobody ever sees a leopard like this, so... Vasily Solkin, he knows each leopard's face. When it comes to the science, we have to inform people. It is simple to extrapolate the behavior of the leopard when they can be watched. That is, those leopards who live in Africa and in hot countries where there are open spaces and where the operator can quite happily, with a long lens, sit in the bamboo and observe the leopards. Then you can extrapolate similar behavior here, and I'm not sure that in a completely different climate zone with quite a different set of food, our leopards would behave the same way. For example, it seems that the male does not participate in the upbringing of young animals. Once, just after observing its hunting behavior, the male did not eat his deer. He climbed to the ridge, and after 1.5 minutes, a little family came and finished off the deer. Hello, he is not supposed to be involved in raising young. That is to say, here, in this closed and mysterious forest, some quite strange things occurred.
Only a handful of animal photographers can see such scenes with rare cats. But anyone can observe the deer feeding. Of course, you know that this is not just for the animals, but it's also for people too. So everyone can see the deer that come here. Of course, I must say that you just can't come up here and see them immediately. The deer won't suddenly turn up. Firstly, you need to be patient and spend a lot of time here, right? Because the animals shouldn't hear us approaching, that someone's here. That's the first point. Secondly, animals in the forest are active during twilight, from 4 to 7 a.m., and in the evening, after around 10, 11 p.m. to maybe 2 a.m. Have you sat here yourself in a blind? Yeah, of course I have. We saw deer. Unfortunately, I haven't seen a tiger or leopard here, because they're completely different animals, and they have a different sense of smell. They can tell that people are here from a large distance. They not only hear us, but they also can smell us, the artificial chemicals. So tree houses for taking photos and videos of leopards and tigers are always closed or located in a tree. so they conceal the presence of a person as much as possible. Only truly brave people can sit in a tree for hours for the sake of meeting a predator with a keen sense of smell. Yuri has been working at the sanctuary for 44 years and knows all about how to take photos in the taiga.
Well, I placed a tent on top of a platform I built
Right?
in a tree, and I lived there for 25 days. Yuri Shivnev, he has dedicated half a century to leopards. Once I was slightly distracted and lost track of a male leopard. Well, I thought, where is he? I held out for hours. I managed to shine a flashlight on him, and I threw 3 2-liter jars. I threw the soup. I thought, go away. He took a step back, and that was as far as he went, and he didn't go anywhere. Well, I guess I will have to eat, but I had little energy. I thought, okay, and climbed into a sleeping bag. God bless it.
Weren't you scared, though? Because leopards are very excellent tree climbers.
Oof. He can climb quickly. In 2 or 3 jumps, he can eat me.
Yeah, he could do that.
In the morning, I woke up and checked myself. I'm alive. I take a look outside to see if he has gone. Nope. He is sitting on a rock, watching, waiting, as if he knows I bring him meat.
He probably got used to you.
Yes. Well, sometimes during the day, he got up, shuffled his feet, and looked at me. I think it realized that there was probably more meat elsewhere and left. I quickly climbed down the tree, gathered my backpack and wood, and went home.
So you and the leopard, you really understood each other. You made each other's acquaintance.
Yeah, but I love them at once. They are so beautiful, cute faces, very affectionate. But when that male kept me up at night, well, I just couldn't relate to it. It was horrible. It was difficult for me.
Local residents and employees of the sanctuary treat the leopard like a human being. I'm sure that the animals also feel this way about themselves. In exchange, they sometimes enlighten people about their little secrets, allowing themselves to be filmed in the wild. The time has come to find out how the photo trap set by Yuri and I has worked. Well, Yuri, shall we take a look?
Yes, God willing, we are lucky today. When I head to the camera traps, there is usually something there. Judging from the evidence, we can be 100% certain we have filmed some deer and small animals like raccoons and badgers. Here, the camera may also have captured even us. Well, let's see what we have captured.
There'll be something, but I'd like more different animals to admire.
The viewfinder, yes? Yes, and pull out the stick.
Yuri, is it okay that we set up our photo trap so close to places where people live? When can we film something here?
No, nothing scary is around here. I mean, we have deer walking around and around the house, or any animal, for example, is not afraid. He knows that there is protection on the reserve.
And what animals roam here? Do you know?
Things come. The children recently went with us to the school, and literally 50 meters from them came a bear. They've seen it again and watched it return into the forest. I mean, it's natural.
Tell us about the most amazing photo you've taken recently. What surprised you most of all?
I am most surprised by the footage we capture of small things, the little animals and deer.
Ah, a perfect family, huh?
Yes, these young bring the family joy. That is something to witness. It's interesting to videotape.
Well, I hope that we've taken a photo of a family.
No, are you sure you have it? We will see.
It'd be good to warm up before we take a look. I wonder who we've taken a photo of today. It's immediate clear that the animals actively visited this path. I can note one feature. During the day, the animals are more relaxed, but at night, they're tense. They listen in the darkness. They're charming, amusing, and sometimes even clumsy. But most importantly, they give us happiness without knowing it themselves. I haven't laughed like this in a long time. I think that these simple joys make us kinder. The people who live and work in the sanctuary are just so lucky. They can not only appreciate this unceasing source of positive emotions, but they can also increase it.
Every story has its beginning.
The sanctuary was founded around 100 years ago when active development of the Primorye region began.
This story is fascinating and full of life.
We are in the land of the leopard. It is so beautiful here.
They must survive.
Over the last 40 years, the population of the far eastern leopard has reached critical level. People believe that the leopard and the tiger were the enemies of human beings and that they should be killed.
There is good and bad in every story. For the past 2 years, surveys have shown that the number of leopards has increased. Stories inspire ideas.
To save the leopard, the territory of the sanctuary was expanded.
Maybe we don't succeed, but we must try. Sometimes ideas change the course of history, and then we start anew. This is Leopard Stories.
Recently, nature lovers as well as the employees of the national park have been able to set foot in the land of the leopard. Every weekend, tourists from various countries come to the sanctuary to walk along the real paths of the Amur leopard. Today, we'll join them.
Hello?
Hi. Hi, everyone. We're glad to welcome you to our national park, the land of the leopard. My name is Yulia. My name is Oksana. We are specialists from the Eco-Education Department, and today we'll show you a short film about our national park and footage taken from photo traps. Then we will go on a path that is used by the leopard and the tiger.
In this episode, ecotourism in the national park, exploring the roots of our rare cats, find out how to catch them on camera, and learn why predators are stalking tourists.
Today, the local population has shown initiative. Many of them have seen the Amur leopard several times, but know little about it. Before the excursion, we'll look at shots from photo traps and listen to a brief introductory lecture. On this map, we see the boundaries of our subzones. The territory of the sanctuary is highlighted in red, and also the territory of the famous Cedar Valley. Males are marked with a circle with a plus sign, and females with a circle and an arrow. If the female is seen with a cub, then there is a dot next to the female. Now, we're gonna go on a path where we can observe what actions and measures are carried out on the territory of this national park and how we can try and help the Amur leopard. It's not hard to get to the path, only 5 minutes by car and we're there. But not everyone got there without having a little adventure on the way.
Aw, man!
The excursion on the eco path starts right here, and we spend 3 hours in the forest. But before we start, there's a compulsory procedure, safety instruction. We don't have the right to carry weapons, but we must provide flares for the safety of us and the tourists. The flare works on the principle of a firecracker. When you set it off, it emits large clouds of smoke and makes a bang, which can scare off an animal. Armed with these flares, we go off into the forest. Please pay attention. We say that around 50 individuals were recorded as of the 10th of March, 2013. Less than 10 years ago, there were only 30. The scientific world raised alarm to protect the leopard because this is the only subspecies which could adapt to our condition. This is the path that is used by the leopard and tiger. Signs of its presence are everywhere. Predators prefer paths that are tested by years, and of course their route lies along the feeding area for the deer. The leopard knows where it can hunt its prey. These structures are made of natural materials, oak and aspen, so everything is customary for the animals and nothing really scares them away. Oksana came to the national park just a month ago. Although she has a degree in economics, she turned down an offer to work in a major Russian bank and preferred the taiga paths to an office in the capital. Just a month ago, Oksana was terrified of ticks and was very nervous in public. But today she guides tourists through the taiga and knows everything about wild animals. For proper metabolism and also to strengthen their antlers, deer need salt. As there is little natural salt in the wild, and there's only one exit to the sea in the national park, these artificial salt patches are scattered all around the territory. The animal doesn't come and take a bite. He doesn't lick it. But you know, with the rain, the salt enters the tree bark. And when the animal comes to the salty earth, it eats the bark. There's plenty of dry salt and grass in the troughs, but the animal has been long accustomed to the smorgasbord, so it attracted more by other treats. This is mainly rich food, non-liquid types of beetroot, carrot, and pumpkin. The animal first eats this and then switches to hay afterwards. You can only envy such a diverse menu, but employees of the national park don't stop here. As an experiment, seaweed was taken to the territory, grass with natural salt. Before then, we didn't even have proof that animals eat seaweed and receive the necessary elements. A year went by, and we saw that the amount had decreased. So, you know, animals, they do actually eat it, although with a certain degree of caution. Please note that there aren't any saunas nearby. The branches are intended exclusively for the deer. The twigs are placed on special stands where they receive moisture from the rain and the snow. The deer like this food. All of this food is useful in winter, and in the meantime, the national park is only preparing this restaurant. As it turns out, this food is not only interesting for animals. The interests of scientific associates and curious tourists intersect here, at the feeding area. For example, in a blind, you can see or even photograph a boar or a roe, but you need to keep very quiet, stay motionless, and have plenty of patience. Of course, there's more chance of seeing animals in the feeding area in winter when they do not have enough food. In any case, deer are incredibly timid and should not notice the presence of an observer, so curious tourists should behave very cautiously. The same principle of being quiet as a mouse is used by professional photographers in the bind for the leopard. Although the structure, known as a treehouse, must be completely closed, so the sensitive predator doesn't suspect that it's being followed. This modern structure is the work of the Vaiseyev family. Yuri and Galina, his wife, they've been making these houses for 3 years now. They have everything inside for tourists, including a gas stove and toilet. Sometimes, photographers sit here for weeks.
Here we have these special sleeves for cameras, which are made so that a photographer can quietly sit and take photos regardless of whether it's raining or snowing.
Of course, if you don't lure the leopard, it probably won't come to the filming area.
We bought the deer for bait and brought it here. We can carve it for shooting, leave it whole or in part. Either way, it is brought here. Here we have bait. It's meat. They come here and fasten it using rope. This ensures that the filming will be done in one place, which is right here on the meat. They just eat, and for me, they are behaving naturally. It seems they already know the hum of the ATV by heart and know that meat is coming. And because We are always here. Our smell is not strange.
The path of the leopard route has been operating for a year, drawing tourists not only from all over Russia, but also delegations from China, Korea, Mongolia, and Japan. Yulia says it's very amusing to see how people change when they're in the wild. Everyone wants to see a leopard, but faint at the sight at little caterpillars and spiders. Although sometimes brave people do come along. We've had many groups of ladies, you know, older women, and they're usually good friends. Many group of women. They overcame serious obstacles. Our path is almost 2 kilometers long, and I thought that they would forget about their safety rules. And you know, they kept saying, we want to hold your leopard by the tail. So at the very least. So they weren't scared of anything, practically nothing. We also had an interesting case, our first excursion. You know, we were very nervous. I was with my companion, and one of the tourists saw a track. And then along the entire path, by the cave, there were leopard tracks. You know, for us, this was absurd, because there wasn't any direct evidence before then. We had shots from the photo traps, but we hadn't seen those tracks before, especially that line of tracks before the cave. And the tourist said that we had left the tracks the day before. You've drawn all those tracks. Yes. After graduating from Novosibirsk University, Yulia decided to move from the city to the wilderness and came to the taiga, to the land of the leopard. I like the leopard because, as we say, besides being a beautiful animal, it's quite clever. And there hasn't been a case recorded of it attacking a human being. It lives its own life, we live ours, but we want to observe it, to protect it, to study it. And I hope that by joint efforts we will succeed in this. We continue our route along the leopard's path, which is just 2 kilometers. Ahead is the last stage, a steep hill. Here, we're going to stop. I'm going to go alone and make sure that there isn't an animal there, just in case. And then I'll wave to you, and you can all follow me. We reach the cave, and according to safety rules, the guide must first examine the area. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately for us, there was no animal there. This is Rocky Mountain. There are 11 caves in this mountain, 3 which draw maximum attention. In fact, initially, we didn't think that there was anything special in it. But later, when we noticed that there was a scratching next to the entrance, we decided to install a photo trap here. And then we noted that a leopard came to the cave every 10 to 20 days. The leopards use the cave as shelter in bad weather and also for raising their young. The female leopard conceals her lair because the cubs are too vulnerable until the age of 6 months and are unable to defend themselves. But besides other animals, the female also protects the cubs from leopard males. Because in this period, while she is raising the cubs, she lacks all instincts besides maternal ones. And the male, to draw the attention of the female, is capable of crushing these cubs. So if they are not his cubs, you know, the female, she has to protect the cubs from this male as well. So she has quite a heavy burden to bear. 2 males lay claim to Rocky Mountain. They are blood brothers, Lord and Mimur. They come in turn and mark their territory with scratchings and urine, showing their dominance. It is interesting that the smell of people does not bother them at all. It even attracts them. Usually tourists look for leopard tracks, but last spring it was all the opposite. After a group of tourists went to the cave, a male leopard came here himself. And interestingly enough, it sniffed the places where people had been. And then it went to the cave to get its prey, which it had hidden beforehand. A rose leg, and went straight to the photo traps. It lay here somewhere to rest and to eat. By the way, this is the final point of the excursion. It doesn't include a visit to the cave, but especially brave tourists can try, although I don't advise them. It's very cold there.
Up next, see if the national park can handle tourists.
It's extremely important to calculate the allowable recreational load.
Military facilities on the land of leopards, damage to the environment, or a new trail. See one of the wonders of Primoria, the magical cascade of waterfalls.
So far, there's only one functioning path in the land of the leopard. But developing tourism is a priority task for the national park. This territory has enormous potential. For example, not far from the village of Slavyanka, there is a former military testing ground of 237 hectares. Abandoned buildings. They can be used for tourist purposes. For example, for organizing entertainment or sports facilities. For example, paintball, strikeball, hiring quad bikes. There's quite a large territory and there are many opportunities for this. I think people who take photos of leopards from specially equipped tree houses in the park, after sitting for 2 to 3 weeks in one spot, will be really glad to do some active sport here where they can enjoy themselves, you know? In a place where they can eat, ride, run, and rest. These structures were built in the 1960s to fortify the Russian-Chinese border. In recent years, they've been used for training exercises.
Tanks used to be here, soldiers used to live here. These buildings were all guarded. Shooting was constant. It has now been abandoned for about 2 years because the soldiers with the Barabash division left. They were transferred to Srisk, and this area remained empty. Now, state inspection come here, and we're here to protect the territory. Well, I stop here sometimes to watch for poachers, because you have to watch for them. It's important.
You can still feel the military atmosphere here. For example, you can find shells from cartridges. And perhaps this is what attracts tourists. It would be interesting to use an abandoned building to play paintball. Additionally, it doesn't require many repairs. You just have to create safe conditions for players. And at lunchtime, they can enjoy a military-themed restaurant and then continue their game. So far, swallows live here, and a few buildings are in a dilapidated state. Former military bases inside the Blue Cliff cordon are beyond repair. In the near future, they will be demolished. Some of the buildings are destroyed, and the materials they were made from, concrete, asbestos, part of them are toxic and highly toxic. And when it rains, these chemicals may run into the soil, into underground water, and so they may have a toxic effect on the soil and, of course, on the plants as well.
Evgenia Sabaleva wants to turn the reserve into a paradise for tourists.
On the horizon, there is a ditch and a dugout, and pillboxes remain there. These are fortifications in the ground. They are a shooting point under the ground. Of course, they are historical buildings. They won't be demolished. They have importance. They are of certain interest, and they are specially designed. They face towards China, and any tourist may come and look at them. The national park has grand plans to develop so-called green tourism. This form of recreation is becoming increasingly popular. The main task of organizers of ecological routes is not to violate the harmony of the sanctuary. The concept of ecotourism means the minimum influence of humans in unique ecosystems. Jinya, how can the tourist infrastructure in the national park be developed in the future without damaging the environment? Well, we need to find a balance. It's extremely important to calculate the allowable recreational load. This is the number. What is it? The number of people, yes. How many people can visit the territory per month and per day without doing any damage? The thing is that there are different ecosystems, different types of vegetation.
It reacts differently to recreational load, to the flow of tourists, to what the soil absorbs. Some areas are more durable, and there we can have a large number of people. Well, in some areas, they're very sensitive, and we can only allow a few dozen tourists there a day, no more. And how will you ascertain this? Well, there's different methods. One of them is express method. We take soil for analysis. Can I help? Well, yeah, you can open this jar. Some analysis will show that if the soil is too tightly packed, and then it needs time to rest. So we may close this route for a while and let nature restore itself. Right then. Have we finished? Yes, that's it, thanks. Let's go. Where does our sample go now? To the laboratory for tests. The laboratory of soil studies. We'll make an extraction of soils. We'll examine how packed it is. Well, we'll await the results impatiently. Okay. I can't stop being surprised by this region. It's simply impossible to get used to the diversity of the beauty that Primorye holds. And there is an explanation for this changing landscape. Our climate is mixed. It's subtropical with a continental element. We are not that far from sea, but we're deep in the mainland. So even by the vegetation, if you look at the forest around us, it's a little bit like a jungle, isn't it? Yes. Yes, a bit. 70% of vegetation is subtropical species, which is characteristic for the subtropics. How do they live together with northern species? That's a big mystery, because in fact this territory of mixed vegetation is limited. It's the territory around the Cedar Valley Sanctuary and the National Park, a small local territory. Then classic boreal forest begins. This is a mystery of nature. We are in a very unique place, Elena told me where I could get a full feel of this uniqueness. Not far from the village of Barabash is a unique natural monument, the Kratsovsky Waterfalls, and that's where I'm going. It's a magical place. The majesty of 100-year-old trees is enchanting. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't fit my arms around one. Then comes the dance of a bubbling brook. The stone slabs seem to shudder under its own weight. Before me is a cascade of 5 waterfalls, and each one has its own character. Their names are Fairy Tale, Stone Grove, Steps, and Crystal. The most intriguing name is Devil's Maw. There are many legends about this waterfall. You can take in the magic aura of this place, and then, you want more. To go to the sea. It's very close, splendid and restless, the Sea of Japan. Here I find a deserted beach and gentle but cold waves. You can sit for hours and admire the land of the leopard from an unusual angle. But the wind constantly increases. The friendly sun lazily hides behind a cloud, and it's time to go home. On the way back, I visit Zhenya. I don't even doubt that she'll be working late. Hey. Hi. Well, do we have any information about our samples? Well, our samples are now in the soil analysis laboratory, and they'll be analyzed for about a week, because it involves work with simply bacteria. I think that after a week, we'll have some results. But today, I'm really quite happy, because at last, we've been able to calculate the potential number of people, of tourists that our territory can handle. Ah. Yes. So that means one of the most important tasks of the national park is to develop various routes and give people access as tourists to see different territories. And we use a method where, for different types of landscapes, we determine the number of people that can visit it. It turns out that this territory has great potential. Today, we only have one route, and people use it twice a week, on Saturday and Sunday. 30 people each time. So that's 60 people a week. According to my predictions, this territory can handle 200 people a day. So that's 6,000 a month. Wow, that's serious. Yeah, and of course this data is very inspiring. You can plan routes, attract people, and people at last will be able to see what all this is. So the most interesting things are yet to come. Yes. Well, I wish you success and that you finish your work. Share your data and make all this a reality, you know? Thanks. Today I saw once more that the land of the leopard hides truly unlimited possibility. Thanks to the sincere efforts of its employees, this territory has every chance of becoming a true model national park. Every bit the equal of the leading national parks of the world. And if favorable predictions are confirmed, in just a few years, this magical land with its endless spaces and crystal clear rivers may take tens of thousands of tourists.
Every story has its beginning.
The sanctuary was founded around 100 years ago when active development of the Primorye region began.
This story is fascinating and full of life.
We are in the land of the leopard. It is so beautiful here.
They must survive.
Over the last 40 years, the population of the far eastern leopard has reached critical level. People believed that the leopard and the tiger were the enemies of human beings and that they should be killed.
There is good and bad in every story. For the past 2 years, surveys have shown that the number of leopards has increased. Stories inspire ideas.
To save the leopard, the territory of the sanctuary was expanded.
Maybe we don't succeed, but we must try. Sometimes ideas change the course of history, and then we start anew. This is Leopard Stories.
The mysterious Ussuri taiga has inspired riders and lured travelers for centuries.
Hi to all. My adventure begins, and I am on a flight from Moscow to Vladivostok. My final destination is Leopard Land. I think it's a place that looks like Jurassic Park with big gates, inside of which are 50 leopards, a pack of tigers running around, vines are scattered everywhere, and at the end of it is a cave that I have to reach. I will be reporting all of the key moments in my adventure.
My adventures in the land of the leopard continue. Today I feel like something special, and around me is a real sanctuary forest. I can't miss this chance. It's decided. I'm going on a hike. All I have to do is find a guide.
In this episode, threats from wild boars and poisonous plants. A hike through the snow forest isn't a test for the weak-spirited. We will be following the tracks of a missing tourist, meeting face to face with 3 Siberian tigers, and going against nature.
Hi, Anatoly.
Hello.
Sorry to bother you. My name's Elia. I was told you can help me.
Nice to meet you. No problem. Anatoly Belov takes care of the reserve as if it was his own home.
So I gathered everything I have, Anatoly, so don't be harsh on me.
A mat, a sleeping bag.
A raincoat.
Got it.
Plates. Food. Sandwiches.
Got it.
Cups. And of course, a water flask.
Well, you don't have enough in here. You don't have the most important stuff for the forest. Firstly, you need matches.
I didn't think about that.
Secondly, a knife. Third of all,
I didn't even think about that.
a tent. A tent, matches, and since we're going to a forest, we need a hand flare to scare off wild animals.
Okay, should we go?
Let's go.
I was very lucky with my guide. A man of Siberian hardiness, Anatoly Belov has been protecting great cats in this region for 26 years. A fervent opponent of poachers, he has fought them hand-to-hand on several occasions. The whole world knows of his courage. Prince Philip, husband of the Queen of the United Kingdom, awarded him with a gold medal for a special contribution of conservation. So I'm heading on an adventure with him, and the first of them is crossing the bridge over the Ketrovka River. Anatoly, this has been a real ride. How should you cross this bridge?
The most important thing is for our feet not to match. This is a good training for your balance. It's healthy for you and useful in life.
So I shouldn't walk at the same time as you?
No,
I see.
or else the bridge will start to swing.
But for some reason, that's what I'm doing. On protected territories, there's a compulsory rule that before going into the forest, you must report at the state inspector's base.
Central, 20 speaking. I'm on the echo path. No sign of strangers. Approximate time of return, 5 p.m.
It is strictly prohibited to enter the sanctuary without an inspector.
All right, so I'm finally at the land of the leopard. I'm going to the leopard path through this suspension bridge. Actually, it's not that easy to walk on it. I think you need some kind of a special skill. The path will lead me to the cave, and we'll see what is waiting for me in this deep forest.
You have to report your location every 2 hours. And if we don't report in 4 hours, what happens? Do they send a group out for us?
Yes, there will be a group searching for us. Something bad could have happened. That's how we do. The forest, taiga, risk. Everything's unpredictable. You might sprain your ankle, you might encounter an animal, you might be wounded by a poacher.
To be honest, I'm most bothered by mosquitoes. If I don't have repellent, how do I get out of the situation?
There's wormwood and fern, but that's only a temporary fix.
Wormwood has a characteristic strong smell, but it's quite tolerable. I like this express method. The main thing, Anatoly warned me, is not to mistake wormwood with a poisonous plant called wolfsbane. You need to know your enemies by sight, so we'll go and look for wolfsbane. What will happen if you pick it?
You'll experience weak poisoning. If you consume it, then that will be strong food poisoning. It only looks harmless.
This one, yes?
Yes, those leaves, they're really beautiful. They can be up to 2 meters long. The flowers are like big dogs, nice decorative plants. People don't know about them. Pick them and get poisoned.
It is really beautiful.
Yeah, nice plants. Beautiful. Central reporting to 20. 20th here over. In the area of the Kadrovka River, a person went missing. Didn't check in at the appointed time. Try to find him. Understood, Central. Coming out to find him. Later.
What does this mean?
A person got lost. Maybe he just didn't get in touch with the staff. But it's better to make sure just in case. We have to find him. Are you with me? Or what?
Anatoly, I'm with you.
Or are you going to go back?
I'm not staying here alone. No, I'm with you. I feel calmer with
All
you.
right, let's go then.
Thanks.
I'm walking on this path. I'm not really sure where it goes, but judging by the direction, it's the right path for me.
How should we organize our route now? How do we find him?
His tracks or signs of him should be in the forest somewhere. Torn leaves, wrinkled grass will tell us if someone was here.
Anatoly, I'm just a bit hungry. Let's make a stop?
We have no time to eat. Our time is limited. We'll snack a bit later. Right now, we'll get on this trail and then we will be able to stop. Although there's something you can eat. Here's the tiger lily. The bears eat it. Everybody eats it, so it's good for you.
It is edible?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
We can't touch it. It's a protected species, but nearby is a different plant. The 5-flavor berry. Help yourself. Keeps the hunger and thirst away. Gives you some energy. Let's proceed with our search.
I don't understand how Anatoly distinguishes all these plants in the forest. I only see hundreds of shades of green.
I obviously imagined all of this to be a bit different. Here, it's like walking an impassable path in the jungle, like this. Whoop! Good. Walking in the middle of the forest and stumbling on a spider web, I can't even imagine what kind of spiders spin webs right in the middle of a forest.
Our path lies through cedar forest, characteristic for Siberian taiga. We also encounter subtropical species of plants and trees. This is a phenomenal and beautiful mixture of north and south. But I have no idea how we're going to find the tourist who got lost in this dense forest.
It's only been 2 hours of walking. I'm already feeling incredibly hot. Completely drenched. I want to take a shower. Yeah, like a puddle. Here are the tracks of a man. After the rain, the trace is very clear. Here you can see that it's a human and not an animal. The grass is broken. The fern has been touched, and here's a broken branch as well. The direction of the grass tells us he was going towards the stream for a drink or to wash himself. And to know for sure, let's see where he went next. He walked up here, slid, and took the moss off, but he didn't proceed further. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. I just want to stay here and just sink into this stone because this moss, these webs, it feels Feels like the tropics already, but I really want to drink. Drink some more water.
We still have a whole flask of water, but Anatoly told me to drink in small gulps to save strength. On our path, we see a new track.
Here the boars were digging around not too long ago. Right here their tracks are really fresh. By the looks of it, there's only one big boar. Mother pig is always with the piglets. Maya really scared our tourists. She usually makes a loud noise. When a boar gets scared of something, it warns the approaching object and tells the rest of the pack to hide and run away. Fresh tracks.
And how does it growl? Oh dear, you scared me now.
One thing's certain, the person got scared and ran into the depths. Look at his tracks. He was going here, and here he was deciding where to go. Let's go right here. I don't know what that was. Whew. I was walking on the path and just froze for some kind of monstrous sound that I have never heard before. My heart is racing like crazy. Then I looked around and saw not just one, but a pack of animals. And I just ran for my life as fast as my legs could go. I just ran. That's it. I can't run anymore. But now I don't know where I am.
An encounter with wild boars is not the most terrible thing that can happen in this forest. A few days ago, in one of the photo traps in the Land of the Leopard, recorded 3 Amur tigers on a path. The gigantic cats were taking a leisurely stroll. Tigers are loners by nature, so this video definitely shows a family. Now employees of the national park are trying to establish the family of these 3 tigers. I just hope that the missing tourist avoided the predators. We'll continue to look for him and recreate a picture of what happened piece by piece. I'll try to breathe evenly, as Anatoly recommends, and walk swaying on the balls of my feet, so I don't get tired. This is a special Indian or Udagay walk. But clearly I'm exhausted. My stomach is growling. Leaves clearly aren't enough for it. What else can I eat here?
This is the orange polypore.
It's so bright.
It's edible.
It's a shame to eat, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a real beauty.
It's like a flower. I'm not allowed to eat it, am I? To my regret, it is prohibited to pick mushrooms in the sanctuary. Generally, this forest is full of surprises. At every step, there are rare plants from the Red Book. The forest works as a sensible organism and can be an excellent advisor, but only for people who have certain knowledge. We return to the path, and the tourist tracks lead us to the river.
Coming up next, we will find out how to sleep in the taiga forest while surrounded by the sound of wild animals. We'll see how the taiga feeds and heals its visitors. Our rescue operation is coming to an end. I got to the river, but the problem is that I don't remember it being in my planned route. Nothing left to do here. I'm going to have to cross this river. It's roughly waist deep.
Isn't there a bridge here?
Nope, we're going to cross it. There, carefully.
Wait, I'm wearing boots. How are you going to cross
No
it?
problem for me. I have this outfit so my legs breathe. Watch out and step on the flat stones. Don't step on the green ones. Slightly squat to soften your way.
Right?
Well, here you can collect some water. It's crystal clear here.
Right from the river?
Yes, you can refill your flask right from the river. If there are crayfish in the river, the water's clean. There's also shrimp here. Here are flat stones. That's how you simply check the water in the rivers.
I heard that there's typhoons here. Can it happen on this river too?
Yes, and they go down really quickly. The water comes in 3 to 5 feet, depending on the typhoon. We are usually warned in advance. Firstly, there's a cyclone. The weather's wet, it's rainy, and then the typhoon is unleashed. It can deal serious damage. It destroys everything in its path. If we happen to be here, the only way out is through the hills.
But I don't want to believe that the Kadrovka River can be so wild. But it's hard to deny facts. The hanging bridge that Anatoly and I crossed has been washed away by typhoons 3 times. So where could our tourist have gone?
Well, there's a wall. He didn't go here because the grass hasn't moved. The trees are untouched. If for certain that he didn't slip through here. No tracks nearby. That means the only way is along the shore. Oh, we've got a prize. Our tourist lost something. It means that we're in the right direction.
Wow.
He lost a case, but he was here.
What's this case from?
A knife case.
So he's a knife? That's not bad, is it?
Good. What else has he got to survive the night? Let's go and see. He must be stopping somewhere.
I wonder how he crossed the river. Did he have rubber boots on or not?
I didn't manage to successfully cross the river, as you can see. The first 3 steps were fine, but then, bam, the tree dipped, and I completely slipped off, belly flopped into the water. I'm all wet. The scary thing is that I had my matches in my jacket.
Now it's getting cold.
It's already evening. And this is his fire. He failed to start it. The matches are broken. He tried to make a fire. That means he was swimming in the water and went in. I tried to get a fire going, but that didn't work out at all. The matches got wet in the river. It's sad that I couldn't properly get any water at the river because I flipped the rock and there were some kind of bugs there. And how am I supposed to drink the water from there? It's impossible to drink. All right, I have to keep going.
Anatoly is on first-person terms with the taiga, and he knows every stone in this place. In the early 1990s, he combed the forest so thoroughly that he encountered an orphaned leopard cub who was starving. And he took the cub with him. He fed it and looked after it until it gathered its strength, and then he released it into the wild. It is thought that a domesticated predator cannot survive in the taiga, but this animal not only adapted swiftly, but it set a record for the leopard's lifespan in the wild, 20 years. Anatoly called him Hose, others called him Tolsty, or local film star. The relief of the area changes. We go into the floodplain, as the river valley is called here. What do you think? Does our missing tourist know any of the methods of taking his bearings in the area?
Well, if he's a rural person, then I think he knows what to do. But if he's an urban citizen, then I really doubt it. All right, I have to understand where I am, where I should go. Now I'll try to set up my GPS. Come on, turn on.
Okay.
Look here, this is a poplar tree, our guide. It is believed that moss grows on the northern side. Moss on the north.
Yes.
South, moss. East, also moss. What a trick.
So this method doesn't work either.
Just doesn't work. It usually helps if the area is a plain or a forest. But here, beside the forest, we have lots of water, so the moss is everywhere because of the high humidity. One more guide is the branches. Look, this evidently shows the south. There we have the south, the east is there. Look at the north, almost no branches whatsoever.
So this method actually works then?
More or less a working life hack, yes. But then again, he should just go into the plains without looking back. Just head straight for the plains. He might panic though. You have to sit down, relax, and think about where you came from, where you are heading, what you are planning to do, or maybe climb a tree to check out the surroundings. He will find something. I've got cell phone coverage problems. Might as well climb a tree. Ella, in the forest, it's hard to die, even for the most untrained person.
Seriously?
An abundance of food, medical, and useful plants. This is the white bark willow. Just rip the bark off. It's like activated charcoal pills, streptocide. You know, it's good for you.
Wow.
Put it right in the wound and close it. It'll make you last till the hospital.
And if you don't have a knife, you can simply...
Just chew on it. Since you have enzymes in your saliva, everything will be all right.
Really? What's in it?
First of all, salicylic acid. Second of all, tannins. It even smells like it.
Yeah, it does. As it turns out, this is what aspirin is made from. We also found many other disinfecting and blood-stanching plants. Houndstooth, ribwort, thistle. The forest is a whole pharmacy, and it's also a tea shop. We gather ingredients for a restorative drink and got a whole bouquet. I was even lucky enough to find a light supper for myself.
Here's another edible plant right here, the forest hogweed. The bears eat it and picks it like this. Please try it. You can make a really, really delicious salad with it. Don't be shy. It's tasty for you.
Oh, finally, I can try something. Can I really?
You can if you want. And if you add some spices, it would turn out really delicious. Garlic or something else.
Yes, some oil would be good.
Yeah.
Asiatic moonseed, willow grass, agrimony, yarrow. How can you remember all of these? My guide is just like a walking encyclopedia. Anatoly and I have gone too far now. We won't make it back to camp. While it's light, we need to set up camp.
Well, Ella, this is a more or less suitable spot for setting up our camp. Firstly, it's an open field. There's a place to make a fire, set up a tent, and we'll also have a good vision in all of the directions.
Okay, let's stay here.
Okay, then we're staying here. We have to prepare the firewood.
There are plenty of dry twigs for a fire here. It's strange. I always thought that you should sleep in the forest, not in an open space. It turns out it's safer like this. We'll hope that our tourist follows the smoke from the fire.
I wasn't expecting anything like this, honestly. I thought of getting to the cave, filming everything, and then simply coming back. But now it's already getting dark. And as it seems, my situation is only starting to get worse because I don't know the way back. I really hope I won't have to sleep here. I didn't even bring anything with me for that. All right, I'm gonna try to sort it out. I should probably go now.
Depending on the purpose, there are dozens of types of fires. Anatoly and I have made a stacked fire. That's the fastest type of all.
This is the Rookwell fire. It consists of 2 logs, 2 pegs in the ground, and the logs are moving and the 2 people sleep on both sides of the fire. Now it's summer, it's warm, but in winter, it might be really cold, humid winds are harsh. You have to look for some kind of wall, like here we have a cliff. You are between the cliff and the fire. The fire is reflected, and so the heat is reflected too.
You have to put up a tent 2 to 3 meters from the fire so the warmth reaches it. The smoke scares off undesired guests, such as snakes and insects. In fact, you don't need to put it up. Modern tents put up themselves. All you have to do is hammer in the pegs. I haven't been camping in a long time. We finished our preparations in time. It got dark incredibly quickly. Exhausted, tired, in wet clothing, staying in the forest is becoming truly dangerous for this missing tourist.
It is nighttime. I don't have any food. I'm completely wet. And I've stumbled upon this shed, but it's closed. I'm surrounded by complete darkness. I can't see anything. I have my flashlight and I have the night vision on my camera. These night animals, they are scaring me like crazy. I need to come up with some kind of plan.
In combination with the intoxicating Primori air, the concoction of herbs should help us fall asleep. But how can you fall asleep when the forest seems to come alive as it gets darker? Listen, this is the most dangerous time now, isn't it? I can barely see anything around me.
Yeah, everybody can see us. All the animals.
Who's that?
An owl screaming. A swamp owl, if I'm not mistaken.
What is the most dangerous animal here at night?
Anything can be here.
Which animals can come here?
Anything can come. It can be a brown or an Asian black bear, a leopard, a tiger.
A leopard?
Absolutely anything, yeah. They could be patrolling their own territory, checking out the intruders, what we are here for. They're the landlords, we're just guests.
When night falls, the time of the leopard begins. It is often called a twilight predator, who likes to hunt in the first half of the night. With excellent vision, even in pitch darkness, this predator can see its victim at a distance of up to 1.5 kilometers. It can also notice human beings just as well, but prefers to keep a distance. What do you do if it's a bear?
Nothing you can really do. Take the hand flare and come at him, and that's it. It'll go away.
You mean?
Just don't look in its eyes. Your weapon is right there. It's the fire. Not a single animal will come to the fire. They are all scared of it. You should be afraid of people and not the animals. Men are more dangerous. The borders nearby, 3 borders in total. Our poachers are all about gold, ginseng, meat, furs, tigers, and leopards. And they know how much it all costs.
But why should they care about us?
Why harm us? Who needs witnesses?
Don't scare me.
A good witness is a dead witness.
Oh my God.
No, I'm just kidding. Everything's good. Just don't start to panic. Everything will be fine. There's nobody here. Only our one tourist is wandering around somewhere. We'll find him soon.
Yeah.
You won't even notice how fast the night will fly by. Fresh air, good tea, everything you need. Just relax.
I'm counting on you.
Relax and sleep. I'll take care of the fire.
Yes, I'm quite tired.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
In the morning, we resume our search. Anatoly is certain we're on the right track.
A crow is croaking somewhere. Someone must have disturbed it. Either an animal or a tourist is sitting there and waiting for us.
So we might be somewhere nearby?
He's nearby. There's a guardhouse there. That's where he might be waiting for us because someone will come there sooner or later.
We reached the winter cabin. Forest workers and inspectors usually take shelter here in bad weather. The missing tourist has nowhere else to go. But there's a padlock on the door. He couldn't have vanished, could he?
Those are his tracks. He was walking and walking around the hut and couldn't get in.
Yeah, the door is shut. There are tracks, but no tourist.
He's here somewhere. These tracks are absolutely fresh, not even dried up.
It's a mystery, isn't it?
Not really a riddle. He's here somewhere. Let's start calling for him. We should check near the river. He can't do without water.
Oh, look! He proved to be a resourceful young man. The most reliable shelter was the roof in his situation, both from animals and people. Also, he didn't sleep on the cold ground.
Central, this is 20th over. I'm listening to you, 20th. We have found the tourist. He is safe and sound. Later. Copy that.
Now I can safely say that my hike was a success. After everything that I've learned about the taiga, I've only understood one thing. The tourist in the yellow jacket was very, very lucky. The taiga favored him, but he could have avoided the risk. Thorough preparation, knowledge, and concentration are vital conditions on a hike. The forest demands respect, and for this, it rewards its guests with adventures you can only dream about.
Every story has its beginning.
The sanctuary was founded around 100 years ago when active development of the Primorye region began.
This story is fascinating and full of life.
We are in the land of the leopard. It is so beautiful here.
They must survive.
Over the last 40 years, the population of the far eastern leopard has reached critical level. People believe that the leopard and the tiger were the enemies of human beings and that they should be killed.
There is good and bad in every story. For the past 2 years, surveys have shown that the number of leopards has increased. Stories inspire ideas.
To save the leopard, the territory of the sanctuary was expanded.
Maybe we don't succeed, but we must try. Sometimes ideas change the course of history, and then we start anew. This is Leopard Stories.
Air is extremely fresh here. You can see the bald mountain peaks shining, and the rivers full of water. It's autumn in the land of the leopard, and it's been anticipated a lot and prepared for.
Nets, grappling hooks. Victor Perepelitsyn values patience and self-restraint. 3002 grapplers detected, 11th click, left bank. Alexander Boychuk, respected among colleagues for his daring nature. Coming up in this episode, we will see how officers of the land of the leopard save local rivers from devastation. Sasha! Find out why leopards need fish. Yeah, the leopard comes and eats it. I mean, it's the land of the leopard. Everything we do is for him. And discover legal places for angling. It's not just about catching fish and securing food. It's also about having a good time.
Commercially, valuable salmonoid fishes start spawning in the Primorje. There are several rivers with spawning fish in the land of the leopard. Now, they're full of dog salmon. It's one of the most famous kinds of Pacific salmons and one of the biggest. In autumn, it can grow up to 1 meter long and weigh up to 15 kilos. It can travel for thousands of kilometers from the ocean to the river. It spawns by shoals from early October to mid-November.
During this period, we increased the number of raids along these streams. We also perform raids jointly with other ranger groups to clear up river banks. Almost every day we come to the river. We know which route the fish takes, where it stops for spawning. Those are the places where people come.
And people come here from all over the region. The fishing season means sleepless nights, long waits, and endless chases for inspectors. Today, security works in 2 groups, as usual. Strangers were detected on the premises.
We are going to sweep this section now. There are a lot of cars on the road. 4 of us are going. Andre, you stay with the cars? Okay, pick up your things and move.
We're approaching the river, but can't see its banks yet. Branches and high grass stand in our way. Sasha, is the river far?
No, about 200 meters. We have left our cars 1.5 kilometers away because the engines are easily heard, and we don't want to put people on their guard. So we are going to walk along the river by foot. This way they won't be warned, and we will arrest them in the act of fishing.
And are you for sure that someone's there, or are you just guessing?
Well, when we were driving just now, we've seen a bunch of cars parked at the 10th kilometer of the road. It means there are definitely people on the river fishing right now.
A part of the group gets ahead, so we catch up to them.
Sasha!
We've heard a shot. The inspector reacts immediately. All I can do is wait for it to clarify. At such moments, you can't say this river is reserved. We usually get close to the fishermen unnoticed, but as soon as they see inspection cars, they flee. You can find their instruments here. A fishing line, a fish hook. You can see the fish. Males are thrown away as useless, and females are gutted right here. Fishermen are only interested in what is valued most. It's caviar. Dog salmon caviar is considered the best. Back in the day, it was called Tsar caviar. It's the biggest with the diameter of 9 millimeters, grainy and orange. Someone fishes to make dinner, someone fishes to sell, but everybody came here for a purpose.
The national park wasn't created yesterday. Everybody knows why they come here. It's just that nobody wants to say, I came to catch fish. Of course, they come to look around, to relax. They claim they didn't know. As a tackle, they use grappling hooks, gaffs, sometimes nets. A grappling hook is a kind of tackle that can be easily thrown away. And then excuses come. I didn't know. It's my first time. I just wanted to have a look. But there's a special legislative act that doesn't allow entering national parks without a special permit. It's regarded as a misdemeanor, punishable with a fine of 3,000 to 5,000 rubles. If there's fish found, the criminal charge will take the form of a felony, and a felony case is something that can ruin your life. Really, ruin your life.
Autumn is a season where most of the poachers are arrested in the park. More than hundreds of cases have been initiated for the first month of the fishing season. Of course, the main goal of the inspectors is to prevent illegal fishing. This one time, one of the wrongdoers tried to escape, and another one was arrested when fishing.
We've arrested 2 people that have been fishing with grappling hooks, but the damage they cause is not enough to press felony charges. It's only a misdemeanor, so, you know.
To make it a criminal case, how many fish do they need?
Well, the damage has to be of more than 6,000 rubles. In fish terms, it's no less than 3 or 4 end pieces.
And how many did they have?
There were 2 kypes, that is, males on the ground, and 1 female. But the female got away, so...
That's it? It's alive?
Yeah, well, she broke free. She will live, but she can't produce offspring now because her belly was punctured with a hook. Her eggs won't get fertilized and she won't serve her purpose.
Every year, local rivers teem with spawning dog salmon. It spawns only once in a lifetime and then dies. Baby fishes spend several days in the river and then come to the Pacific Ocean. 4 years later, they'll grow in saline water and then come back to the places they were born to repeat this fascinating life cycle. According to researchers, salmon uses the internal magnet compass to remember the magnetic map of the Earth. They also have excellent olfaction. Fish can smell the river, for they need fresh water to breed. One fish can produce up to 40,000 eggs. But the whole thing takes a lot of effort.
Females dig up a hole while males undertake protection and compete with each other for the right to fertilize the eggs. This results in producing a more resilient offspring.
Over a century, scientists have tried to discover the origin of the salmon. Is it fresh or saline water? For both males and females die shortly after laying. Scientists think that changing saline water for fresh water causes too much of a stress. Besides, a grown-up fish can't feed in the river. Exhausted, a fish can't go back into the ocean. So what does it die for? Many think that baby fishes eat their parents' bodies.
Yeah, of course parents become food for newly hatched fry, but that's not all. For the most part, fry are eaten by aquatic and terrestrial animals. They transfer energy and rare elements from the ocean to the land. That's what allows grasses to grow and animal world to develop. Abundance on riverbanks is the result of feeding off of those rare elements. And on the other hand, fry are in dire need of terrestrial insects that live in fresh waters and become food for young fish. It's a complicated, closed-loop system. Dense woods provide warm environment for streams and increase their number. More streams means more fish. Nicer weather and softer climate, better suitable for their life.
Due to the mild climate of this region, a southern predator could live here in the boreal forest. In winter, Amur leopard lives in extreme conditions. Only rich fur saves it from negative temperatures. In late autumn, it's time to get richer and warmer fur. When it hunts, it uses its bright colors to hide in the dry brown foliage. Deer is the best food for the leopard during all of the seasons. Its attitude to fish is yet unknown. I asked a person who knows everything about the leopards. Anatoly, scientists say that leopards are indifferent to fish. Looking at nutrition analysis, what can you say?
You know, when the population density of hares, mice, and hazel hens is high, yes, he is not likely to go fishing. Anatoly Belov knows how to predict poachers' behavior in the woodlands. What kind of a cat would it be if it didn't like fish? I've seen a tiger fishing. I've seen a leopard fishing. I even saw him hiding frozen fish about 4 years ago, right here in the 6th quadrant. He would follow tracks and steal it, stuffed a whole tree hollow full of it.
And how does it fish? Is it like a bear?
Of course not. He doesn't go into the water. It's a cat. It's afraid of water, so he steals whatever people have caught. People hide it sometimes or just leave it behind, take the roe out and throw the gutted fish away. But it's still fresh.
Although this big cat was never caught fishing on camera, the locals think it can fish too.
The leopard. Sure, he comes and eats it. It's the land of the leopard after all. Everything we do is for him. He's a real rascal though, the biggest poacher. Him and Leo. He lives around here, by the way. Nikolai Danshin raised 5 generations of chum salmon. I've seen a leopard here 2 weeks ago.
Here?
Yes, I just stopped in my tracks. He was passing at 5 meters distance, didn't roar, didn't pay any attention to me. I even said to him, "Hey, fatty, have some sausage." But he didn't give me the time of the day.
And why do they come here? I know they like mountaintops.
There are a lot of hoofed mammals here, namely deer. They stick to the seaside and bathe there from time to time. The reason behind it is that they have to lick their coat in the winter. The water is salty, so they lick off this salt.
And the leopard waits.
Yes, the leopard comes and stakes them out.
Nikolai says he's a social inspector. In autumn, he fights against poachers for the brook where the dog salmon spawns.
We are going to check the water temperature and the outside air temperature. I'm observing chum salmon, so I need to know these readings. I need to know at what temperature chum goes spawning and how it behaves. For example, this year, the sea temperature was very high. The sea was warm, and chum salmon was sluggish. It was moving really sluggishly.
Let's try and measure it.
Sure thing, let's try and measure it. No problem whatsoever. I even have a journal where I keep the records.
Ah, one over there.
Yeah, there's a lot of it there. It's just that we were talking loud, so they have scattered. That's how it is here. Here's the daytime temperature. Check it.
I need to shake it, probably.
Yeah, swing it, and then the reading on the daytime temperature will show up.
Yes, 13.
See, 13. The daytime temperature. I will write it down now. Daytime, 13 degrees. Yelichka, let me put the thermometer in. Daytime, 13 degrees.
And what do you think the water temperature is?
I think water's about 12.5 degrees.
I think it's colder.
Oh, we are going to check it now. It might be 10, but that's not a big deal. It's November already. October's over. We've entered November, the first third of November.
Water temperature is 10 degrees now. It's ideal for spawning, says Nikolai. He's been living here by the sea, studying dog salmon for 17 years. By the way, dog salmon is the most beautiful in the sea, with its silver color, and it changes the color in fresh water.
When it swims into fresh waters, it becomes covered with alkaline coating. Why does it get covered with alkaline coating? So it could later lie like this in a creek without any harm to the water. That's how God created it. There, see, it's floating there dead. But because of this alkaline coating, it doesn't make the water bad. I guarantee you that 100%.
You can drink this water?
Yeah. I'm not afraid to. There's no infection here. If there were an infection here, fry wouldn't hatch.
Interesting.
Yes, that's how interesting it is, my girl. What did you expect? That's how interesting it is. To live in nature, you have to make friends with it.
This brook starts in the Kedrovaya Reserved River, passes by Nikolai's house, and flows into the Amur Bay. He's lucky to live in such a wonderful place, overlooking picturesque mountains and the Japanese Sea.
Coming up next, family vacation and civilized fishing. Eco Farm, a new kind of recreation in Primorsky Krai. This service is in high demand among tourists, not only Russian citizens, but also foreign visitors. We will find out where poached roe is illegally sold. Some sit with a fish sign. Some just have a jar of roe next to them.
It's getting hotter on the banks of the river. The banks teem with poachers in the afternoon. This time, inspectors managed to arrest a motorcycle full of fish. The poachers only get a fine, which is about 150,000 rubles. But fishermen are not afraid of fines or even suspended sentences.
You see, in villages like Barabash or Filipovka, people usually don't have jobs, so they live off this fish. They catch it and sell the roe. They are waiting for this season, and in one season they try to catch and sell enough to last them for the rest of the year.
Merciless poaching of red salmon can lead it to dying out. Over the last years, less and less fish come into local rivers. In the 20th century, a take could reach 700 tons a year. However, in the last 3 decades, an average take doesn't exceed 100 tons. The reason is uncontrolled fishing and water contamination. Still, you can fish in comfortable conditions here and be sure you don't harm endangered species.
We have places where you can catch fish both to release it afterwards and to take it with you for cooking. You can cook it here at the farm. There's a barbecue in that pavilion, but you can also do it at home. This service is in high demand among tourists, really. Not only Russian citizens, but foreign visitors as well. What's more is if you don't have tackle, we can give it to you. We will also give you bait. Our fish is used to this bait, so entertainment is guaranteed.
This eco farm has opened for aficionados and those who like family vacations. There's lots of lakes here, each teeming with particular kinds of fish. Carp, mirror carp, crucian carp, Chinese carp. It turned out you can also feed the fish. It's very fascinating. What farm workers are really proud of is the trout lake. As an experiment, they're going to make trout spawn in standing water. Rural tourism in the region is gaining momentum steadily. It's only in the past year that 12,000 tourists visited the farm. How popular this kind of fishing will be with the local fishermen is hard to say, though.
The mentality of people growing up in such an abundant area is different. Local inhabitants are used to taking these natural products for granted. Of course, you can regard it as an alternative to poaching, but I'm afraid the length of our life is not enough to see them switching to a civilized way of fishing. It takes time. People who learned at their mother's knee that you can get more and for free if you do it illegally, I guess they will give way to people who understand that apart from catching fish and getting food, you can also enjoy yourself in a comfortable atmosphere while socializing and relaxing. So I think that it will become more popular, especially in the generations to come.
Meanwhile, sport fishing permits are getting more popular in the region. Everybody, as long as they comply with a couple of rules, can obtain a permit to fish, for example, dog salmon. Hooks, spears, nets, and other cruel methods are forbidden. The amount of fish and terms depend on the type of license. When fish spawn, it is prohibited even to bother it, let alone catch it. Day inspection is over, and Victor's group is going home. Effective teamwork yields the result. Fewer and fewer people on the river. In earlier days, inspectors could retrieve up to a ton overnight. Victor, where is this illegal caviar going next?
Well, some people sell it alongside roads, some bring it to the cities. Everyone does whatever he can, what he wants.
And what documents do they need to sell it?
They don't have any papers to start with. There's no licensing of fishing in national park rivers. It means that they angle illegally and sell illegal products. They don't have veterinary certificates, they don't have anything, and the quality of this roe is very, very dubious. Say this guy stays on the road all day long. He might sell it. If not, he brings it back home, he cleans it, and he tries to sell it again.
I'm curious to see where we can find them. How can we find it?
Well, if we turn up there, they'll stop the trade and hide. So we need to get there in a regular car.
How do I recognize them?
You'll know. Some sit with a fish sign. Some just have a jar of roe next to them on a sidewalk or on a tree stump.
I couldn't find a car, so I'll take it from there. I guess they sell illegal caviar here. It doesn't look like a market. An ordinary road. It's not hard to find sellers. Fish. After the national park was open, the local police became stricter to the curbside sellers. That's why so many of them didn't even admit that they sold illegal stuff. The price turned out quite high. In the end, I couldn't even understand why people would risk buying caviar on the road. Only several weeks are left before the end of spawning, but inspectors have no time to relax. The hunting season is about to start. However, intense working hours hold the team together. Victor knows how to cheer his guys up and supports them in any type of situation.
It's very exciting to work with them. They are very young, so I try to keep up with them physically, I guess. And when I feel like it's over, then I'll leave, I guess.
Well, I know there's so much competition for your place.
Yeah, like Sasha Boychuk, he's my deputy now. He's very, very good with computers. It's nice and easy working with him.
He's modest, patient, and can work to the last second. He's a leader, I guess. He used to work in the police before, and that's why he can endure all distress. When inspectors lie in wait, it's not a good idea to distract them. But we won't have another opportunity to talk with Alexander, because the team works around the clock and must be ready for everything. Sasha,
Yeah?
can I have your attention for a minute?
Yeah, you can.
Thanks. Do you have some days off?
Well, if there are any days off, it's not so many of them. And even when you do have a day off, you might come home at 4 or 6 in the morning. So far from having a rest, you just want to get some sleep. You get your sleep and go back to work. So there's no opportunity to talk to your family, to plan an outing together. It's really tricky with days off.
Your work and your personal life aren't divided?
Yes, you might even say that our work is basically our life.
They work through the whole night. Dog salmon spawns more in the morning, which causes more fishermen on the riverbank. It is when inspectors find the most of the poachers' nets.
We know places where nets are usually set up, so we catch them closer. Poachers might leave a net submerged, but it's always visible. If the fish goes there, it will make a splash. And the current changes, it becomes sort of ripply. So discovering a net is not a problem. There was an incident the day before yesterday. Ranger Pericos was on a stakeout, sitting and watching. After he informed me of a man coming, I joined him. We observed that man casting a net, and when he went to get his catch, we made an arrest. That man was catching for himself. He's from Barabash, and he doesn't deal. At least we've never seen him on the highway. You can usually tell who is fishing for his own needs and who's a haggler. But for us, basically, it doesn't make any difference. If the fish was caught, it doesn't matter if it didn't lay eggs for sale or for his needs. It's just not allowed, and you have to follow it.
There's life on the river. So they say. The river has fed this land for centuries, but you won't see abundancy in local waters today. We risk losing something precious. For salmon, it brings energy into the ocean, and this land will fall into decline without it. It needs this legendary fish, which rushes to the place of its birth, to make the last sacrifice. Will those who exploit its resources find enough courage to step aside and leave this life alone, let it breed?
Every story has its beginning.
The sanctuary was founded around 100 years ago when active development of the Primorye region began.
This story is fascinating and full of life.
We are in the land of the leopard. It is so beautiful here.
They must survive.
Over the last 40 years, the population of the far eastern leopard has reached critical level. People believe that the leopard and the tiger were the enemies of human beings and that they should be killed.
There is good and bad in every story. For the past 2 years, surveys have shown that the number of leopards has increased. Stories inspire ideas.
To save the leopard, the territory of the sanctuary was expanded.
Maybe we don't succeed, but we must try. Sometimes ideas change the course of history, and then we start anew. This is Leopard Stories.
It was the worst day of my life. Coming up in this episode, we will fly a helicopter around the leopard land looking for poachers. A fire in the national park, we'll get a taste of firefighting. Freeze! Get him! He ran in that direction! Freeze!
And where did they run?
I don't understand yet. We will find out how border guard officers save leopards.
There are no borders for animals. It's indeed very hard to explain to them what borders are.
State your name, please. Grigorchuk Vladimir Leonidovich. Where do you live? Filipovka village. Occupation? Arc welder. Evgeny Stoma, a good judge of character, cannot stand lying. What were you doing in the national park? Having a walk? With a gun? Yes, with a gun, but it's not mine. Are you aware that carrying a gun on a specially protected natural territory is forbidden? It's the same thing every day, season after season. Poachers are basically the same, both on the river and in the woods. They simply take these natural resources for granted. They don't care about themselves either and end up with minor and major criminal charges. These people are simply not scared of punishment.
Inspecting the vast territory of the park became easier when helicopters came around. Inspectors detect trespassers from the air and then send their coordinates to the operations group that is ready to get underway anytime. The land of the leopards spread out before you. It's late autumn and trees started dropping leaves, but it still looks so beautiful. The valleys of all local rivers are covered with pine trees. You can see the mountaintops in the fog. This is the place where the leopard was born. These cats prefer hillside with steep slopes. On such a dull day, most of them are having a rest in caves. Nature is kind of having a rest too. Waves are sluggishly breaking on empty beaches. Here, on the shores of the Amur Bay, the national park begins. Where are we flying to?
We are now flying over the Narva River, separating the Kidrovaya Pad Nature Reserve and the land of the Leopard National Park. Our main focus at the moment is on fish, so we are watching rivers and looking for signs of poachers.
Is it really possible to spot a person from above?
Naturally, look at the visibility we have. Fire! 3-0, calling for 2. I'm observing a wildfire, left bank of the Narva River. Get going. Inform all response teams and get in place.
Nobody expected that. Fire is right below us, and this is the first fire of the season, although fall is regarded as the dangerous period. Inspectors are always ready for fire. It takes seconds for arrangements. Equipment is always in the car during forest and river inspections.
Okay, let's go over it one more time. Do you realize that you've committed a crime? No. What crime? You have been detained on a specially protected natural territory with a gun in your possession. I didn't know. There are information boards installed along the perimeter of the national park. What is installed? Prohibitory signs. I haven't seen a single one.
it's impossible not to spot the bright signs reading the land of the leopard, or Kadrovaya pad. They prohibit the entrance of this natural area of protection. But in fall, during the fishing season, when hundreds of fishermen and hunters rush to the national park, these signs mysteriously disappear.
People often tear signs down and throw them away. On this road along Barabashevka River, and along the Narva River, too, we have to put them up again and again and again. Because one of the excuses they use is, I didn't know, there was no sign. I mean, who would say, I came here intentionally? Catching them in the moment of destroying the sign is tricky. It's a matter of 1 second. He jumps out of his car, yanks the board, tears it down, crumples it, and it's done. Because if we do catch him in the act of destroying the sign, it will be classified as a misdemeanor. We will charge him with damaging federal property.
There are open roads in the land of the leopard. That's why it's easier to get to all the protected resources. Inspectors have to defend this land from poachers all year round. Illegal hunting starts in the winter. In the summer, poachers collect ginseng. In autumn, they catch red salmon.
Say a person has been coming here to fish for a long time. He was here last year, so he comes this year too. But this year, we have an additional provision that bans all access to the park. Some people are normal, reasonable, so we simply explain the situation, make them understand. With some people, we have to write a ticket. First time, he's fine with 3,000. Second time, it's 5,000. It's substantial already, and some of them won't set a foot here again. Let's go back to what has been found on your person. A gun. I told you already, it's not mine. 9 bullets. They came with a gun. A flask of water. A flashlight. The flashlight is mine. Matches. Matches.
The operation group has been working on the fire site for several hours. All equipment they have is in the backpacks. They put out the fire with the air drag. This is how they put out a fire here in Primorye. In fall, foliage is very easy to inflame. We're very lucky today not to have strong wind. Otherwise, we'd have to put the fire out in several days. It's hard to estimate the scale yet. Harsh smoke and cracking sounds are awe-inspiring, but those extinguish the fire have no time to think about it. Only dry grass is on fire now. That means inspectors still have time to localize the fire. But they only have minutes, because if the fire spreads over to the trees, they won't manage to put out the uncontrollable flame. Yevgenia, do we know the reason of the fire?
Yes, we did. Most likely it's arson. I mean, there are no villages nearby, no gardens. Where would this fire come from? So someone just walked in here and started the fire intentionally. There's just no other alternative.
Who would want to do that?
It could have been done by poachers in order to pull human resources to this fire. Meanwhile, they can start illegal hunting in another sector of the national park. There have been precedents of this before.
Yes, I know. Fires like this happen mostly in spring and autumn. Which one is more dangerous?
In the spring, of course. Why? Strong winds. Strong winds coupled with very dry grass. Whereas in the autumn, there might be frost, the wind is not so strong, and grass is not so dry. When you have at least some green patches, fire is easier to suppress, and in the spring, it's naturally more difficult.
Do fires happen in the winter?
Yeah, it happens. If the winter is not very snowy. Last winter was like this, so we've reported the first fire of the year on January 19th, and we kept burning throughout January, February, March, and April. Fires stop somewhere in the first half of May, but it can happen that winter is dry and snowless. and there would be nothing. Freeze, get him! What's happening? He's right over there!
Where are they running?
I don't understand yet. Freeze! Why were you running? Take off the sack. Take off the sack. What's in your backpack? What's in your backpack? I didn't do anything. What were you doing here? Why were you running away? Don't lie. I got scared. Who were you scared of? You. Us. Who started the fire? Why did you do it? I didn't do anything. You were arrested at the site of a fire. I was just walking around. I smelled smoke and decided. You were running away from park rangers.
Fires unite everyone. The locals and even research officers help inspectors extinguish them. It happens now as it used to happen 30 years ago. Inna Shibneva told me that. She's one of the most experienced employees here. You can see how our employees extinguish fires. You see? They use rakes, the most primitive of instruments. And why does it happen? People are very careless with fire. In spring, they burn dry grass on purpose to grow green grass faster. You know, it helps fern and osmond grow a lot faster too. And then they sell it. Fires occurred here since the beginning of the century. They started burning grass and then everything loses control. So this spreads over and a fire starts, basically. Today, fires represent the biggest threat to the Amur leopard. Its home is on fire every year. The boreal forest is thinning out as well. Its habitat is being destroyed. Fire steals leopards' food, too. Wild animals leave burned-out forest areas because they lack vegetation and woody forage. If prey leaves, the hunter has to look for new territory and compete with other hunters, leopards, and what's even worse, Amur tigers. They are considered the leopard's main rivals. To study tigers, the park's employees collect their biomaterial. Cats rub against trees and leave their fur. It's their message to other predators, saying that they are the boss. They like birches. This is a stone birch. It's got rough bark. That's why you can find here some fur. Is that it? Oh, no. It's just a web. Just a web.
Dina Matukhina. Tigers are her passion.
Of course, it depends on its size. That is, we're looking for a little tiger now. They can rub as high as this. Yeah. They sharpen their claws much higher, though, and they don't choose little trees for that purpose. The park cameras shot 2 Amur tigers, marking one birch after one another. Exchanging messages, predators can mark their territory and hoofed animals that live there. Traces of claws can tell how big the author is. That's why many of them cheat, and sometimes they even jump. The competition is not limited to tigers, though. For example, a black bear can leave traces as well. Self-confident, he covers previous marks. I wonder how it works with them. They're just like people, yeah? Arguing and proving who's right? Yeah, their fight for resources is very severe, and resources are limited, because, you can never have enough. They fight for territory, prove that they own it, and that's why they mark it regularly. Because it's theirs, and the bigger it is, the more prey that they get. You see, the more land they control, the higher their food supply. For example, the deer that live in the forest even. The park employees have long ago understood how to attract hoofed animals here to help big cats. Hay and grain are delivered here to feed deer, roe deer, and boars. In winter, these animals can't get food on their own because of the deep snow cover. That's why, in earlier days, dozens of hoofed animals couldn't even make it until spring. Their soft hoofs couldn't break the ice cover. According to last research, the number of hoofed animals has actually increased. We hope that the number of Amur leopards and tigers will grow as well. Many inspectors told me how they met a tiger in the forest. I don't know if it's good luck or bad luck, but no one can explain this feeling. You know, they know this feeling. This feeling is fear, and its manifestations are different. Someone panics, it's animal fear. Because when it's around, it's impossible to stay calm. Self-control disappears, and you're left with animal instincts. You really want to run away and hide. Unarmed, a human feels very little and quite helpless. You feel nothingness. Face to face with a predator who can kill you with just one move. That's why it's impossible to stay calm.
Coming up next, we will discover how fire breaks are made and who needs man-sized traps. We will see how leopards cross a Chinese border.
You know, somehow they managed to get across, and frankly, nothing can stop them. It's quite a feat.
And find out why poachers set taiga on fire.
There are fire lines that help fence the protected area. This is by far the most effective method of fighting against forest fires. A dozer molders soil, which gets rid of combustible materials. The lines are 4 to 10 meters wide. This natural barrier does not let fires spread throughout the whole park. Today, there are 300 fire lines in the park. They are renewed twice a year. Apart from that, specialists built hundreds of kilometers of new lines. In the end of the summer, they start to prepare for fire season, and they just keep on going.
I'm asking you directly, why did you set it on fire? What did I set on fire? A section of the national park where you were detained by rangers. I didn't set anything on fire. Facts and ranger statements tell a different story. No, I didn't start the fire. I came for hunting.
Autumn is hoofed animals' hunting season. Trees drop leaves, and it's easier for poachers to chase animals. Inspectors have more forest raids. Often, they patrol the territory along with the Border Patrol officers. The national park is situated near the Chinese and North Korean borders. The closer and closer we come to the border, the more beautiful it gets. Near the border, there's almost no agricultural activity. That's why part of the leopard population chose this place to live. Border Patrol officers not only have to defend our motherland, but also help park employees inspect the leopard. Leopards enjoy it here. These animals are very abundant here and across the border in China. Militaries often meet wild animals here, despite that the territory is guarded, fenced with barbed wire, and equipped with an alarm. To be honest with you, this place has so much trouble with trespassers.
Поскольку именно они в основном в 90%
In 90% of cases, it's the animals who trespass the border. Even they tear it all apart and we get the signal. When the group comes to that spot, all they find usually is just a piece of fur. So, it's not even a person that passed the border. So there's no border for animals? No, of course there's no border for animals. It's hard to explain what a border is to animals. And how do they pass the barbed wire? Because there's so much of it here. Border Patrol officers who meet wild animals often, they say that bears, for example, that they don't like barbed wire. It sits down, leans down, rolls over, and tears it apart. It's like a game for the bear. He acts really like a child. He ends up on the other side, like this. Did you know that leopards, they actually do the same thing? Despite that these wires are wide set apart, it can pass through it so easily. Yeah, without much of an effort even. It manages to get through super easily. Leopards are the guests in the Chinese park Hunchun and in North Korea. This is one achievement of modern times because wildcats have disappeared from those countries in the middle of 20th century. To revive the population of Amur leopards, Russia and China have decided on the plan of joint scientific researches. Now, scientists of the near border of the Chinese parks study the leopards' food sources and monitor local species. They're going to unite the national park and protected Chinese territories in one big trans-border park. A 7,000-hectare park will accommodate up to 120 grown-up leopards. Now, curious predators keep on discovering near-border forests. Once in winter, a female cat with her cub was discovered during an inspection. Border Patrol officers took her and the cub under their wing. They inspected the territory around her lair, and they found more than 80 traps from poachers. Border Patrol officers, they have to remove traps from animals. Several years ago, they used to find here a lot of illegal instruments set by poachers on game trails. They included big traps for bears and even little ones for smaller animals. Such cruelty can't be justified. Several years ago, tigers and leopards used to get caught in them. Traps are becoming a thing of the past. Despite this, poachers' well-directed bullets catch up with deer, roe deer, and boar. Consequently, the Amur leopard gets less food. And if you keep in mind that it doesn't have so many places to live, and the severe climate of the boreal forest, you'll understand how hard a leopard's life is. Still, we can only hope that the Amur leopard will be saved from extinction. Only people who patrol the forest, retrieve weapons, and fight against fire can save the most dissolute predator.
It was the worst day of my life. So you set the land on fire to go hunting? No, I decided to go hunting for the first time in my life. I took the rifle, went into the forest, smelled fire, and decided to check what's going on. I came closer and spotted rangers, so I got scared and ran away. You decided to go hunting for the first time in your life and got arrested for arson after barely entering the forest. Talk about beginner's luck, not your day. Yeah, very unlucky.
Sometimes, quite the opposite story happens. A poacher only thinks about breaking the law and gets caught immediately. Inspectors have a good knack for it. Is a beginner lucky or not? That's a good question. He was detained and he was scared. But he didn't have time to commit a crime. You can say for sure he's not going to hunt again.
Every story has its beginning.
The sanctuary was founded around 100 years ago when active development of the Primorye region began.
This story is fascinating and full of life.
We are in the land of the leopard. It is so beautiful here.
They must survive.
Over the last 40 years, the population of the far eastern leopard has reached critical level. People believe that the leopard and the tiger were the enemies of human beings and that they should be killed.
There is good and bad in every story. For the past 2 years, surveys have shown that the number of leopards has increased. Stories inspire ideas.
To save the leopard, the territory of the sanctuary was expanded.
Maybe we don't succeed, but we must try. Sometimes ideas change the course of history, and then we start anew. This is Leopard Stories.
It only feels this way in fall, when the air is cold. When the forest has all these fragrant smells. The scent of the foliage, the scent of the soil, and the frost. And when you're running in the forest, it seems like in this place, in this moment, you're the only thing that is moving. Everything else just stops and watches you. You can feel all of your muscles, your heart pumping blood, and your lungs filling with air. During these moments, you believe. During these moments, you strive for something. You have faith in yourself and in the world. You feel everything, and everything succumbs to feeling. The sensations around you are heightened. How's it going? Just fine. Have a seat. Everything's ready. Thanks for breakfast. I don't usually have anything other than coffee. As for me, I need to recharge. You got up early today, didn't you? I went for a run this morning, got the blood flowing. So you're ready for action. What are your plans for today? Well, I have to get some work done today. By the way, I have a favor to ask. Could you come with me? Because it's not safe to go alone. I need some company. Yeah, I'd love to. Where are we going? Not far, but we must be prepared. We can leave now. I just have to finish this work first. Give me a few seconds. Okay, I'll wait for you. Okay. Dina Matukina. She is a biologist and a scientific researcher for the Land of the Leopard Nature Reserve. She studies the rarest cats on the planet, the Amur leopard and tiger. Dina knows how to find their habitats. She spent over a year searching for the predator's favorite trails in this forest. I have no idea what we're doing today, but as I learned some time ago, when it comes to leopards, you can't avoid uphill climbs. So, tell me how I can help. We need to inspect the ground. We're looking for leopard droppings. Wow. I think you can imagine what they look like. But leopards have more characteristic markings. Right, scratches. They scratch the ground with their hind legs and leave their mark in the form of excrement, and is often found here on these trails, along the cliffs or on top of the ridges. Oh, wait, there's something here.
Bingo!
Bingo. Yeah, I think so. Wow. There, look. So we have to collect it. The most important thing is not to touch it. Because it's a sample, it'll go through some testing. This is genetic material, and because our fingers also have glands with genetic material, so we need to collect the sample without skin contact. This is mainly for personal safety, because tiger and leopard droppings contain a large number of parasites. Oh, really? Most people would laugh at this. Well, because, I don't know, in your profession there are moments that captivate you so much, other people would never understand. Yes, it happens. In our case, first of all, we're dealing with very rare animals, these very rare types of tigers and leopards, so any trace of them is priceless material that helps us learn so much about their lives. I can see it in your eyes how exciting it is. Just don't tell anyone how excited I am. Let's keep it in between us. I'm afraid that everyone will be able to see. So now we're going to write down the coordinates because this information is very important for further analysis. We'll destroy the evidence because if one of our employees comes to the spot in the future, we don't want them to make a mistake. And find the same markings? Yeah, and take the same sample again. Has anyone told you that you look like a baby tiger? No, but I've been told that I look like a fox. And why do you love tigers so much? It's hard to say. It is possible to explain why you fell in love with one person and not another. I like that tigers have a powerful magnetism. Tigers are in charge. They're such powerful beasts. Their entire image is full of legends and myths. When you're near this creature, it's impossible to be calm. It's just impossible. All they need to do is roar and you're frozen. I heard that kind of roar before, deep and thundering. There was a tiger taking shelter under a fallen tree. He growled and we stopped right away. Then he decided just to leave the place and jumped off. I saw his tail and hind legs. You can spend years studying an animal, looking for feces and tracks, writing articles, speaking at conferences. You can do all of that. But when one day, after 20 years of study, when you finally meet it in the woods, you finally realize that everything you've learned about it, you don't actually really need. Because you're here, and right here is the animal that can end your life in a matter of seconds. And that's basically it. I'm sure that each time someone experiences this, it terrifies them. We have a conference in a few days. I've already finished the presentation. My thesis is finished. The only thing left to do is to practice and perform in front of an audience. That's always really stressful for me. And there'll be some really important people there. What are you afraid of? When people are watching you and they appreciate you and they're listening to you, what helps me is when there's someone in the room that I can trust. Why don't I go with you? That would be great. We definitely need to practice. No. What do you mean, no? Dina, we're in the forest. No one can see us. No one can hear us. That would be fine if the conference was in the forest. Well, get up there. There's your stage. Here's the auditorium. Is that necessary? I think so. Let's do it another time. Come on, let's do it. The Amur leopard. This feels like an exam, like someone called on me. Girl, answer this. The Amur leopard. The Amur leopard, one of the 9 remaining subspecies of leopards. Because it's the northernmost of the subspecies and also the most unique. I'm already confused about what I'm saying. You can just speak freely about this subject. You know it perfectly. No, I'm afraid I have to start over. I'm not very satisfied with myself. If I find myself in an uncomfortable situation, I start to get very mad at myself. I start to blame myself and I just want the situation to go away. Not out of fear, but just out of unwillingness. You just start thinking, how can I change? Why does this happen? Come on, take a deep breath. Really, really deep, like this.
Себя.
You can do it. Hold it in,
Задержала. И потом очень
let it out,
медленно выдохнула.
really slowly, as slow as you can. The Amur leopard is the northernmost subspecies, and it's unique in terms of its genetic contributions. In the Korean peninsula and in the southern part of the Far East. Work demands so much out of you, and you often wonder, can I do it? And a strong drive to do something for the sake of science is also a work of creativity. It is full of instinct and intuition, and I'm constantly striving for perfection in it. I don't know how well I'll succeed, but I really try. I always want my work to be high value. I want to do what I do now, to choose a subject, choose a goal, and then work on it passionately. I want to be consumed by it, to feel excited by it. Even working in science, it's possible to feel this way. It's time for dinner. If it's not too distracting for Dina, who will be up until morning, sitting behind a microscope. Dina stops at this guest house on the way back from Vladivostok. Here she conducts research and meets with colleagues. Hey, should we have dinner? Sure. How long have you been working? Oh, I couldn't say. An hour and a half? This is a really good place to work and sleep and live. It's quiet and calm. I'd like to spend probably half my time here because being in the city is too hard for me. There are too many sounds. There's just too much of everything. I wish I could just escape and stay here. Here, you can be in peace and quiet and work, think, take a walk. It's hard to find something real, something alive. The city is a difficult place. Well, you seem to have a perfect balance, a dream job. Well, yes, a lot of people would be jealous of me, and I, of course, have difficulties of my own. But this atmosphere here is the soil in which I grew up and in which I work. It is such a fertile, healthy place, especially for the soul. Even in the city, I try to find solitude, like in the woods, for example. There are clearly certain moments you can only get in the city. It's rare, but I do sometimes want to be among those things, those events, those people. When you start to feel that certain atmosphere, which is like city breathing. I love, for example, the old districts, the small streets, the old Vladivostok, where it seems like the time has stopped. You can really enjoy the atmosphere of this old town. Most of the time, of course, I stay home. I stay inside and devote time to myself, reading or singing a little. Yeah. I'm such a bad singer. I just want to make that clear. But when no one can hear me, I allow for such weaknesses in myself.
Купите мне на рынке картонное пальто, фарфоровую шляпку, ботиночки с шитьем.
I know I sing with my soul, because what's the point of singing if it's not with your soul? Do you work from home? No, I think that my home should be a place where nothing reminds you of work. I really love and adore my work. Don't get me wrong. But besides a leopard calendar, I don't have anything there to remind me of work. Yeah, I can't really imagine your house with a kitchen full of microscopes and slides and you sitting there studying. Yeah, with tiger equipment on the top of the freezer. No, nothing like that. Someone's calling late. Hang on. Maybe a friend needs help. Victor. Hello? Hey? Wait.
Подожди, а во сколько?
When?
А,
Okay, cool.
ты слушай.
Listen,
А ты не знаешь еще?
do you know who else?
Ну, давай.
Okay, sure, I'll wait.
Буду ждать. Угу. Всего до завтра.
Okay, talk to you tomorrow.
Витя сказал, что...
Vitya said that a new leopard might have shown up, and he didn't give details, but he set up a camera.
Что он поставил камеры здесь. Это же здорово.
Oh, that's great. It really is.
Я просто из нее-
Yeah, I'm just confused. I think tomorrow's when we're going with him to check
И видим, кто это, что
and find out who it is, what it is. If it is indeed a new one, that would be really cool. Tell me later, okay? Yeah. Okay, good night.
Спасибо за блин.
Good night. Thank you for the crepes. Dina and her colleagues are well aware of all the leopards that live on the reserve, and they closely monitor their lives. So the appearance of another resident in the area is really a remarkable event.
Yoda has reported information that while the girls were going to school, they came across a female with a kitten.
A while ago?
Oh, a week or so ago. I've already set up some cameras, and now we just need to check out the information.
And they didn't say what kind of kitten it was? Big or small?
Well, it's been here maybe 2 months because the girl said it was like this, about this size.
So where do you set them up?
Well,
In which areas?
I set them up wherever I could. So we'll see. Maybe we'll get some results out of it.
If there is a female with cubs on the territory, she'll need a den for her baby. This can be any kind of remote place, a crevice, a hidden cave, a burrow, under some tree roots.
You see what kind of a place this is. It's a good area for kittens. There are a lot of potential shelters here.
I see another one there.
Yeah, I didn't see that one.
Very cool. This is a really great den.
Очень. Натоптано, видишь?
It seems like it's been used, don't you think? I don't see any fur, but maybe feet.
Well, we can't be sure. Let's go find out if we have anything.
Sometimes the mother chooses such a small den that she can't even access it herself, only her kitten can. That means that the kitten's predators are also unable to get inside. This is a sound measure of protection for them. But this isn't a den.
Yeah.
It's some kind of shelter of some sort.
It's actually really sunny for the evening. There's no chance of snow. This is just great for winter. You can even warm up a bit here.
Сюда можешь затащить,
Yeah, and she could even bring her prey here if she had any.
сюда будет.
Ща просмотрим.
Yeah, we'll see what we get.
Ну чё,
Should we eat?
There's only one female leopard with cubs on the reserve. The 13-year-old mother has given birth to a number of litters. The youngest of her offspring is now about a year and a half. However, at this age, cubs already begin an independent life, and it's unlikely that she still protects them.
Let's see what we have.
опа.
Wow, there is one,
Ну только вот,
but only
только за.
the back. Look,
Видишь?
do you see?
Yeah.
Here, it's not an adult leopard. It's like a kitten.
But if they said they saw a small one, this one isn't really small.
В любом
In
случае,
any case, it's a clue. It's some kind of lead.
Of course, I've never seen it before. One adult leopard needs an individual plot of 6,000 to 8,000 hectares. The question of competition between wild cats hasn't been studied much. We only know that it is possible that the habitats of same-sex Amur leopards may overlap. Do you want an apple?
I'll start with a sandwich.
You know it might still be one of her kittens, the previous litter.
I think we'll get something, no matter what.
Well, yeah, we'll just have to wait
Some data.
and not come to premature conclusions.
You're going to the Nature Without Borders conference, right?
Yeah, I'm giving a presentation.
Are you getting nervous?
The anticipation is building.
No, you did the work.
Оно сделано.
It's done, but I just expect more of myself. I always want to make sure that everything I do is perfect. That might not be possible, but one must try.
Невозможно, но стремиться надо.
я даже не знаю.
I'm not sure what to say to cheer you up. I usually just give a whack on the shoulder.
Тут
Ну да,
Well, whatever then.
Сергеич.
Yeah, well, you know, you leave your mark like
чтоб всё хотело.
hockey.
There's one night until the big conference. I wanted to distract Dina from her frantic rehearsing and make her feel better. We decided to take a walk. She had promised to show me the other side of the land of the leopard. So here we are, on the shore of the Sea of Japan. Do you like the sea? Well, I was born here, so I love the sea since my childhood. And it's a familiar part of my daily landscape, I guess you could say. Even though I work in the woods, I need to be able to go to the sea. Because I can be alone with myself. I can be here in silence, just listening to the sounds. In the woods, everything is enclosed. But here, there is this vast open space. I really want to go to Antarctica or to the Arctic. Really? It's so cold there. I really love the North. I really love it. It's more severe. It's more real. There's beauty in its severity. It's a different kind of beauty. That's why it's more appealing to me. You know, whenever I'm feeling stressed out or worried about something, I think about a place where I was fine, where I felt free. And it really does help. I thought about that too. When I was thinking about how I was going to be going up in front of an audience, and then I started thinking about May of this year, in Serbia, great red wine, warm evenings, the mountains. First, I need to overcome myself if I want to overcome the inner fears that I have. Well, now you're worried because tomorrow's the big day, yes? Right now I'm calm because I'm next to the sea. Just don't be so critical of yourself, okay? In general, in life, and also now, because you're so beautiful. You have very interesting things to say. You talk about things you want to hear about. And you should acknowledge the admiration people give you. I'm always embarrassed when people say things like, "Oh, Dina, you're so good at that," and stuff. And what? You think these people never feel alone? I can handle loneliness. I can handle it just fine. I don't have sociopathic tendencies, of course. And I know that friends are not necessarily the people who are with you constantly, but those who come at the right time. Or when you're feeling down, they're the people who help you and they don't say, "Why are you only around when you're feeling bad?" They don't even think about those things. Well, that's great. Actually, they say that a friend is someone you can just be happy with, and that's what I've noticed. Yes, like you. I hope that tomorrow will be a good day. A lucky one. The Amur leopard is one of the 9 current subspecies of leopards. And also the rarest subspecies of wild cats. The Amur leopard is recognized as a genetically isolated population that deserves protection. It is the northernmost subspecies and it's unique in its genetic contributions to biodiversity of the species and to the region. And the region. I forget. Well, how are you feeling? Combative? No, not combative. I'm excited and worried. Just look at me, and I'm going to be looking at you. Okay. Despite a sleepless night, Dina tries to focus. As a perfectionist, she corrects past shortcomings in her new report. We pass through Vladivostok and cross the eastern Bosphorus Strait until we reach Ruski Island. The conference takes place at the Far Eastern Federal University and within the framework of the International Nature Without Borders Conference. The speakers have already started. Dina is visibly nervous. I think I'm even more nervous than she is. She has to collect herself and calm down. It'll be over soon enough.
Next up, we have a report from the research associate of the Leopard National Park, Dina Sergeyevna Matukhina.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm glad to see all of you. This report focuses on the issues of preserving the Amur leopard and the role of nature reserves in the conservation of this rare predator. The Amur leopard is one of the 9 current subspecies of leopards. One of the most vital conditions for the conservation of this leopard is the presence of nature reserves. Thank you for your attention. Dina managed just fine. I knew she would. I'm very grateful to her. She opened her world to me. She shared her inner self and accepted help from me. You know, it wasn't exactly easy. Dina can be stubborn. After all, she sure didn't want to climb onto that rock and rehearse. She's also sensitive. It cost me dearly to touch on delicate topics. I could immediately see the sad look that would come to her face. She's uncompromising, unwilling to do anything halfway. She surrenders herself entirely to her science, and she finds answers where others don't even bother to look. She's bold. She chose the rarest predator on the planet as her subject of study. Dina's example is an inspiration to others, and I believe her strength is capable of saving the life of this noble beast.
Every story has its beginning.
The sanctuary was founded around 100 years ago when active development of the Primoria region began.
This story is fascinating and full of life.
We are in the land of the leopard. It is so beautiful here.
They must survive.
Over the last 40 years, the population of the far eastern leopard has reached critical level. People believed that the leopard and the tiger were the enemies of human beings and that they should be killed.
There is good and bad in every story. For the past 2 years, surveys have shown that the number of leopards has increased. Stories inspire ideas.
To save the leopard, the territory of the sanctuary was expanded.
Maybe we don't succeed, but we must try. Sometimes ideas change the course of history, and then we start anew. This is Leopard Stories.
Diverse landscapes, rocky peaks, plants that have existed for thousands of years, and some of the rarest animals on the planet. The untouched beauty of the land of the leopard is something everyone must see. The National Park staff has decided to open a one-of-a-kind tagger route for those who are willing to test their strength and aren't afraid to be alone in the wild.
Victor Starajuk. He has traveled around the entire land of the leopard on foot. In this episode, follow the footsteps of the Far Eastern leopard and the Asiatic black bear. Learn how to create the first eco-friendly route in the land of the leopard. Find out everyone will cope with the difficulties along the way. Discover the areas of the forest where no tourist has ever gone before.
The time has come to pave the trail.
I invited you so that we could try to create an ecological tourist trail together. I suggest starting from the border of the land of leopards, Sandugi, and finish at the top of Aldagi Aseshian. Climbing along the ridge, we'll go down on the other side and proceed across the valley, and we'll climb the opposite slope where there's a very long rock wall and a very good animal trail that the tigers and leopards use.
Has anyone taken a similar route before?
This group will be the first one.
We need to go and assess the best path. Yes, we need to keep entertainment, information, and safety in mind.
Okay. I think we'll manage to come across some nice scenery.
And our rope and our carabiners, climb holds, and harnesses will come in handy. We'll take on all of the most difficult ones, so that all of the tourists will be able to go hiking. On our team, there are 4 professional travelers and a guide. We will leave civilization and head out for adventure. Over the next 3 days, we will cover 30 kilometers and create one of the first tourist hiking routes in the national park's history.
One of the rules of a long voyage, your clothes must be extremely comfortable and lightweight. Victor rents out anything extra beforehand. Should I take this off?
I would. Yeah, because there's a steep hill coming up very soon.
It'll be really hot. To properly put on a backpack and adjust its straps is an art. It weighs a lot, and the journey ahead is long. We're heading for the Krutoy Spring and beginning to climb up its ridge. Its name suggests an almost vertical slope. We're starting the journey with the most difficult part.
This is just the beginning of the climb. When your legs start to give out,
My shoulders will start to give out before my legs do.
then we'll be climbing.
At the beginning, you're not tired, you're just really cheerful.
Ekaterina Drozdova, the fastest of everyone in the team, she divides the camp.
It's like we're walking on staircases made of rocks. There's soft moss that feels springy under our feet. It helps us climb sloping tree trunks. The trees can't resist a cliff. They shoot their roots right down the slope.
There was a wild animal here,
That's scary to think about.
and it knows where it's going.
That's even more challenging. But it's very beautiful here.
Here's a scratch,
Oh?
a leopard scratch,
And how does it scratch?
with its hind legs.
Is there a smell?
The smell's really weak. It's probably from about a week and a half ago.
Can I smell it?
Yeah, of course.
Eco-tourists have a unique opportunity to observe the traditional habitat of the Amur leopard, mountain ridges and steep slopes. Here, far from human activity, the rare predator feels safe. It isn't near any hunting grounds, which means that it's free to safely get its own food in the vast and untouched forest areas. I want people who come here to know why they want to, like for environmental education or in order to understand the ways of nature. All the time we've been following the sun.
Guys, we're ahead of the sun.
Bright light floods the hill in our faces. In one moment, the taiga is transformed.
It's so beautiful.
I think this will be the first small victory for our visitors.
Oh, another deer.
Yeah?
Its front legs are smaller than the rear. It's a bit like a dog with this kind of stance.
The musk deer, the sika deer, and the roe deer, these are the main victims of the far eastern leopard. However, in times of famine, it can also catch rabbits, pheasants, grouse, and other small game. The forest surprises even seasoned travelers. Every step is a small opening. Look, what an interesting pattern on the bark. Is that also stone birch?
Yeah.
The whole way, Dima never parts with the camera. He watches us, looking for the right moment and the right emotions.
Dmitry Kovalenko. He has traveled half of Russia by bicycle.
With each step, the stuff on your back gets heavier. The straps of the backpack push hard against your shoulders. The body needs rest. On the hike, Katya is my guardian angel. She's always there and she's always ready to help. What do you have in your backpack? Food and the tent and a sleeping bag? The men don't even have backpacks like this. Or do they? They do, even heavier ones. With this backpack, I can't even get 2 meters. Just down, 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 wham! Okay, let's trade back. I've always been drawn to the woods. I've been traveling for almost 20 years now. You're so small, thin, fragile, and you have 50 kilograms on your back. Well, not 50. Here, take your friend. This is Marsik. Some people say he's a toy, but actually he's become a friend. So he's been a lot of places. Everywhere I've been, he's been. It grew dark very quickly. We barely had time to get to the bottom of the Krutoy Spring.
Okay. Time to stop.
We arranged the tents almost entirely by touch. Only our flashlights shine in the dark. The team works quickly. A half hour later, we are sitting near the fire.
Here we have people from all different fields of tourism.
But what are these people looking for? What do they want?
Everyone wants to be happy. Everyone is looking for happiness in their own way, but we have our own set of standards. High standards, I think. If someone wants to sit around at home, it's their choice. Let them sit there. But we don't. We want to live. We want emotions. And most importantly, to learn something new every day.
We'll be lucky to find a spring on the trail, which makes for a good place to sleep. It makes our camping situation only more comfortable. To build a fire pit, we clear the platform under the tent.
I know we planned on 7 or 8 kilometers today, but how far have we actually come? 3?
About 3. 3, here over 3.
It seems like so much more. Is anyone really surprised? At one point, I started thinking about all the animals, the wild animals. Won't tourists be scared? Won't this be dangerous for them? I'm sure that today some animals saw us or even accompanied us, but they just don't come close. It's night. The Amur leopard goes hunting. The leopard is perfectly equipped. It knows how to slip by unnoticed. In the middle of the night, you wake up to the sound of someone walking around. You listen carefully, trying to find out who is there.
Anastasia Chikalova. Her personal best is 3 days of hiking without sleep.
In the morning, Dima is the first to rise. Yesterday, he heroically volunteered for the duty, so the bonfire is his job. The flavors of the noodle stew slowly wake up the others. A clear, cloudless morning. What else does anyone need to be happy? Well, except for your feet and your back to be less tired. Victor knows how to cheer up tired tourists, though. He brought us a plant that, according to him, works wonders.
Siberian ginseng. A relative of red ginseng. We'll make tea out of it. It'll give us a lot of strength.
Let's see where we're going next. Can I take this? Should we pack up? We're already a little late. According to old hunting traditions, we leave behind a little food for those who may come after us. This custom has saved the lives of people lost in the woods on more than one occasion. Today, we need to walk 3 times as much as yesterday. The day promises to be difficult. The landscape has changed. We move through the plateau. There's a variety of forest life. All in one place, there are fir, oak, larch, and cedar trees side by side.
There are a lot of actinidia vines. Even though I've been living in the Far East, this surprises me. It's like we're in the tropics, but this also exists in the Far East.
We don't feel the presence of wild animals on the way, but when we see bear tracks, we realize we're not alone. The national park is inhabited by about 40 kinds of creatures. The Asiatic black bear is a rare predator listed in the Red Book. It's capable of climbing trees and moving on the ground at speeds up to 55 kilometers an hour.
Here, among these poplars, Asiatic black bears are very common. They do so to avoid the droughts.
Nasia found herself a burrow.
Nasi, well done. She made it in there. Nasi, what's it like inside? Smile, smile.
Улыбнись, улыбнись.
We continue our journey along the plateau and seem to have found another interesting site on our route.
Here's a yew tree. A real relic. Nice. It's grown here for centuries. It may be a couple of thousand years old.
Unfortunately, they're not around much anymore, and to find one is a great rarity. For tourists interested in flora of the Primorye, this grove will be of great interest. They will be able to touch eternity as we are now.
Come on, come on, come on. It takes 2 of us.
There aren't any climbs on the way. It's easy going. There are some of the rare moments when you have the opportunity to fully enjoy nature. There's a long road before us, and we still haven't found a single stream to replenish our water supplies.
There was a dry period just recently. All the rivers are almost dried up. Anatoly Radionov, he wears the heaviest backpack on the trip.
The most dangerous thing on this trip is dehydration. In a single day, a hiker loses up to 10 liters of fluid. Finally, the Kazansky appears in our path.
The water usually comes up to here. It flows very well. Well, there's water, so we should stop. Here's some picturesque dining. We're going to ascend right up there.
Another climb. Your legs start to shake so much. I'm lagging far behind. One mustn't get lost in the forest. Of course they waited. What else could they do? But my strength is at end. Also my nerves. This forest, I love it and hate it at the same time. It's not the forest that we see in parks behind a house. It's weird, scary, wonderful. It's incredibly bright. Basically, we're constantly going and going. It's so hard. With every step and with every peak, there is a reward awaiting you. It's amazing. A yellow lily, for example. In the background of this dry foliage, one can see a tiny little yellow lily of the valley, and it seems like a miracle. We have 3 days, and I thought they'd be much easier. Nothing of the sort. How others handle it, I don't know. The sun is setting. It's the end of the second day. The whole forest will be totally dark soon. Our second camping site proves to be no less successful than the first.
This spot is also a site for water, so we don't lose any heights staying here.
After setting up camp, we gather traditionally around the campfire. Today we have exceeded our plan, covering more than 10 kilometers, and it still wasn't enough.
Well, we don't really have time to get where we need to go. We have to do everything really fast.
Even faster than today?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, it's decided. We have everything. If I'm not mistaken and everyone's put out their food, then we only have 2 loaves of bread. And we have to go another day. We can hunt grouse.
We were not going to hunt anything.
Yes, this is protected territory. So what should we do? Dig up some roots, pine cones?
Up next, find out whether you can survive in the forest without food. Find the most beautiful view in the land of the leopard. Experience unexpected changes in the route. See the outcome of an extreme multi-day hike.
Today's early bird is Katya. I'm sure she has already had a plan how to feed the group. During the whole trip, she's been caring for all of us like a mother. Good morning. The sun is high. Good morning. Wake up. Boys, good morning. Wake up. Ella, good morning. Wake up. Wake up.
Просыпайся.
Nastya, Nastya.
Настя.
Oh, you're already up. Good morning.
The tea's brewing now.
Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
How'd you sleep? Great.
Excellent.
Was it warm? Very cold.
Very cold.
After a modest breakfast, we move on. Today, I'm afraid, part of our task will consist of searching for food. Later on, we might have to choose some birch bark, but it might not taste very good. We've so far managed to find only the remains of predators' meals.
Here we have the skull of a sika deer. It could have been the victim of a leopard, really.
There are many animal remains, signs of abundant food supply for the Amur leopard. However, with the onset of the first frost, finding food will become more difficult. The predator will have to find new snowy trails to get enough food to survive. We have finally reached the Ossetian Mountains. From what I can tell, they're breathtaking. It's so beautiful. The forest is as beautiful as a picture.
But we need to consider safety. Young people always love to poke their noses where they shouldn't.
You mean us?
Yeah.
Usually people want to sit on the edge and dangle their legs. I noticed a while ago that Nastya is fearless. She's a professional athlete. She's constantly trying to test her strength.
She wants to take on this cliff. She wants to descend it. You need to stand right there to feel the rush.
This is exactly the rush we've been looking for. From the beginning, we've been planning to descend from a cliff. We have all the necessary equipment, but these mountains seem impenetrable.
Descending this wall here is practically impossible, and it stretches several kilometers.
Here's a suggestion. Since we're here to explore, let's find a safer place and climb down from there. This could be the end of our 3-day journey. The way forward is very risky. Our food and water supplies have run out. We might not make it back to camp before dark, but we decide to keep going.
You have to ensure that the people who came are able to reach the end. Nothing else is within my control. Our food might run out on the first day, for example, instead of the last.
We continue on to the Amur leopard's real habitat. Victor has personally set up automatic cameras around the national park. Some of the shots have been a real treat for scientists.
I set a camera up there on that tree. It got some footage of several tigers and a tailless leopard. We've been observing them almost since their childhood. We aren't sure if the leopard's tail was torn off or if it was born like that.
Leopards like to mark slanted trees. Scientists use this to collect necessary biomaterial. Victor is an excellent guide. He knows so much about these wild places and really loves them. He talks about different animal sightings with so much passion. The park's tourists will really enjoy these stories.
Everyone who comes to the forest is looking for something. They want to see different things and hear different things. Everyone has their own reason for doing it.
It looks like we found a suitable cliff. Kate goes to check it out. I think this is our last chance to get down, right? This is the rock we're looking for? I don't think Anatoly has any more concerns. I think it will work. We all agree. Good, smooth, solid rock. It's safe, it doesn't crumble. We should be able to get down. Tolya volunteers to evaluate the rock. He's a professional climber. He's made hundreds of challenging descents. But even for him, an unknown mountain is a huge risk.
Of course it's scary. We don't have enough equipment. There aren't enough items to ensure personal safety.
The absolutely brave Nastya ensures him. She will support his descent. This is her life. After numerous hikes, these expeditions are a passion for both of them.
Nastya and Tolya are experts in their field. Good work.
Tolya doesn't entrust the climbing equipment to anyone else. He does everything himself. And yet there are things he can't control. He barely set foot on the slope when a piece of the cliff crumbled.
Rock, rock! 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 Rock!
According to climbing rules, you must give warnings to anyone below you.
Rock! Rocks everywhere! There are a lot of loose, unstable rocks. This causes concern both for myself and the others, so we have to make sure to clear off every ledge and slope of the descent very carefully.
Tolya makes it to the ground, and now I'm scared. I'm next. Unlike the others, I have no training in this. I stand there in a fog and only hear fragments of what Katya is saying. I don't know.
Your body should release some adrenaline.
To be honest, I still don't know if I'll climb or not. You only have one way, down, because you won't be able to climb up well enough. Not on that loose rock.
Katya's also very experienced in the group. She's the clear leader.
You only have one way. We'll spot you, don't worry. No matter what happens, just don't be afraid. Nastya also spots me. My life now depends on her. This cliff isn't for first-timers. It turns out that the most difficult part is forcing yourself to descend into the unknown. On the ledge, nothing is visible. Not the size of the cliff, nor its height, nothing. Before my eyes, there's only an endless abyss. There's a stone here. Should I get rid of it? If it wobbles, toss it. Rock! Rock! Well done. Come, don't worry, they're small. Oh, I don't want to. No, you have to do it all the way, or not at all. Okay. The idea of descent no longer seems so appealing. My hands are numb, but in my head I just hear Anatoly saying, if rocks fall, hold tight against the wall and pray. Okay, it's all good. She's going. Nastya led her well. Good, well done. Wow, cool! Elia cried out and I thought she was falling. The ha ha ha. I grabbed a rope and covered her so she could hang there. It even seemed like stones started falling and that scared me. It was just a shout of happiness. It doesn't seem like any of this is really happening to me. It gives me a sense of euphoria. And I'm not worried about the rope getting tangled in branches anymore, or the rocks which still can hit me in the head at any moment.
Elia's a brave girl. Not everyone would risk taking on such a steep slope.
The initiation was completed. The sun set very quickly. We're still in the woods. Now the main thing is to find a place to camp.
We've extended our stay in the national park by 1 day, so...
By this time, we should have already gotten home. Let's enjoy the bonfire, the nice weather, the growing moon.
An important point. The reason we're doing all of this is because we have to instill in people, especially children and students, the need to preserve wildlife. Of course, we're so happy to have been able to do this together, and I don't think we'll ever forget it.
That's for sure. That's true.
And in this part of the forest we've been in, we've seen that there was logging during the war years, and yet the forest is completely untouched.
We climbed to the highest point of the ridge so we can take in the view by morning. We expected there to be truly spectacular views of the valley. I thought we'd wake up, I'd open the tent, the sun would shine in.
Fog, drizzle, droplets. I can't say I'm happy about it, but now there's another fairy tale aspect added to this place. It's unpredictable. All of the place's familiar shapes have disappeared with the fog.
The fog isn't just beautiful, but it's also dangerous because it makes survival, navigation, and movement almost impossible. And so I'm glad that the fog is reaching us only now.
Well, I must say I don't regret that we stayed. We created a route, found some camping spots, and thought of some options for untrained hikers. From here, the reserve specialists will have to make decisions and then put them into action. Now the rain's cleaning us off. We'll arrive all clean. We'll dry off and reminisce about everything that happened. Well, that's life, full of twists and turns.
It's impossible to imagine a morning better than this. I feel like shouting from the mountaintop. I want everyone to experience what we've experienced for the past 3 days. For some, this trail will be a revelation. Among the centuries, old rocks and thousand-year-old trees, the everyday bustle fades. Here in the woods, you can overcome your fears and open yourself to an inexhaustible source of energy. Those who hike our trail will experience a little piece of life, full of a whole range of emotions. It isn't always easy, but this journey is worth it. The land of the leopard reveals itself in all its diversity. It's a uniting force that brings new friends together. We're thankful for this land for having us, and we hope that our trail will be approved.
Every story has its beginning.
The sanctuary was founded around 100 years ago when active development of the Primorye region began.
This story is fascinating and full of life.
We are in the land of the leopard. It is so beautiful here.
They must survive.
Over the last 40 years, the population of the far eastern leopard has reached critical level. People believed that the leopard and the tiger were the enemies of human beings and that they should be killed.
There is good and bad in every story. For the past 2 years, surveys have shown that the number of leopards has increased. Stories inspire ideas.
To save the leopard, the territory of the sanctuary was expanded.
Maybe we don't succeed, but we must try. Sometimes ideas change the course of history, and then we start anew. This is Leopard Stories.
Hello.
Hello?
Where can I find Balov?
Just a second. 20, it's 25. 20 on the line. You have a visitor? Let them in. In this episode, a day in the life of one of the Leopard Land's guards. Learn how inspectors rescue a wounded animal in the forest. And see where scientists plan to create a new population of Far Eastern leopards.
They call him the best friend of leopards and tigers. For a quarter of a century, he's been protecting the big cats of the earth. He is respected by locals and feared by poachers, and he doesn't seem afraid of anything.
Only fools aren't afraid. Did I startle you?
Yes, a little. Anatoly Belov is the senior state inspector of the land of the Leopard National Park. He guards the reserve 24 hours a day. Anatoly has kindly agreed to show me what he does in a day. Where are we going?
I got a signal from Narva that they spotted some offenders. They saw the vehicle. We just have to check the details.
And how does this information usually arrive?
Over the phone or from people, neighbor to neighbor, from benefactors, you could say, like police or guards. We receive information all kinds of ways.
Do these benefactors speak directly to you?
Word of mouth. People are worried about nature. Right now, what is there to do in the woods? Everything's dry. Throw a match and a fire will start. 21. I'm on my way to Narva. Wait for me at the creek like we agreed. I turn left after the bridge.
When you're on the radio with the group, where are they?
They're either at the base, at the ranger station, or somewhere in the woods staging an ambush. They don't know where they'll be going, so they keep 2 days' worth of food with them. If the raid fails, it's my fault, because I didn't get the information to them. They have absolutely no idea where we're going and why we're going there.
You mean you're the only one who knows your destination?
Yes, I'm listening. You're there? Yes, I'm here. All right, we'll be right there. Okay, the group blocked the road. They're all coordinating their actions, watching the situation. If they don't detain them before we get there, we'll have to do it.
The key to success of any leader is reputable people. Anatoly has been working with his team for many years now. Together with his colleagues, he has detained more than a dozen poachers in the Primorye region. Now we have met the inspectors and now can go on the raid.
Good afternoon. Hello. I received a text message with information that there are intruders in the area, so we'll have to check. We have to make sure. So let's go. Let's get to work. The intruders are somewhere around here. We don't know who they are, but we know for sure that they're somewhere around the river. Inspect the sites carefully. Look. Look, there's a tripod. Let's go around each side slowly so they can't run away or spread out. Siroja, Misha, you take this side, and Elia and I will go along the other side. Got it? Quietly. Don't frighten them.
Wait, is this dangerous?
There can be danger in anything. Only the taiga knows who's here. But as long as we have a tripod set up, we can see what unfamiliar people are doing here. And it's a pretty interesting place. 20, we found a tent. 40, roger that. Go around the tent and make sure no one's escaped, but don't make any noise. I'll go there now. I'm leaving Elia and going myself. So Elia, from here, you'll be able to see everything. Stay here, watch, and we'll try to see who's there. I see a tent, but I don't see any people. There's a camera and a tripod. Maybe some kind of tourist. People, wake up. Hello? Are you alone?
Yes?
What are you doing in this special protected area?
I'm a photographer.
A photographer?
Yes?
Your pass, please.
Unfortunately, I don't have one.
You're violating Russian law. You're not supposed to be here. What if an animal attacks or bites you, or if a tick bites you? There are signs up. You've seen them around, and you're saying you didn't know that you're in a specially protected area?
But I won't.
Entry is prohibited.
I won't do it anymore.
You'd better go to the administration, get a pass, and take photos with the administration's permission, not like this on your own. So you don't need to say you won't do it anymore. Just collect your things and quietly return to your car over there, please. Okay, guys, the girl in the tent is leaving. They said there's a car nearby, so someone might be in it. It's possible that we have some guests here. We need to to verify this. Let's take a look at the trail, have a listen, look for tracks. We're connected by radio. Let's keep going, we're right behind you.
Do tourists come often to this special protected area?
I can't say that it happens that often, but it does happen. They believe that if it's government-owned, then it's not a protected area. It's just all theirs.
But they're fined, right?
Nah, for the casual tourist, this conversation is educational. I think the laws will be available online, and then they'll realize that they're doing something wrong, and they won't do it again. They'll get the proper pass, and they can take pictures.
The fine for staying in the national park illegally ranges from 3,000 to 5,000 rubles. Nature lovers can purchase a year-round pass, which costs about 500 rubles. Residents of nearby villages have the right to stay in the national park, but even they're supposed to get a free pass from the administration of the Land of the Leopard. And when you send the inspectors out on raids, what do you usually find?
All kinds of things. Ropes, crossbows, arrows a finger thick, targeting the animal specifically. We found traps almost as tall as me.
The inspectors have very strong nerves. Even imagining these prohibited hunting tools is enough to make you feel uncomfortable. In recent years, they haven't been so common, but an animal is doomed if it comes across even an old trap.
Tigers, leopards, bears.
Do you ever manage to save any?
Yeah, it happens. We once saved a deer, had to have an operation. A plate was put in its rear leg. In the spring, we released it, and it's already used to people. This is 22. Listening. We found some tracks. Some people were here. We're on our way. Here's a fresh sign that someone passed through recently. Well, if there's a poacher, we need to keep guard, even through the evening and nighttime. We have to set up an ambush. He'll definitely return here. We have to prepare lanterns and everything for the ambush this evening.
Planning an ambush takes time, and Anatoly sends the group to the base while he continues to patrol the area. A skilled tracker, he knows all of the animal tracks and can distinguish them even in the late autumn, when the ground is covered with dry leaves.
Are you cold?
It's pretty cold.
Yeah, this is cold. In Siberia, it's already -5. Now that's cold. It's already snowed a few times. This, on the other hand, is pretty warm.
Yes.
Indian summer.
So you're from Siberia. What made you decide to stay in the Primorye?
Let's go to the hills and I'll show you. See, Ilya? This is why I stay in Primorye.
Eating lunch with a view like this is a huge privilege. And could you live in the city?
No. This is paradise on Earth. There's nothing else. The biological abundance, boars, deer, tigers, leopards, running around the forest. Where else can you find this? Nowhere. It's like in a fairy tale.
I heard that a lot has been done here over the last 30 years.
Yeah?
Both for tigers and the leopards.
Well, there used to be crowds of hunters with guns near my house. So my wife would stand guard with a gun, and I would shake them, take their weapons, everything.
Your wife stood there with a gun?
Yes, she worked with me as a ranger for 10 years.
Do you see a lot of bears, leopards, or tigers during the raids?
Well, this is their home, and we go out and protect them. They're nearby, but they leave you alone. They take cover, hidden from view. They see you, but they're not there. You don't pay attention to them, but we still know they're there. We see it on the trails, in their prints.
It is very rare to see a leopard, even from afar. No wonder this predator was named the ghost of the forest. It's hard to imagine a more cautious cat. Hiding from prying eyes, the leopard chooses the most difficult path. But today, ironically, it is people that are its last hope for salvation. The inspectors and scientists of the Land of the Leopard fight every day to restore the population of this endangered predator. So the whole world knows about you. How'd that happen?
It just happened. A friend told me that there was some competition about cats, which indicate to me that I was necessary somewhere. So I agreed to participate. I didn't sign anything, but I agreed. In autumn, they called saying that I'd won the competition. Then I was invited to go to England. I said, what would I do there? It turned out that there were 26 applicants from countries all over the world where there are tigers. And it also turned out that we have tigers with a growing density, a growing population, whereas in some other countries, they're already practically gone. So I went, saw the king, sat like this, drinking wine.
For his dedicated work, Anatoly was awarded the World Wildlife Fund's most prestigious award. The Duke of Edinburgh, partner to the English Queen, awarded him the gold medal personally. Now, the whole world knows about Anatoly's deeds, but he has his own attitude about it.
I remember it as a scary dream.
Why scary?
Nowhere, neither in the forest, neither in my family had I ever received so much attention before. And then there was all this fuss, 3 years of hell. Nothing good. Then Leningrad. Then another award, meeting with Vladimir Putin at a summit. Meeting with Naomi Campbell.
Wow.
Yes, also.
That's nice, it's recognition.
What's nice? For me, the taiga's nice, and that other world is just unpleasant.
It's time to finish our lunch. Today, Anatoly has a lot of cases, and we agreed to meet later. Honestly, I don't want to leave this place. I can understand the people who fall in love with Primorye's beauty at first sight, and I don't want to part with it. There's such unique nature here, endangered plants and animals not found in any other corner of the planet. Despite the northern latitude, it is inhabited by a southern predator, the far eastern leopard. For the leopard, the cold winter is a real test. Deep snow complicates the leopard's life, as in search of food, it runs long distances and going unnoticed is almost impossible. Footprints in the snow are a great opportunity for scientists to track down the rare predator. On this subject, I was able to talk with someone who has devoted more than 20 years of study of the far eastern leopard and the Amur tiger in Russia. Well, it's general knowledge that if there wasn't any snow 30 to 40 years ago, people wouldn't be able to count the leopards at all because the first censuses took place based on the tracks in the snow.
Well, of course, it was the only way to try to understand where there were animals, and there are still sometimes cases of leopard sightings in the north or somewhere very far away. And we can't know for sure, though we do know that sometimes a tiger or leopard wanders far away from its land, and maybe sometimes tigers and leopards go very, very far away, but they're always somehow connected to the southwestern Primoria.
And how effective is this method, keeping track of leopards based on trails?
It's a very difficult method because sometimes there are trails 2 kilometers long, so it's hard to know if the imprints are all from one leopard or more. It's a very controversial question. We started using another method over 10 years ago, a method that uses camera traps. Each leopard has its own identifying skin features, so it's possible to identify each one like that. It's almost like DNA. We know what animal it is based on the photograph.
Despite modern surveillance methods, each year scientists and inspectors determine the leopard population using trails. This method is called tracking. It only exists in Russia and allows for the observation of the predator's daily life. In the leopard's footsteps, you can learn about its character, habits, and even daily routine, all without disturbing the animal. Therefore, scientists always look forward to the first snow.
Of course, there are a lot of questions, but here in the Southwest, there is a certain amount of territory. The leopard uses almost this entire territory. There are as many leopards here as there can be. But it's not enough. The population here is small, perhaps 30 or 50. It isn't enough, and there's nowhere besides China that has more habitat space. Therefore, to make sure we can keep this subspecies in Russia, we need to create a second population. And there have already been years of discussion on how and where to do it. There are proposals to create a second population in the southern Sekhotia Alin. This process is an ongoing one, and there's already a plan for how it'll be done, which we're gradually moving forward with.
But that must be difficult to create a new population.
Yes, very. It's very difficult. This kind of experiment hasn't been done with large cats before. This will be the first time, but we already have experience from tigers. So we think we might have a real chance. It's very complicated, but there's a real chance.
In the zoos around the world today, there are 289 Amur leopards, but they are all close relatives like the leopards in the wild. By breeding the species, you can plan to have another 50 of the rare cats. A new population would be an insurance of sorts for the scientists whose task it is to preserve endangered subspecies. It'll take at least 10 years to implement such an ambitious project, and we need to help the leopard survive the upcoming winter.
Up next, find out how Anatoly was able to save the Far Eastern leopard. Look for tracks of the famous leopard of the Primoria. And find out the outcome of the inspector's water and forest raids.
From the east, the land of the leopard touches the Sea of Japan. The sea is currently full of fish. Spawning salmon attract dozens of poachers to the shore of the national park. So the inspectors have to split up, some guarding the forest, others the sea.
Well, okay, what did we find? Did we see anyone? There's no one at the shore, only campers. Okay then, let's board the boat and go back. Hello, son. How are you? Everything normal at work? On the way? And the kids? Not hurt? Normal? Well, thank God.
Anatoly cannot imagine his life without struggle. His leadership qualities are evident throughout. He was first place in skiing and running, and has 9 years of professional boxing and shooting under his belt. Sport has tempered his will.
Here, Elia. These are the pictures that you asked for.
Anatoly loves nature and cares about animals. On a number of occasions, he and his colleagues have saved the lives of herons, eagles, and even a leopard. Anatoly remembers and appreciates the people who brought him into the profession, the gods of the field. That's what he calls his teachers. Now, Anatoly proudly shares his knowledge and skills with his pupils.
I teach my young students to survive in the woods, keep warm, give first aid, and never get lost. The scariest thing is panicking.
In order to look for and find traces of hunters or poachers, to make an ambush for a poacher, what skills are needed?
Well, for this, an inspector must be born with intuition. It's not something he can learn. If there's nothing in your head, then the intruder has 4 roads and you have 1. That's where you have to wait.
After spawning, a lot of fish remain in the river. So what eats them then?
Small fish eat them. It's a circle of life. The small fish are supposed to eat them. If there are no dead fish in the river in the spring, when the fish hatch, they'll have nothing to eat. They'd all just die right now. That spawning is happening, and all the animals are drawn together to the river, starting with the large and ending with the mice, all in the river.
And leopards are also drawn to the river.
They are too for food. Would a cat turn down fish?
But scientists say that leopards don't eat fish.
I don't know. I don't agree with them. I have my own opinion on this matter. I have fed leopards small fish. We just conduct raids, find tracks, find out what's on the road. We start to toss out some fish, then realize that the small tracks we saw were kittens with no moms.
The kitten Anatoly saved has turned into the most famous leopard in the coastal land. In the taiga, there hasn't been another model equaling the stature to Tolsky. For many years, his strong gaze and amber eyes have been recorded by all automatic and professional cameras in the area. Tolsky is rightly called the founding father of the whole generation of the Far Eastern leopards in the national park. Scientific observation has determined that most kittens born over the last 10 years are his offspring. According to estimates, he is over 20 years old, and aged leopards reach only in captivity. In the wild, they don't live more than 15 years.
These scientific claims are based on trap cameras because he stopped appearing in photographs. Maybe he got tired of being in the lights.
Anatoly, and if he's still alive, where does he live?
Well, we should look in the caves where he lives because that's where I raised him. He goes there regularly. I'm sure.
Maybe we'll go take a look?
We can go. The tracks will tell us if there's still anyone there.
Anatoly knows all of the secluded habitat of the far eastern leopards well. The cave was well hidden in the forest, but by evening we finally found it.
So, Elia, here we are. Here's the cave, and we have to look for signs of the cat's life. But not only cats, also Asiatic black bears.
So what are we looking for?
Here's a boar trail. We're looking for a trail. There should be indentations. The land is pretty raw, but it's a heavy animal. In such places, he always marks his territory. You just have to watch out for everything. That looks like a trail, also dented near the cave. He might be able to hear us. It's quite fresh.
Do you think it might be Tolsty?
Anything's possible. Why not? Well, this cave is the habitat of 3 or 4 leopards, so he could be here.
But in the past year, he hasn't been recorded by camera traps, so he's gotten past them?
Well, they can see and feel everything. With their sense of smell, they can detect foreign things, a stone or a branch you turn over. One leopard goes there and another never returns that spot again.
Okay, we can suppose then if this is indeed Tolsty, he'll be able to survive the upcoming winter at such a sturdy age?
Well, his age, I don't know. He's so old and there are so many tigers, so who knows?
So tigers are not threatening him?
Yes, the tiger population is increasing in capital. Here on this site, judging by the rivers like where we were, there are at least 10 resident tigers around.
The Amur tiger is the main food competitor of the far eastern leopard. It takes great patches of territory to hunt for prey. The abundance of wild boars attracts more tigers in the national park. It becomes a greater threat to the leopard. There were instances where the leopard for several years weren't caught by the camera lenses and then suddenly showed up. The experts can only wait. It grows dark quickly, and we leave the cave to continue on the long road home. Anatoly's group is ready for ambush. It's in the midst of the season for hunting badgers and waterfowl. The poachers go into the forest with hunting dogs, terriers, dachshunds, and huskies.
The 20th to the 22nd, we are at the appointed place, all's quiet. What are you doing here with a dog? Walking? This is specially protected territory. Unauthorized persons are not allowed, especially with dogs. I didn't know that. It wasn't allowed. So we need to go into the car and deal with you.
Anatoly's team heads home, and he will only return late at night. These people guard the rarest cats on the planet and the most unique places of the Primorye. Their service does not fit within a 5-day schedule, and the fruits of their labor cannot be overestimated. I thank Anatoly for an incredibly interesting and eventful day, and I wish him luck in his difficult task, maintaining peace and order on our precious Earth.
The result of the ambush was the detainment of a poacher with a dog. Protocol done. Got it. Well done.
Every story has its beginning.
The sanctuary was founded around 100 years ago when active development of the Primorye region began.
This story is fascinating and full of life.
We are in the land of the leopard. It is so beautiful here.
They must survive.
Over the last 40 years, the population of the far eastern leopard has reached critical level. People believe that the leopard and the tiger were the enemies of human beings and that they should be killed.
There is good and bad in every story. For the past 2 years, surveys have shown that the number of leopards has increased. Stories inspire ideas.
To save the leopard, the territory of the sanctuary was expanded.
Maybe we don't succeed, but we must try. Sometimes ideas change the course of history, and then we start anew. This is Leopard Stories.
In this episode, we'll learn about tracking rare animals in this age of advanced technology. We'll spend 2 days with the animal and visit the most modern storage shed.
Every single day, there are visitors in the land of the leopard. Wildlife lovers know that this is the only place in the world where the extremely rare Far Eastern leopard exists. Only the fortunate ones are able to meet this animal. As for photographing it, only a select few. Nikolai Zinoviev is a famous animal photographer. He has managed to photograph the rare leopard a number of times and is a longtime friend of the national park whose arrival is anticipated. Listen well, that's very cool.
Do you remember this last shot from November?
Yeah, I remember. That's Kedrovka.
Yeah, the Kedrovka.
Very cool.
I have a few questions for you regarding this trip. As of now, what's the situation with the leopards? From the hidden cameras, are there any traces of them?
Well, lately they rarely come around. I don't know.
And what's caused this?
Honestly, the seasonal changes of ours are very difficult to track because there aren't any problem with the hoofed animals of the area. Now there's no snow, so they're probably more spread out over the area, which is probably why the leopard rarely wanders into the valley.
But you can use these images in your work, yes? For ecological education.
Yes, of course.
Here I have a question regarding any other stories or pictures. Do you have any requests?
I'll leave that up to you, Kolya, because all of your work is so impressive every single time.
I need to search throughout the territory to blend in, to see it, maybe find some interesting new places, locations for shooting.
In the snow, it would be easier, but now with no snow on the trails, you probably won't find one, so you need to either use tracks or...
Probably camera traps too, right?
The camera traps are on the trails where the trees have fallen, or on the ones that are lying across the river and has formed some kind of ravine.
Yeah, good tip, thanks.
After meeting, we go immediately to the forest to search for a suitable location for shooting. Nikolai loves the Russian taiga. It's his world, home to the rarest of animals, his favorite models. He's learned to understand them well over his years of work.
I hope that some of the things I say no one will learn about. Just kidding. Because there are very few nature photographers covering rare, red-listed species, and so they don't like to share their secrets. But this time, I'll lift up the veil a bit and show you how professional photographers work to get shots. Wonderful, interesting shots like those of rare animals.
And is there any information about who currently lives on the reserve, which leopards are in the area?
There is one male who holds down the area.
Oh, we're good to go.
Naturally, he follows his prey, sometimes leaves, but then returns from time to time. Here, there's a female who, it was about 15 years ago, some kittens appeared, and naturally, back then I was filming and saw the kittens. But now they are grown up and naturally have spread out, so they already exist independently without a mother in the wild.
Each with its own area.
Right.
But there are still some people who want to take pictures of the male or female leopards or of their grown-up kittens.
Well, you know, in our business, if you get at least one photo of any leopard, that's already
great.
a huge success, yes. So let's hope that we get lucky. That's why I want to use different ways of filming. So we're going to go, and I'll show you the place called the storage shed. It's in this type of shed where the photographer hides, waiting for the leopard. The second kind of technology is pictures using motion sensors and heat. For this, we need to find, on the one hand, a beautiful place, but on the other hand, the leopard's trail, which confirms that he is there. We leave the camera there.
So the camera won't be in your hands?
It won't be in your hands.
Can I try?
Sure.
Oh, it's heavy.
It'll be on a tripod, and we'll leave the whole system there for several weeks.
Okay.
Hey, look, a leopard.
Kolya, I got it. We can go to Moscow now.
Yeah.
Nikolai prepares to spend the month on the reserve. He's prepared thoroughly, but no one can guarantee a shot of the Far Eastern leopard in the wild. This independent cat decides for itself when and to whom it will show itself. Nikolai has always relied on his instinct and the knowledge he has earned by thoroughly studying this creature's nature. For example, this beautiful place isn't suitable for our photography. Soon there'll be increased precipitation and the bank will fill with water. Leopards aren't fond of wet feet. And another thing, the hills. Nearing fall, the leopards descend from the high mountains. From the slope, they can observe the river and everything that happens in it.
This is the warehouse that we shoot from.
Kolya, so you'll spend the next few weeks here in this...
Yes.
Shed? That's what I'd probably call it.
Yes, the shelter. I would say the shelter. We did it on the base of a slide in order to move through the forest quietly.
It's not cold inside.
No, I use a gas stove. Plus, it's made of fairly thick plywood. Now you're looking at the photographer's den.
Okay, I'll climb into the den. And the backpack.
Yes, take the backpack.
Okay.
Well, how was it?
Dark and scary. The view is amazing, though.
Through these holes, we take the photos and videos. I'll go check on the camera.
Okay. Nikolai has already placed automatic cameras at the warehouse beforehand in order to find out whether there's a leopard nearby. Near the warehouse, there are often foreign scents left behind by people, and the curious leopard is drawn to these places. All of this must be checked.
Ah, there! There's a handsome one!
Really?
Yes, there is!
We have a leopard! You're not kidding.
See for yourself.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, here's his trail.
It was here.
It passed by here a few days ago. I think we may have a real chance.
This place has already brought Nikolai luck. Perhaps it was one of the best shots of the far eastern leopard in history was taken here.
For 2 weeks, it downpoured. Then came a cyclone. It was just a wall of water, cloudy, every day the same. There I was, sitting in the storage shed, having lost completely the hope of seeing the leopard. I'd already gathered all my stuff, packed, all the equipment was dismantled. That morning, after so much rain, snow started falling. Somewhere around 10 or 11, the clouds parted and the sun came out. And there turned out to be such a wonderful picture of the first snow and the sun, but no leopard. I was so sad to leave that day. And when I was just about to leave from the storage shed, I looked up and saw this beautiful cat appear in this spot right here. El, do you see the highlighted stone in that old tree?
Yes.
The leopard walked right out onto the ledge, froze for a moment, and at this moment, a beam of light fell onto its face. He lifted his tail, looked at the hill, turned around, walked down, came out, and posed for me for several minutes, right in front of the storage shed.
He remembers every single detail. For a second, it seemed like I could actually see this cat for myself, illuminated by the sun, on the stone. Kolya, I can't even imagine how you reacted, what you thought, what you said.
What
was it like?
My hands were shaking. The equipment, I don't know. I assembled it there for 5 seconds. It was probably sharper than the qualifying standard for the collection than military weapons. Without a tripod, without anything, all this heavy equipment in my hands, I managed to capture a cool frame.
That's so amazing.
This was a moment in history where so many factors came together. The first snow, the sun after 2 weeks of rain, the appearance of the leopard, and my departure. I didn't know if miracles happened, but after this moment, I started to believe in them.
And what was it about the leopard's character that you wanted to show exactly?
On the one hand, this tenderness, this beauty, and on the other hand, this incredible power and strength. These contradictory concepts are combined in one beast. I think that this cat is one of Russia's national treasures, and in many ways, it shows the Russian character too.
Tell me about your plans. I know that here on this very property, you are planning to build another shed.
A little further, a few kilometers or so down the river, there is a wonderful place full of a certain kind of energy. This place I managed to find is interesting because of its flow, because of its volume, the surface of the water, and the reflections. Cliffs, trees, and stones are very tactile. I hope that in setting up another location for shooting, our kind of landscape repertoire will be expanded and will thus increase the chance to get shots of the cats.
The new warehouse has a completely modern design. This warm and comfortable shelter will allow the photographer to conduct ambushes, even in winter, for unlimited amounts of time. Nikolai came up with a new creative solution to the classic shed, panoramic windows that allow you to observe your surroundings from all sides. Another innovation is the camera hole, which isn't in the middle of the wall, but at the bottom, so the photographer can shoot photos and video at eye level with the leopard. The pictures therefore appear even more natural and alive than when shooting from top down.
Next up, the wonders of engineering. Find out how to capture the leopard without the presence of the photographer. An animal painter reveals the secrets. Learn about the outcome of a multi-day ambush.
To show the leopard in its natural state and habitat is Nikolai's main task on this trip. To be safe, he brought motion and heat sensors with him to the taiga. We just have to find a place to install the system. How do you determine favorable filming locations and know that there will be a leopard there?
For most people, the forest is just a place where trees grow, just wildlife. And for the nature scientist, for the wildlife photographer, it's a book with letters and with sentences. And these are like footprints that we can see on the ground. About a year ago, in November, I was wandering around in the area and I came across this really beautiful spot, an unusual place, and nearby there were still some traces of the leopard. I would like to show it to you.
Well, listen, in the snow I know how to locate tracks, but among these dry leaves, I think it's almost impossible.
Let's try.
Sure.
Maybe we'll see.
Intuition did not fail, Nikolai. Quite quickly, we managed to find some fresh footprints from the far eastern leopard, and that means we have a suitable spot for shooting. To capture the leopard pacing along the shore would be a great success. However, I still don't understand how a creature who hates water could manage to cross the river.
Just like people build bridges, nature does so for its own residents. This tree died, but it's not gone. It's also used in nature as a natural construction material, and so this magnificent bridge was created. That leopard uses it to go through this rushing water.
Okay, so we'll choose this place? We'll stay here?
Yes, I'll just have to leave for a few minutes so I can put on my wetsuit because we'll work in the icy water. I'll also need some additional hardware which will help us to try and get a great shot.
Nikolai didn't exaggerate when he spoke of the beauty of this place. The forest is just like a picture. Its crystal waters reflect the light of the sun. In short, it's an artist's dream. We still don't know exactly where we'll photograph the far eastern leopards, but I suspect that Nikolai has already thought of this. Ah, here he is. It's time to get to work.
Oh,
Oh, how to get down? Thank you. Wow, I see you're well prepared.
yes, we have everything we need in order to accomplish our goal.
Kolya, we're definitely gonna get the leopard.
Yes?
There's just so much camera equipment here.
Well, it's a professional system.
Right.
We want to get results, so we prepared seriously.
Great. And what can I do for you?
You'll work as my assistant. I'll tell you.
I feel like this won't be an easy day, but such a thorough approach to the work improves our chances of success. Where will we set up the camera?
I think directly in the river.
Really?
Yes, because it's important to capture the perspective from the riverbed, and this can only be done in the middle of the river. That's why I'm going into the cold water to pick a spot.
I wish you luck.
Thank you.
Oh, it's really cold and icy.
It's fine. Art requires sacrifice. I have a wetsuit. I'm fine.
What would be the ideal place?
I think right here. Now, let's mount the tripod and the camera. We need to bring the paint in order to make the tripod blend in with the forest.
Such a seemingly minor detail, as the color of a tripod can ruin our entire plan.
It can scare the animal, so it's better to make it the brown color of the leaves.
This tripod technique is one Nikolai invented himself. Attention to detail, that's what he's all about. The paint dries instantly. We place the device in the water. Look, the current is strong.
Yes? So the tripod needs to be very heavy and strong. A conventional tripod isn't enough for these purposes.
So this is a specialized tripod.
It's geodetic.
You don't say.
Okay, we put it there on the stone. It's not going anywhere.
And now the most interesting part. This clever system assumes that the camera will work for a long time without its photographer, so it'll need power.
We'll take the battery out of the camera. Can you hold it?
Sure.
And put a more powerful battery in it.
The battery lasts for 4 to 5 days in good weather, and in the cold, no more than a couple of days. Our main enemy is precipitation. If the river fills up, we lose the camera. We put batteries in the camera.
Yeah,
Now, as I understand, we need to make it work.
make it work, yes. We need to install the sensor at this tree here, I think, to make the infrared ray whose interruption triggers the camera. It receives the signal, and we get the picture. So we'll aim it like this.
And if a branch falls or a leaf flies by, will the sensor still work?
Here, inside, there's another heat sensor that analyzes the temperature of the object that's moving in the frame. And only if it is a warm-blooded creature will the system work.
The sensors are hidden in the iron case so that curious inhabitants of the forest won't harm them. These devices also need a power supply. They won't run without a powerful enough battery. Nikolai adapted a machine for this purpose. In just a couple of months, he's managed to come up with a completely autonomous mechanism for shooting the most secretive animal of the taiga. One could say you have the perfect system here. What's the most difficult part?
The hardest thing is to ensure that all devices in the wild are powered. Very often when you come in the morning and got batteries, so it's a constant struggle for sustenance for electricity. The controller, it's supposed to stand there. The controller is the brain of the system. It determines the response speed, the delay, the number of frames that will be photographed. That is, it completely controls the operation of system sensors.
The controller operates through a radio channel. The receiver's on the camera. The first stage seems to be completed. How Nikolai manages to do all this by himself, I can't even imagine. It wouldn't hurt to have a whole team of technicians on the job. I must say this process sure trains one's physical endurance. And also the memory. Forget a single wire, entire work is down the drain. We set up the second sensor behind a log, which is also charged by a battery. What makes this sensor different from the one we programmed earlier?
This is the source of the infrared signal, and there's a receiver. Accordingly, they form a closed circuit, a beam, which interrupts the signal sent through the controller to the camera, and so the shutter is released and the frame is captured. So we installed the camera, the battery, the sensors, and now we're left with only the flash. On the left side of the log, I think.
We're in the home stretch. The installation took all day. Hopefully our efforts will be worth it. Why is the flash separate from the camera?
It communicates with the camera via radio, and when the camera is triggered, a signal's transmitted here, and then the flash goes off. Very often there isn't enough light or it's overcast, so we decided to play it safe. Well, I think we should test the performance of the system. It works.
Oh, great. Now, we just wait for our unsuspecting predator to come to the river for a drink or watch for prey at the watering hole. When hunting, the Amur leopard often follows the tracks of its victims. It chooses to live in the quiet parts of the habitat and doesn't like to change that. Sometimes, the leopard uses man-made roads, but it doesn't tolerate the constant presence of people and tries to remain unnoticed. Without wasting a minute, early in the morning, Nikolai calculates the plan for future shots and assembles equipment in the warehouse. Today, we'll go back into the forest where he may spend a week in ambush. Hi.
Hi.
May I? This is some serious ammunition, Kolya. You're gonna need all of this today?
Most of this will be used when filming. The optics are selected based on specific objectives. There are high aperture optics used in twilight or when there is insufficient light. And then there are some that are slower but more versatile, such as, for example, zoom lenses. They can be used if the leopard shows up in the daytime when there is enough light.
And if you need to change something, to use a different one, oh, I can't lift it. To use this one, I don't think you'll have time to take the leopard's photo.
That's why I use 3 cameras. On each of them, there is already a zoom lens. I use a rangefinder, by the way. I get to the place beforehand, measure the distance, and based on that, I can already set up the lenses.
The windows of the shed look out onto the hill. Can you tell where the leopard is?
Look, there's the river bend. So here we have this peak. A few kilometers away, there's a barrier. The river's already beginning to defrost, so the leopard doesn't go in it, and our shed is located here. I think most likely it'll go around the hill. It'll descend on down the trail. Yuri, remember where we set up the camera traps? It'll go along the shore and up the hill, or else it'll cross the valley. So, yeah, between the 2 hills where the shed stands.
Look, twice a year you go 1,000 kilometers away from your family and sit in this shed for weeks, and you're happy with that? What about this moves you? Have you given this much thought?
Everyone should have some meaning, one that gives them not only some kind of material wealth, but also moral satisfaction.
In Nikolai's words, the technical side of shooting isn't difficult for him. Otherwise, we would have brought not 30 kilograms of equipment, but even more. Nikolai works in cooperation with the Russian national parks and reservations. His successful pictures not only win prestigious international awards, but also draw attention to the problem of endangerment of rare species of animals. Each of his frames is a way to convey his love for wildlife and inspire people to fight for it.
I foresee that most likely there'll be success.
And to what extent does your success actually depend on luck?
Well, God-given success doesn't have the final say in this work, like the belief in success and actually love for nature. I think that all of these feelings, they are transferred to the object of the shot. And if you really want and really believe, then you'll absolutely receive whatever nature is ready to reveal.
Right. And are there any subjects in particular?
For one, the first snowfall. In my experience, when there is some kind of transition from one state of nature to another, the contrast within nature causes something really interesting to happen.
So this is where I'll leave you. I wish you luck and that everything works out.
Thank you. All the best.
Bye. Nikolai stays in the shed, alone. He doesn't know what awaits him. The amount of time spent within those 4 walls could be a week or even a month. How does one get used to waiting indefinitely? I can't even imagine the thoughts a person would have in a tiny shelter in the middle of the remote taiga.
There's this idea of nature conservation photography. It differs from ordinary photographs in that it connects the wild world of nature and the world of people, speaking as an ambassador or translator between these 2 worlds that are very often in conflict. Any peacemaking activity is a noble one, and an activity that provides a huge emotional effect and contentment.
It's possible that experiencing so many ambushes has taught Nikolai to be calm and patient. He once thought his every step and his scrupulousness were enviable. But even after dozens of photographs, armed with the most modern technology, he sometimes returns home with nothing. In one moment, everything came together. Time, place, and one of the rarest animals on the planet. This is the story of an elusive predator, told in an artist's own words. The proud hermit of the taiga, gracefully crossing the river, is now known to all of the world.
Every story has its beginning.
The sanctuary was founded around 100 years ago when active development of the Primorye region began.
This story is fascinating and full of life.
We are in the land of the leopard. It is so beautiful here.
They must survive.
Over the last 40 years, the population of the far eastern leopard has reached critical level. People believe that the leopard and the tiger were the enemies of human beings and that they should be killed.
There is good and bad in every story. For the past 2 years, surveys have shown that the number of leopards has increased. Stories inspire ideas.
To save the leopard, the territory of the sanctuary was expanded.
Maybe we don't succeed, but we must try. Sometimes ideas change the course of history, and then we start anew. This is Leopard Stories.
This photo shows the start of the construction on the Central Reserve's hut. At the beginning of the century, scientists noticed how special a place this was, how rich its wildlife was. And around that time, the park's first ranger recognized that this place deserved to be protected. So, in 1916, they began protecting it, and they set up this reserve. Russia's oldest nature reserve, Kedrovaya Pad, was an ideal location for establishing the largest national park in the country. Its territory covers 280,000 hectares, and it's here that scientists are trying to restore the population of the Amur leopard.
In this series, you'll see mysteries of ancient records. We'll find out who stood at the very origins of the reserve. Going to the old weather station. We'll see if there is a future for Amur leopards. This is a difficult question. There are a lot of nuances.
And this old building here is the office. In the office, we keep our park records. So if you're interested in the history of the park or in any natural changes that have happened over the years, you're welcome to take a look. I can find that information there? I'd love to check it out. How do I get there? I'll give you the key. Just please don't lose it. I won't. I promise. Thank you. The Kedrovaya Pad Reserve is in the very heart of the land of the leopard. The region's flora is pristinely preserved. To me, this is the most peaceful place on the planet. It's restricted territory. Within the area of 18,000 hectares, there's only a few buildings. One of them is the former reserve office. Now it's a library, a real storehouse of knowledge. All these books, dictionaries, and encyclopedias are dedicated to the reserve's flora and fauna. They describe what an amazing ecosystem this place has. In the extensive search through the thousands of volumes on the flora and fauna of the Far East, you can stumble upon unexpected things. But where are those records? Hard-covered, with pages yellowed by age, these are the chronicles of the oldest nature reserve. The entire history of this reserve is in my hands. As it turns out, it was a man named Zawalsky who first drew attention to this place. There are a lot of pages on annual climate changes. Most of the data was obtained by the meteorological station of the Barabash village. Maybe that's where I'll be able to find out why the leopard has chosen to live in the Primorye. I hope it's still open. There's totally no one here. The weather station seems completely abandoned. Hello. Hello. My name's Ilya. Nice to meet you. You too. The thing is, I heard about this weather station in the reserve's record books. I'd be really interested to know if it's still working. Yes, it's still working. It has been working for 65 years. And what if I asked you to show me how it works now? Sure. Meteorology is the study of the Earth's atmosphere. Unlike weather forecasters, meteorologists don't make predictions. Their task is merely to observe.
This observes the soil conditions, so after it rains, like it recently did here, you can see the mud left behind. Yeah, there's a thermometer. Yes, there's the old thermometer lying there. We used to have to take measurements by going to the station, measuring by hand, checking everything ourselves. Like that. But now there's this device that sends the data directly to the computer. The data is updated every minute. So now we can use all of these devices to determine the air's humidity and temperature. Is it very humid in the Primorye? Yes, it's pretty humid because this is a hilly region. So we're in a valley, which the river flows through, and there's less wind here. Areas closer to the sea are windier, but over here we have a slightly warmer climate. Because of this, the leopards love it here. And of course, so do we. The weather station is small, but very cozy. Its employees spend most of their time on the computer, checking and classifying data. Every 3 hours, a window automatically appears on the monitors. It's a weather telegram that the employees must fill out accurately in order for the weather reports to be made. In the event of an impending storm or typhoon, it delivers an SOS message. Who requests data from you? The reserve staff uses our data, and we get calls almost every day from the village administration, from the district administration, and from the emergency services. We also get calls from the civil defense and border guards because we measure radiation here too. I found out that the weather in the Primorye is heavily influenced by monsoons. In winter, winds blow from the mainland to the sea. In summer, the other way around. The climate of the reserve is different from that of the rest of the Far East. During the second half of the summer, there are humid tropical maritime winds that originate from the Philippines. The reserve tends to be 10 degrees warmer than surrounding areas. Perhaps this factor has a positive impact on the Amur leopard's life. This reserve has the world's highest recorded number of such creatures. Here's our leopard. It's a southern species that inhabits this area and can survive in the snow. It has adapted to harsh conditions and snowy winters of the region. These are our colleagues. And who's still living on the reserve? Well, Yuri Ivanov, Voronin, and Vladimir Ivanovich Pavlov are still here. Vladimir's connected us all. Can he be found on the reserve now? Yes, of course. He's a very sociable companion, but he's kind of from another world. And he's deaf. Deaf? From another world? I don't even know what this man looks like. He's not in any of the photos. It seems like I'm going around in circles. I'm surrounded by all these deserted houses without any sign of life. I wonder what it would be like to live in the heart of this kind of habitat. They say that Pavlov has come face to face with leopards and tigers. He's supposed to be here, in this last house. Hello.
I am glad to see you. So the electricity, do you need it?
Hello, hello, hello.
I'll go put on the device. Vladimir Pavlov, his motto, a day without inventions.
Can you tell me what brought you to this reserve?
I was the head of the radio communications department of the Institute of Marine Biology. In the reserve, I worked from the public responsibilities that I laid on myself.
And what about the time when you came across a leopard?
I remember November 7th, there were these days. I had this wood ear, the reserve's invention. Well, within a radius of 300 meters, I can hear fine. And so through headphones, I can hear. And so at night, I'm very curious about what happens in the woods when you can't see anything. In my ear, I heard an impressive roar. Once I heard it, I realized that I wasn't the only one there.
I feel like I know you already so well. So tell me, why are there these southern leopards here? They live in Africa, so how can they survive here?
There was Arctida. Well, that in the north, it was tropical. The climate was changing here. Here remained this vegetation, like a mixture of this subtropical and so on. It was the same with the animals.
If only everyone were active at this age of 78. Vladimir Hassan is a man many people would probably call a hermit. I still can't figure out whether he's a genius or a madman. In any case, he's definitely the most unusual person on this reserve. His head is constantly immersed in his own science. He calls himself a fanatic and dreams of creating a quantum computer and training his memory every day. He's been making a record of each of his days for the past 15 years. Vladimir, you're so active and so youthful. How do you manage to stay so cheerful?
First of all, the joy of what I do is the first on the planet. For men, being the first is important. The first in the family, the most loving, right?
Of course.
You can rely on him like a stone wall. To me, as a family member, supervisor, you cannot rely on in any case. I'm a slug. You understand such a joke?
You're very funny.
I have devoted my life to science, and here's my science. I'm a stone wall. It's inspiring.
I must confess, Vladimir won me over. He's driven by the thirst for new discoveries, for new electronic ideas. He can talk for hours, and the fruit of his labor has played an important part in history of the reserve. This story is getting more and more interesting.
Up next, find out where the scientists will breed leopards. Learn how glaciation has affected the flora of the reserve. Here, we have this plant. It grows on the north side of the Kedrovka called the Devil's Club. Yeah? Go in search of a mysterious employee of the reserve.
In the early 90s, when our borders were open, some American scientists came here. Along with our specialists, they began studying the tigers and leopards. In the northern Sukhote-Alin Reserve, Dale arrived to study the leopard here in the south. Jack also came. We are thrilled that we can work together, even to this day. How interesting. There are American scientists in the land of the leopard. Finding information about Dale wasn't difficult. Dale Mikkel's work deals with various problems of preserving the Amur leopard. I was so interested in learning about Dale's research, so I decided to write him. Fortunately for me, he responded to my letter and agreed to meet, despite the fact that he lives 700 kilometers away from here, in the north of the Primorje. There is a wide distribution of leopards throughout Africa and southern Asia. 8 subspecies of leopards are found in tropical rainforest and the savanna. Still, no one really knows how the 9th subspecies, Panthera pardus orientalis, or the Amur leopard, ended up in the harsh snows of the Far East. Its population is sensitive to any extreme environmental changes, and is therefore a very vulnerable one. Due to the animal's stealth, professionals must put a great amount of effort into studying it and restoring its population.
Dale Mikkel. Understands animals well.
Can you tell me how long you've been here studying the Far Eastern leopard? How long have you been working in cooperation with the national park?
I came here to Russia actually in '92 in order to start work on the tigers. At that time, to be honest, we didn't even know that there was such a thing as the Far Eastern leopard. But then I realized that it was even more rare than the tiger, and realized that I needed to do something.
Was this ever a populous subspecies?
There was a time when there were a lot more leopards than there are today, but they were not in Russia. Most of the population was in Korea, the peninsula of Korea, and northern China. And of course, the animals that live there are now almost gone.
The leopard was also disappearing rapidly from Russia. First, it stopped appearing in the southern Sukhote-Alin, and then it disappeared from the northwest Primorje. Economic activities, fires, illegal hunting, and logging, none of these things are compatible with a leopard's life. By the end of the 20th century, this rare cat's habitat was reduced to the size of its current territory. The southwestern Primorje is the only area that remains home to the Amur leopard. Is it possible for the leopard to live in another part of Russia, or is the Primorye the only possible place for it to sustain its population?
I honestly think this is the only place. A tiger can live a little further. They can survive in deeper snow, but leopards don't have such long legs. They have a very hard time when in deep snow. And here in the southwest, there is snow, but it usually melts quickly on the south slopes. This, therefore, gives the leopard the opportunity to live here, but the north, or where there is deeper snow, is no place for the leopard.
So Dale, what is next? Is there a future for the Amur leopard?
There is a need to create a second population because God forbids that any disease or parasite occurs. The population would disappear very quickly. And it's not a simple question. There are a lot of nuances. Well, I can show you if you want.
That'd be great.
Okay, let's go.
Leopards require territory. Scientists have come to the conclusion that it's necessary to return free animals to their historic homeland of the southern Sakhote Alin. And although 40 years ago, leopards didn't manage to survive in this area, experts now believe it would be a good place for the rare cat. What are good conditions for leopards in the first place?
Well, you can even look here and see what the leopard needed. Here, well, there isn't very old wood, but nevertheless, there is oak, which produces acorns in autumn, and now boars and deer can eat the acorns. If we go, we find cedar, which also produces cones and also a very valuable nut. And this, of course, is the most important thing for leopards, that there is prey and there's a tranquil place where you can live without the influence of man. If these two things are present,
Yeah.
the leopard will find a way to live in this place.
I'd be interested, of course, in learning about how you plan to restore this leopard population.
The only way is to use animals from the zoo, and the European Association of Zoos has already, for nearly the past 15 years, managed to have enough animals so we could begin helping and giving animals for the programs. But of course, we aren't going to just release these zoo animals into the wild. They are not ready for that. For a long time, they wouldn't be able to survive that. But if we fight, gather the offspring from zoo animals, put them in special cages where they never meet people, where they begin meeting wild animals hunting, where in 5 or 6 months they begin hunting small creatures like badgers or rabbits, yes? Then when they're older, 10, 12 months, they already begin hunting young deer or roe deer or wild boars, and gradually they learn how to engage in hunting. We often think we need the mom to show them how to hunt, but experience has already shown that for cats, there is already that instinct. They know what to do.
This bold vision is quite a grand idea, and the process of implementing it will take years. For scientists, an easier option would be to use a pre-existing population for resettlement, but none of them would dare risk the last remaining wild leopards. At the age of 1.5, having grown up in special cages, the kittens from the zoo are released. A similar experiment is already underway in Sochi, where they are working on restoring the population of the Persian leopard. The construction of a new reintroduction center in the southern Sakhote Alin will require at least 2 hectares of land.
There's already a plan of the enclosure, how it'll look and how it should work. We designed it like 2 rings, so if someone needed to get to this side, they can keep up with the animals, yeah? You close this and then you can work there. So if there's a wounded leopard or something, you need to get here.
In order to isolate it.
You need to move over, yes. But it's actually round, not square, so that when prey are released into the area, when the leopard starts hunting, there aren't any corners where the animals could be easily caught, so that the deer can run around the circle and the leopard must also run.
That's pretty interesting, just like in the wild, right?
So that the hunt is more fair, but there should never be a person here. That's the plan.
Well, I hope it works out.
We have hope that later on, there will be images like this in southern Sakhote Alin. This isn't like the beautiful work of Yuri Shivnev. He was the first one to take pictures of leopards, and the first one that the thought of hidden cameras for photographing the leopards.
And this is my husband, Yuri, who's been working here since 1970. He took his first picture of a baby leopard in black and white film. Yuri helped security to catch many poachers. They usually came from the Primorye to the Cedar River. I remember this one time where he caught this teenager, Nikolai Danshin. Nowadays, it's the same Nikolai who has taken it upon him to catch poachers and protect nature. I couldn't find Nikolai on the reserve. I only knew he worked here as an electrician and to look for him near the sea. So there I was, in the middle of a field, going who knows where, in hope of finding this mysterious Nikolai Danshin, who, as a boy, hunted in the local river.
Girl,
You scared me.
you wanted me. You wanted to see the breeding grounds, right?
You must be Nikolai.
Yes, nice to meet you.
You too.
Well, please, come with me. Nikolai Danshin has raised 5 generations of chum salmon. These are the breeding grounds where we breed fish. There's one right there. There on the grate, you see the white one? But now it's going in the hole because there it is, you see? You see it?
Ooh, look.
Yes. That's it.
It's so fast.
Fresh, yes. And there are a bunch in the hole.
In the Primorye, it's currently the salmon's fall spawning period. From the sea, the salmon go through the creek toward the Cedar River. During this period, Nikolai lives in the middle of the field and almost never leaves the stream. He considers it his duty to protect the natural wealth of the reserve's river from enemies.
Well, easy access there. That's easy access. But on the shore here for the 17th year on this shore. Don't fry the ruble in the skillet, gentlemen.
Do you ever catch them for yourself?
Well, for myself. Yes, I approached one, caught it by hand, and ate it. Yeah, enough. And I think...
That's also poaching, isn't it?
Well, I caught it by hand. Is that poaching? I'm a fish breeder. I bred it. I mean, I stay here for 2 months, day and night, breeding them.
So catching one is okay, right?
One, you can catch and eat. I believe that because it doesn't damage nature. And so I go down with the fish here, at the end of the spawning period, about to collapse and all.
And do you know Yuri?
Yes, Yuri Borisovich, a great guy, yeah? A great person, good.
And I heard he trained you. Was that the case?
Yes? Yes, he trained me.
Well, what did he teach you?
Well, he taught me to love nature. I know people are created on the earth in order to make it better. To plant a tree, give birth to a son, raise fish, plant a garden, build a factory, produce machines, go to space. Well, I'm not Carlo, I'm not going to space. And with the fish, I'm okay.
The work Nikolai has chosen isn't easy. Moreover, it's voluntary. But he wouldn't trade the land of the leopards, creeks, hills, and forests for anything else in the world.
This is a unique place because here we have this plant. It grows on the north side of the Kidrovka called the Devil's Club, yeah?
The Devil's Club?
It doesn't grow anywhere else. This is the only place where it grows, yeah? It's only in this one place. They say that when God, scattered seeds on the ground, yeah? Some here, some there. Well, here in the Far East, he just took the rest and scattered them. Because here, there is such abundance, yes, in south and in the north and middle part.
The pristine beauty and biodiversity of the Southwest Primorye is celebrated both by famous poets and the most famous biologists. This land was hardly affected by ice ages, so its ancient landscape remains partially preserved. This place is full of local species. In all, the reserve is home to over 900 species of plant life. This picture shows the diversity of the reserve's plant life. Here is the sacred lotus. This plant is a relic. It's subtropical. It grows here on the northern border of the area. And here I am.
probably 30 years ago. I'd already been living in the Primorye region for several years at this point. But in the north, when I first came to the reserve in mid-May, I was struck by its wildlife. It was love at first sight. And here we are, celebrating our anniversary. This was the reserve's 60th anniversary. Everyone on the reserve, they got together, staff, scientists, as well as friends and family. I hope that our work here, it will continue, because this is a very unique place, full of very unique wildlife, and unique people as well. Next year, the Kadrovaya Pad Nature Reserve will be 100 years old. No one here is unnecessary. Each person plays an important role in creating this unusually warm and friendly atmosphere, and in maintaining the special microclimate that is home to the planet's rarest predator, the Amur leopard. This is a place with rich history, and I'm sure that its future will be very bright.